daily news. It comes down to reality, and it's fine with me, 'cause I've let it slide. Don't care if it's Chinatown or Rotten Riverside. I don't have any reason left them all behind. I'm in a New York state of mind. So easy living day by day, out of touch with the rhythm and blues. But now I need a little give and take. The New York Times, the Daily News. I'm in a New York state of mind. I'm just taking a Greyhound on the Hudson River line. Cause I'm in a New York state of
as famous as a place of movie scenes. Noise is always loud, there are sirens all around, and the streets are mean. If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere, that's what they say. In lights on my name, a monkey's found down on Broadway. Even if it ain't all it seems, I got a pocket full of dreams, baby. I'm from New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. Big lights will inspire you. Hear it watch a melting pot on the corner selling rock. Preachers pray to God. And the gypsy cab takes me down from Harlem to the Brooklyn Bridge. Someone sleeps tonight with a hunger for more than an empty fridge. I'ma make it by any means. I got a pocket full of dreams, baby. I'm from New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. Big lights will inspire you. Hear it for New York, New York, New York. One hand in the air for the big city. Street lights, big dreams, all looking pretty. No place in the world that can compare. Put your lighters in the air, everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. These streets will make you feel brand new. Big lights will inspire you. Hear it for New York.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Brady. I use she and her pronouns, and I want to welcome everyone today. I am the Director of Sexual and Interpersonal Violence Prevention here at SUNY, and I am so pleased to be joined by the more than 800 professionals who are here with us today. And I'm also happy to have found that a silver lining of virtual conferences is not having to worry about the weather. We are just delighted to have everyone here today, and just grateful to all of you. On the image that is shown on the next slide, you'll see we have a picture of the SUNY System Administration Building pulled up, accompanied by some of the logos of the programs that are hosted by members of the team that I'm fortunate enough to be a part of, including the SUNY's Got Your Back program, which is a signature program between that is a partnership between us and the New York State Office of Victim Services, our partner today as well. The SUNY Student Conduct Institute, who you will hear from later to be discussing one of their new really incredible resources, our SUNY Saver website, which is first of its kind, comprehensive resource for victims and survivors to be able to access support services around them. Our SUNY Spectrum conference, as well as Spark, which you'll hear about later, our online training program, and our newest program, SUNY Rapid. So while I have folks here today, I did want to make a note that to save the date for our SUNY Spectrum conference happening June 28th through July 2nd, 2021. Spectrum is the nation's largest conference devoted to violence prevention and response for members of the LGBTQIA+ community. With that, I am very excited to welcome Sandra Casey, General Counsel in charge at the State University of New York, and a really wonderful leader to us and supporter of this work, to offer some opening remarks. So Sandra.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and welcome everybody. I'm pleased to give you a warm welcome on this snowy, cold day in upstate New York. As we begin the inaugural New York exCHANGE conference in partnership with the Office of Victim Services and really a who's who of co-sponsors. The fact that we have drawn well over 800 attendees from agencies, programs, and campuses in New York State shows the deep importance of the issue, and we are so grateful for all the work that you do to prevent violence and harassment on our campuses and in our communities across the state. My name is Sandra Casey, and I do serve as General Counsel in charge at SUNY, and I use she, her, and hers as my pronouns. The Office of General Counsel has been proud to support SUNY's work in raising capacity across New York State and across the nation, indeed, to better prevent sexual and interpersonal violence and harassment, and responding in the most cutting-edge, trauma-informed way when such violence occurs. This has traditionally included conferences and trainings across New York State for college and community professionals. My colleagues in the Office of General Counsel who organize these events often talk about the importance of the discussions over lunch and coffee, sometimes just as important as the formal content being shared by the presenter. But what do we do when we can't all be together in person? When we can't hold live events and have formal, informal conversations face to face? That is what has led our team to develop this exCHANGE conference. We want to help all colleagues who work on campus in the community across the state to see what has changed, what remains the same, and learn accurate, cutting-edge information to best serve those who disclose they are victims of violence and crime. An opportunity to exchange key information in a way that would not occur without those conversations over lunch and coffee. To say that 2020 has been a difficult year is an understatement. We have all had to solve unimaginable problems and challenges to respond to violence occurring in the same and different ways, all while experiencing loss of our own, sadness, sickness. It's been an incredibly tough year. And on top of that, you had to deal with new complex Title IX regulations that came out from the Department of Education. A double whammy. We acknowledge your work. We acknowledge the long hours and the stress. We hope this conference can help you relax, recharge with key information as we continue this important work together. Conferences like this are so important to the State University of New York and to each of us. The work continues even as it gets more challenging. And we are proud to partner with the Office of Victim Services, each of the agencies that are co-sponsoring exCHANGE, and most importantly, with each of you on this very important work. Thank you to everyone at OVS and SUNY for all the hard work that went into planning this exCHANGE conference. I send you again my warmest welcomes on this cold and snowy day, and now turn over to Elizabeth Brady to introduce you to our next speaker and cherished partner, Office of Victim Services Director, Elizabeth Cronin. Thank you again for allowing me to welcome you.
Thank you, Sandra. I understand that there may be some issues with the closed captioning right now. We're definitely working on it. This is certainly a priority. So what I'm going to do is share, just in the interim, in the chat with everyone, a link to our YouTube live stream, which does automatic closed captioning while we work this out. And we will continue to work on that. If we could just, I will share that in the chat right now. And in the meantime, while we work to kind of figure that out on the back end, I'm really, really pleased to welcome a true champion of this work and an exceptional partner, someone who I've been privileged to see speak and join us at really events as formal as press conferences in New York City and events as informal as, seeing her carry heavy boxes at SUNY's Got Your Back events hosted wherever, or sitting down with a victim or a survivor and giving them the gift of her time and a listening ear. Elizabeth Cronin is the director of the Office of Victim Services, and just a really, really wonderful partner. We're so grateful to have you here. And with that, I'd like to welcome Elizabeth.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's wonderful to be here. I want to thank Chancellor Malatras, Sandra, Joe Storch, and you certainly for inviting us to be partners in this conference. I love the work that we do together. And I'm so pleased that once again, we can partner with SUNY on another excellent program addressing sexual assault. One of the things that I don't think people understand about the work that you do at SUNY is that everything that you do, you just put out there for everyone to access. So even though your focus is on campus issues, campus sexual assault, things that you develop like SAVOR are available to anybody. And I can't emphasize enough how incredibly helpful and comprehensive those tools that you've developed are. And so, it's just another example of how it's so important for us in this field to really be able to share, which I think is kind of why this conference came about. Over the last 10 months, it's hard to believe we're talking about almost a year, we've really had to pivot in how we do things. But we all know that the work wasn't going to stop. And in some cases, the work got more difficult, it got more complicated. But if the work's not going to stop, then neither are we. And, whether it was the victim advocates, the service providers, figuring out how are we going to provide services remotely? Are those services going to be effective? Whether it's the attorneys who are trying to figure out, are the courts open? Am I going to be able to get an order of protection for somebody? Or whether it was the state agencies like ours, figure out how are we going to support all of you out in the field during this really challenging time. But you know what? We got it done. And we got it done well. And it may have been really difficult many times, but the services were still being provided. And that's a testament to the commitment of all of you. And what this proved to me is that while we can't plan for anything, and let me tell you, we've spent years planning for disasters and mass casualties, and a pandemic was not high on our list. But all of that planning proved to be really important in how we were able to adjust to what we were going to have to do, over the last few months. And so all of the discussions that we've all had together and discussions that you've been having independently about how are we going to do things when we experience these kinds of challenges were critical for being able to respond to things. And, a lot of it too is just continuing to think creatively and innovatively, and not just because we're thinking that we might be hit with some kind of a disaster, but we're just thinking, how can we do things better? How can we provide services in a better way for people that makes it easier for them to access? And so what we've learned is that we were ready in a lot of ways to respond to this pandemic because of all those innovations. It left us in a place where we could adapt. We could be flexible. We could be responsive in a wholly different way. I love the name that you gave for this conference, exCHANGE, because it's really about sharing ideas, but also establishing how we must and we can change in order to really assist crime victims in a most comprehensive and moving forward way. For example, we started this pilot, funding a pilot for telemedicine with the SART team, and I saw Nancy Harris is on this Zoom, and that was not something that we did because of the pandemic, but it's something that we obviously saw was incredibly helpful during a time like this. So it's important that we just keep innovating keep moving forward. And I just want to thank all of you for the critical services that you've provided during this really difficult time. And I'm so proud of our ability to partner with you to the extent possible. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to everyone else. We are just really excited to be able to proceed forward with this, and really grateful to all of you for continuing to do the work that you're doing. I know I had worked in victim advocacy for a little while, and it was not easy work. I'd never done it in a pandemic before. So I can't imagine how much more difficult it's become. So thank you to all of you for the work that you're doing and will continue to do. And with that, I'm excited to bring back Elizabeth Cronin and my colleague Joe Storch to continue the conversation about some of the work that we're doing.
Excellent. Thank you, Elizabeth. And I just want to check, is the closed caption working? Are folks able to access that? Okay, good. We had a little bit of a Zoom issue, but that is something that's very important to us. I want to offer my thanks to Sandra and to Elizabeth Cronin, the first of our Elizabeths, who will join us back in a second. And especially to Elizabeth Brady, my partner in crime prevention, we say, who has done such a tremendous amount of work with this and all other programs. Elizabeth C. Referenced the name of the conference, exCHANGE, and we want to credit our colleague Morgan Clifford, who you're going to hear from a little bit later, because I, as the boring lawyer, say something like, a conference to work between agencies and, blah, blah, blah. And everyone says, oh God, that is so boring. And thank God we have people like Morgan who say like, what about NY exCHANGE? It was, oh, it's so much better. We want to also thank our friends at the Office of Victim Services, Blake Cush and Rachel Gentile, who are our absolute partners in getting these conferences off the ground. They're either on or they'll be joining us later. And just so much great thanks to us. We did a great series over the summer with them, and they were such great partners in getting this up and going. I want to thank also our co-sponsors. One of the things that we do in New York is we do things together. We don't fight with each other, we work together. So in addition to SUNY and the Office of Victim Services, we want to thank the New York State Police, the SUNY's Got Your Back and SUNY Student Conduct Institute program, the International Association of Forensic Nurses, the New York State Office of Mental Health, the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault, the New York State Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence, KICU, the Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities, CUNY, the City University of New York, APC, the Association of Proprietary Colleges, the New York State Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the NASPA Culture of Respect Program, the One Love Foundation, and the New York State Coalition Against Sexual Assault for joining with us, for co-sponsoring, for getting the word out. 800 plus New Yorkers. Elizabeth and I were talking yesterday about how back in the day, we would get 200 people to a conference, or we would say we had 200 people at a conference at the Albany Capitol Center. And, 13 of them would be the wait staff and 2 of them would be the security officers at the Capitol Center. And, 27 people we'd bring over from SUNY, and boy, have things changed. And that is all on you. That is all on your commitment to this great work. Elizabeth B.
Sure. So before we kind of move into our next segment, we just wanted to put a note out there for all of the providers. We are still providing SUNY's Got Your Back comfort kits for victims and survivors. Even amid the pandemic, the SUNY's Got Your Back team, Morgan, Joelle, Delcy, Philip, Aaron, and Roma are all on today and have been working really, really hard to make sure that our orders are fulfilled. So if there are providers on the webinar, definitely go to our website and click through to the submit requests or visit the tiny URL listed here, and we will work to get that to you as soon as possible.
We are still operating the Saver website. Elizabeth C. referenced it earlier, response.suny.edu. Saver is for all New Yorkers. You can search by your campus, you can search by zip code, you can find yourself on a map. We have important policies translated into 120 written languages and American Sign Language. We have every on-campus and off-campus, rape crisis, mental health, forensic exam, law enforcement, immigrant-specific, LGBTQIA plus specific, disability services specific agency on there. We are so proud of it. And because so many of you work in those agencies, we ask you just take a check, right? Go to response.suny.edu, look up your resource and say, oh, we changed the phone number, we changed the email, what have you, and send a note. Lisa Campo, our great colleague who oversees Saver and makes all those changes and additions, you can just click on the bottom and it will go right to her to please make those updates. We are also so pleased to offer our visa and immigration resource. The federal government requires in the Violence Against Women Act amendments to the Clery Act that we offer victims and survivors, reporting victims, visa and immigration resources. SUNY worked with 6 of the greatest immigration lawyers from around the country to develop a 2-page resource. We then work with the Department of Health to fund the translation of it into 120 written languages, the 120 most used languages in the state of New York. We did some research on that. That is available for any college or university in the United States to automatically customize. You go to suny.edu/visa, you answer about 7 or 8 questions, and it will automatically customize it for your institution, translate it into 121 languages, English, and 120 written languages, obviously completely free. And our latest baby that we issued, Rapid Responsible Authority Proficiency in Incident Disclosure. The folks on campus can only do their work in investigating and adjudicating incidents of violence and harassment and other crime if they learn about it from faculty and staff who are required by federal law to bring that information forward. Rapid is an 11-minute, yes, 11-minute training. We have the English out and we are working on Spanish. Our colleague Delcy is working furiously on that Spanish translation. We should have that out later in the year. It is completely free. It is customizable for any public or private institution of higher education to use. And we hope that you are able to spread the word. We have almost 300 institutions from across the country educating nearly 3 million students who are already using Rapid. And because it's free, we hope more people use it. So back to you, Elizabeth B., to start this conversation.
Sure. So Elizabeth C. and Joe and I just wanted to sort of use this time and space to discuss our partnership and work together. So Elizabeth C., I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to add, but I will throw it over to you.
Well, I'm looking at this picture and I'm realizing how many different hairstyles I've had over the years. You know, I think what I have found during the time that I've been at OVS is how important it is to know what our state partners are doing and how we can work together to move work forward, to create new ideas, and to, you know, build on what is already being done. And it's also not to be afraid to put out ideas. You know, they can be shot down, but if you don't talk about it, if you don't bring ideas up, then nothing is ever going to get done. So it's that's why it's been such a pleasure to work with you guys, because when we, oh, my dog agrees. When, you know, you come up with an idea and I'll talk to you guys about it and you're like, yeah, done. And, you know, I have found that in working with a lot of other state agencies is to put your heads together and figure out a way to work collaboratively on expanding what you're already doing or figuring out how you can do something new. And
Elizabeth, you all partner with 200 and you probably know the number off the top of your head, 200 plus agencies, service providers across New York. Can you talk a little bit about how OVS pivoted in March to continuing to provide resources, but also the flexibility during the pandemic? You worked with the governor's office, I know, to waive a number of requirements that really were able to help the agencies do their work. Can you talk a little bit about some of that and some of your experience there?
Yeah, when this whole thing started to happen, I think for most of us in February, we started to get concerned. I think we were at a SUNY's Got Your Back program in Brooklyn. Was it the beginning of March? And, we were starting to think about, oh, something bad is really happening, and we have to really work on how we're going to be able to operate if things go really south. And our biggest concerns were making sure that programs had the support that they needed and that they were getting their payments and reimbursements, and that victims were being able to get their financial compensation. So, we had to very rapidly try to pivot in how we do things, but to make sure that everything was still going to be operating as much as usual as possible. We didn't want there to be gaps in what programs we're going to be able to do for people. So we've been working on things like the VAP Connect system, where advocates and providers can talk to each other through this platform through OVS. We were working on a resource platform as well, and doing things like you said, the match waiver of, what are things that complicate the world of victim advocacy. And that was one of the things that we saw could be difficult for them to negotiate during this time. And so we did go through the governor's office and through OVC, our funder, and we were able to provide match waivers for programs, which I think has been really helpful. And our contract management specialists who monitor these programs stayed in constant contact with their programs to make sure that they were getting what they needed, and to let us know what their challenges were, and to figure out ways to ease the bureaucratic burdens that they were facing so that they could provide services as easily and as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that was certainly, I'm sure, appreciated by so many agencies. And folks, we recognize that our captioner, their internet keeps going in and out, so we apologize for that. I believe it is working again, and so we apologize for that. We do have a professional captioner on, so that should hopefully help with that. Elizabeth B., if you are on and not addressing the captioning issue, but we'll come back to her. We'll go back to Elizabeth C., Elizabeth Cronin. We did that great webinar over the summer, and that is something that's been a real pivot for OVS. And we mentioned Blake and Rachel earlier. Can you talk a little bit about some of the work there and some of the feedback that you've had from agencies as you move from that once a year amazing conference to now doing these webinars? I always say the best food in New York is at the OVS conference that we go to. You don't eat
not paid for with federal dollars.
Of course, no, never. But you don't eat for a week before you go to the OVS conference. But talk a little bit about the webinar series and some of the work that you and Rachel and Blake and the team have been doing there.
Well, one of the things that there's, a blessing and a curse that's come out of the pandemic. And the blessing is that we have technology, and that we know how to use technology, and that we were able to move to different platforms in order to continue our work more smoothly. I can't imagine having dealt with this 30 years ago. And, this way we have been able to provide assistance in a way that we couldn't before. And one of those ways is through the training program. And I cannot say enough about the work that Blake and Rachel have done to completely transform how we were able to provide training, and not only to be able to provide the training, but the content of the training. So, we thought very quickly about what do the programs need? We reached out to the program and said, what do you need to hear from us? What are the challenges that you're having that we can be responsive to? And one of the great things about using technology for these kinds of programs, even though we're all zoomed out, is that, you've got 800 people here. Well, and like Sandra was saying, if it's storming, people might not be able to get there, or they can't afford to take the time to go to a conference. And so now people all over can come to these conferences and get the content and the support that they need. So what we did is that we sat down and we thought about, okay, what do programs need to be learning about? So we totally transformed what we were going to be presenting to a series of webinars and programs that encompassed, strategic planning. And because we have been we've been talking to programs over the last year or more about the concern that the funding at the federal level was in jeopardy, the extent of the funding, not the funding itself, but the extent of the funding was in jeopardy. And so we've been talking to programs. So we were able to provide all that kind of content. But a lot of it too is like, how do you work with technology? How do you provide these services that way? How do we support our victims with new means, of doing it remotely? How do you support your staff in doing it this way? And so, we really were trying to respond to the immediate needs. Self-care, this has been, I am in awe of those of you who are parents of young children who have had to not only continue supporting crime victims in New York, but you've had to support your children through a really difficult time of homeschooling and all of those issues. And so, we bring home into the workplace just as we bring work into home. And so we wanted to provide content that would address those issues as well. So and a lot of people were able to access these trainings because they were using technology so proficiently. So I think it was very successful. And for those of you who know, we provide a whole wide array of offerings, from one-on-one, if you ask, you put in an application to us, you can do one-on-one, like executive training, to small group training, to large group training, whatever your needs are, we have continued to provide those services just in a different format.
And Elizabeth's mention of zoomed out reminded me of our intention to turn off the PowerPoint as often as we can. So I did that. If folks, and many of you have, but if folks are willing to and able to turn their cameras on and comfortable turning their cameras on, it does help. We are trying to recreate as much as we can what would have been the live in person. Our colleague Delcy made a note in the chat. Feel free to introduce yourself in the chat. I think that is a great way of trying to reproduce that. So yeah, turn those cameras on if you are able to and willing to. That would be great. Elizabeth C and Elizabeth B, as soon as she comes back, and it looks like we have the closed caption back. So thank you for that. We are now going to be pivoting. We are hopeful that we are coming out of COVID-19. Many people have been able to access a vaccine. We are hopeful that those numbers can increase. We also have a different federal administration who may have different legislative and executive priorities. we want to move the conversation into what we can expect in a post-COVID environment in victim services. Are there lessons we can take from COVID? Are there positives, as it were? Are there silver linings of this awful year and awful pandemic that we could bring forward? I know certainly on the SUNY side of the house, we are doing more and more of these digital conferences. Last year, Elizabeth and the team put on the third Spectrum conference, and we went from 826 to 1,650 people participating. And was it the same as live? It wasn't the same as live. It wasn't the same. It'll never be the same. We're not going to have 8 sessions at a time. We're not going to have Charlie Craig and David Mullins, you know, making everybody cry from the stage. We're not going to have that in a digital conference, but the access, 49 states, 5 Canadian provinces, folks who would not have been able to fly to Albany, New York, even though, as you all know, we're all mostly New Yorkers here. We all know Albany is the greatest metropolitan city in Albany County, right? It is just I love it. Right. And so let's talk about some of the things as we pivot out in victim and survivor services. Maybe Elizabeth C., if you can start, and then Elizabeth B., if you can kind of join in. What silver linings can we take to this to do an even better job in serving folks going forward?
I think we learned that we can do it, that even when we are stressed to the max, that with all the challenges we faced, we were able to figure out ways to do our work, to help each other. I have to call out, I don't know if Lindsay Crusan-Muse is on this call, but those Monday morning advocate support calls have been amazing. Not only is it because they are sharing information and support with each other, but many of my staff attend. And so we're hearing through that call from you about what you need, and so we can react very quickly. And I think that was an amazing idea, a wonderful tool that's still going on during this time. I spoke with an advocate who deals with a lot of young people, and she said that she found many of the young people preferred the Zoom type counseling, and that was news to her, you know, that because the model has been, for the most part, you know, one-on-one, in-person kinds of interactions, that because younger people are so used to technology, unlike some of us dinosaurs who are still trying to figure it all out, you know, that was something that was unexpected to her. And so they will likely have to kind of figure out, you know, how to offer more of a hybrid, more hybrid options for people. And, you know, what we have learned at our agency is really to build on the training stuff. I mean, I see Blake here, you know, he can certainly concur that that our desire and ability to really just get very creative about how and what we were going to offer as training options is really important. And I think it educated us about the breadth of what programs need from us. And it has given us the opportunity to really rethink how we do things internally. You know, whether the systems that we utilize and have utilized for a long time are the most efficient ways. And this has taught us a lot about how we should be innovating and changing in a lot of different ways. And also that, you know, I had mentioned that TeleSafe program, how important it is to use technology in that respect. And that, you know, we want to be expanding our ability to fund innovative options like that.
And Elizabeth B.?
To be honest, I was on the phone with the closed captioning.
No problem. We were
but
just
I
talking
think
about
the question, what
no
I would
problem.
kind of Sorry, go ahead.
We were just talking about coming out of COVID, lessons learned, and some of the things that you and the SUNY team have done to shift during COVID. And I absolutely understood you were taking care of the captioning. But folks never see the behind the scenes, all that goes on behind the scenes.
Say the biggest lesson learned throughout COVID would be that just having the chance to recognize the overwhelming resilience of this community of professionals, and being able to witness the pivots made so quickly without, obviously there was no playbook for any of this, but it's really been just such a treasure to be able to see how folks have transformed the work that they did on the fly. And I know I had the opportunity to see that with my own colleagues, some of the educational resources that folks have created and put out on social media, and just campaigns created really quickly to help meet students and victims and survivors where they are, is something that it was definitely a crash course, and I think something that we'll continue to do moving forward, because it was our only option in terms of actually reaching students, was in the digital space. But I would say within that it was just really remarkable to see how resilient this community really is.
I would also point out that one of the things we learned is about teleworking. I'm a bit old school, and so I like going to an office, and although I'm kind of enjoying wearing sweatpants and jeans, but I get a lot of energy from being around other people in my office. Not everybody does. And, there's a lot of, I think they found this with students, that introverted students some of them are doing better with remote school, and some staff are doing better with remote work. And, we have, as a result of that, we have come up with a draft of a teleworking policy that once we get back to normal, that we are going to be looking to institute some form of a hybrid teleworking program for our staff as well, because they really, and now granted, none of us, there's nothing to do outside of being home, basically. So it's a lot easier, I suppose. We're all stuck here, but that people have done surprisingly well, and some staff have done better. Not having the distractions that they experience being in a large office or being in cubicles. And so that's been a really important lesson for us as an agency.
And just a note to our closed captioner, those are coming as direct messages to me, not closed captions. So we just want to make sure those go as closed captions, not direct messages to me. And thank you, Elizabeth. And Elizabeth, I want to close out this part of the session before we take our break. We're going to hear agencies are open. They are serving victims and survivors. The hospitals are open. We're going to hear from Kaylin. We're going to hear from Nancy. OVS is open and processing claims. We're going to hear from Shelby. Law enforcement is open. And yes, there are limitations on everyone across the board, but folks are still working. They're still doing their jobs. And that's one of the things we were hearing in planning these conferences. Well, the hospitals certainly are. So, oh, no, they are. Oh, well, the agencies aren't. Oh, no, they are. And so a bit of an announcement. We all together have been working on a video series, the Don't Wait campaign. Elizabeth C., this has been a priority of yours for a number of years. We have some great colleagues at SUNY. And do the two of you want to just chat about that, the social media campaign upcoming?
Well, it is important. I think we did learn that how do we get information out to people about what's happening? We were also frightened at the beginning of this, and there was a lot. I know there were a lot of questions that we got about the court system. Are they open? Can you get an order of protection? Can I go to the police? And that was a real challenge, I think, for the public, is what's happening here. And so we have come up with this idea. We want to make sure that sexual assault survivors, and this has been a real concern of mine since the beginning, is that go get help. And, you know, whether you want to go to law enforcement at some point, you know, the point is go get help, get a test, get your medical needs met. You know, evidence can be collected. We're going to hold it now for 20 years. Make sure that you take care of yourself, that these resources are available. Get the support that you need, and, you know, the other issues will take care of themselves.
Yeah, and we're just excited to be working with you all on this. We've got some really skilled designers and creative folks on our team. Morgan Clifford and Philip Potter have both worked really hard on collaborating and creating the Don't Wait campaign with you all. So we're excited to be able to get the word out about that.
And I can't wait to go back to SUNY's Got Your Back events. Those were so fun. I think the last one we did was at the Barclays Center before everything shut down with the Islanders. And we got such great attention for the work, and people get so engaged with that project. And that's what's so much fun about it. And it, you know, it has a wonderful message, but not in a scary way.
It's really something when 18,000 people are watching a video on the big board about SUNY's Got Your Back and OVS. You just pick yourself and say, I couldn't have imagined this. Well,
and we had cool shirts.
And we had cool shirts. I mean, it was the best. So Elizabeth, thank you. We are going to bring on Roma at this point. Roma Shah, who is our colleague at SUNY and the SUNY's Got Your Back program, as part of our Office of General Counsel. And Caroline and Jessica, you should be able to unmute. Roma, I am going to put back up the slides, and you can move us to our next section and your remarks about the Spark program. Roma?
All right, thank you, Joe. As Joe has said, I'm Roma. I use she and her pronouns, and I'm a staff associate here at SUNY. I'm going to introduce the news from on campus, the Title IX final rules, expectations for the next administration section, and I'll introduce Jessica, Caroline, and Joe again in a little bit, but first, I wanted to talk about Spark. SUNY Spark is a free online prevention training. It's completely customizable to best reach the students on your campus in your campus culture. It's evidence-based, cutting-edge content, and meets the requirements of Clery, VAWA, and Title IX. And of course, it's free, as always. SUNY Spark 2.0, which is available right now, was launched in fall 2019. There's also TRACK, which is the Alcohol Education Companion course to Spark. Spark 2.0 includes a 125-page user guide on how to customize it and how to enter your own information into it. And again, free. We are launching Spark 3.0, which is going to be a generalized training for all campuses in the United States. Joe really wanted Spark to be completely customizable, but Elizabeth and I said, we need to create one that's more accessible by campuses that they can just download. And so he finally relented and let us do this. And so it can be customized if you desire, but it's not necessary. It's meant to be, you can download it and automatically upload it to your LMS or your website. But possible areas for customization are the Title IX coordinator, campus policies, and then the various on and off campus resources a college might have near them. Some new things we're adding is we're adding the 10 signs of unhealthy relationships and other things, but Joe has moved the slide along.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
So sorry.
We'll be adding some state-specific laws. So for New York, we'll be adding enough is enough. And we'll also be adding a reporting timeline to help students understand what happens when they take a incident to the campus. And now it's just a short video to kind of show some of the new things we're adding. So this is about being an active bystander.
I encourage students to be active bystanders. That means paying attention if it seems like someone needs help and being willing to be the person who can provide that help. You can be an active bystander by being direct, by distracting, and by delegating. Be direct and step in to voice your opinion that whatever is happening is not okay. Some examples would be calling out the inappropriate behavior or standing up to others. You can also include asking someone if they're okay and offering help. You can try to disrupt the situation by distracting those involved. For example, asking a random question like, "Have you seen my friend?" Giving a compliment to the person, or asking if someone can show you where the bathroom is. If you do not feel comfortable addressing the situation yourself, there's nothing wrong with delegating. Power in numbers can be extremely effective. This can be as simple as asking your friends for help, informing an RA or trusted campus resource, or if you're off campus, like out at a bar, you can tell the bouncer, and you can always call the police or campus public safety. Bystander intervention allows us to play an active role in preventing further or future harm by intervening in a situation. While it may feel awkward or hard to know whether you should intervene or not, just remember that if something feels wrong, then it probably is. While not everyone comes here with strong bystander skills, we hope that you come with an open mind and think of yourself as someone who can learn to be a better bystander. We encourage students.
And so that's just a short example of the things we're going to be trying to include into the new Spark 3.0. And Spark will also be having a toolkit that accompanies it. So it'll have a user guide on how to customize the modules if you wish, and then customizable educational handouts that will show you the on-campus resources, and you can customize that to the specific contact information for yours and things like what happens when you report.
And Roma, and we will have a Broadway performer who is going to be doing our voiceover. So we're very, very excited about that. And just so everybody knows, Roma has been doing an incredible job putting this together along with her colleagues, our colleagues, and we're excited to launch that.
Yes, and it'll be coming April 2021, so just a few months away. And with that, I will introduce the speakers again, I believe. We have Jessica Morak, who's a staff attorney at Sanctuary for Families, and also Caroline Grossens, who's also a staff attorney for Sanctuaries for Families. Both Caroline and Jessica act as attorney advisors for student survivors of gender violence who are pursuing Title IX and gender-based misconduct cases, and they assist them with the criminal justice advocacy process. And Joseph Storch, who you've already met through this conference and in the past, is an associate counsel at SUNY.
And Caroline and Jessica, are you able to unmute? Thank you, Roma.
Yes. Hi, Joe. This is Jessica. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. And Caroline?
Yes, Caroline's here as well.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to have a conversation about Title IX. Jessica and Caroline are doing so much of this work on the ground. I, of course, sit in the ivory tower, so we have very different perspectives. Just a few things to share to put things into context for our conversation. Title IX changed quite a bit in August of 2020 because we had nothing else going on in 2020, so it was no problem reading 2,033 pages of guidance from the Department of Regulations from the department and implementing them. Title IX narrowed quite a bit what it was covering. Now it is only for formal complaints, not phone messages left, not informal walk-ins. Formal complaints by the complainant who must be either participating or attempting to participate in the educational program. So the UPS driver who comes on and says, "I've been sexually harassed by your student," this student again and again and again. There may be other programs, there may be other policies, but not Title IX because the UPS driver is not currently one of your students or attempting to participate. Sexual harassment, the definitions, again, narrowed. Now, many of you have followed the definitions in New York State, which have been, frankly, expanding. New York State and New York City, what is covered under sexual harassment under the New York State human rights law. In the meantime, on the federal level, at least in the now prior administration, sexual harassment was defined three ways. One, employee quid pro quo, of course, being this for that. If you have this relationship with me, I will increase your grade. If you have this, you go on a date with me, I will give you an internship opportunity, something like that. That is quid pro quo. Unwelcome conduct that a reasonable person would feel is severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. So it effectively denies a person. Jessica's doing that. She's emphasizing the and, because we do. Now you might say, Joe, you're making a mistake. Title VII says or, and you'd be right. That is what Title VII says. The Department of Education, Secretary DeVos, did not agree with that, and they changed the disjunctive into the conjunctive, and we got a whole new definition. Obviously, fewer activities meet this definition. I think Jessica and Caroline can dive into that really well. And then the third is the VAWA definitions of sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, or stalking. For super technically geeky reasons, it's not actually exactly the VAWA definitions, but it's essentially the VAWA definitions. And we have a 13-page memo on the difference that you should not read unless you have trouble sleeping, in which case you should definitely read our 13-page memo on that. The harassment, again, narrowed to that occurring within an education program or activity. So remember old Title IX, back in the day, wherever it occurred, if it was blocking the person from accessing educational content, that was removed by the prior administration to only activities occurring in the program or activity. That got really weird during COVID, where so much of our education is happening like this, right? You're not sitting next to each other in a giant lecture hall, Lanigan Hall at SUNY Oswego, where I used to spend most of my time cheek to jowl with 120 other students, right? That is not happening right now. So certainly we have narrowed that quite a bit. The department narrowed the definitions, but oh, they were expanding on the due process. Narrow what's covered, expand due process. The most detailed notice I've ever seen, and I've been doing this for a little bit, more than any court case, more than any other statute. Procedural timelines that in some ways exceeded that has to be done on the criminal justice side. Our colleagues who've done prosecution work, I was never a prosecutor, but they can talk about it chapter and verse much better than I can. The notice delay is more than law enforcement has to do. We all know the most famous New York City detective ever, Detective Benson, the most famous one. She just goes and knocks on the door, right? She doesn't send a letter, wait 2 weeks before the first conversation. So that is an expansion. The procedural timelines expansion, the specific investigation requirement, and the fact that there has to be an investigation report for even the most minor and most major incidents. A hearing, even at our private college, colleagues have to have a hearing. That hearing has to include live cross by an advisor of choice who might be an attorney, maybe not. Maybe it's a roommate, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's WWE superstar, Jake the Snake, whatever their name, whoever it is, Bill O'Reilly. You want to bring in anybody, it could literally be anybody, and a required appeal, prescribed bases for that appeal. Now, there are some things that are not covered by the regulations. New York State's affirmative consent and amnesty definitions, not covered. No reference or limitations on climate survey, SED data reporting, not covered. All our prevention work, not barred, not changed, not nothing. The New York State Bill of Rights, the response for non-covered activities outside the course and scope of outside the scope of the program and activity, outside of the definitions, the privacy and legal challenges. Still, we cannot name victims or witnesses in lawsuits. None of that is effective. We have our joint guidance. If you want to read more, quite a bit more, hundreds of pages on this, SUNY.edu/S/SCI/T9-2020. We have hundreds of pages on that. And, Jessica and Caroline, we're going to sort of get to this in a little bit, but the regulations are in effect. The president-elect and vice president-elect, I guess I should update this slide, have changed. So before we come back to this, I'm going to take off the slides and let's start that conversation. So we've done a little bit of framing. Jessica and Caroline, if you could introduce yourselves, the work that you do, a little bit of your backgrounds in prosecution and in now doing the work representing victims and survivors in these cases. And so let me sort of turn it over to you, maybe Jessica and then Caroline, just so we're not all talking at the same time.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's great to see you again. It's great to be back working with SUNY and OVS. I just want to extend my greatest thanks to Elizabeth Cronin, who is the director of OVS, and we, Caroline and I, work at Sanctuary for Families on a project called the Campus Advocates Project, which is an OVS funded project. And we are so pleased to have gotten that grant to be able to build this project and help survivors. So my background is I started as an assistant district attorney at the Bronx County District Attorney's Office in the Child Abuse Sex Crimes Bureau. And I did see that one of my old colleagues, Benjamin Marzoff, actually just signed on. Hi, Ben, who I was actually younger than him at the DA's office. So, but he was great. So I spent about 4.5 years prosecuting and investigating sexual offenses against adults and children. And I ended up leaving the DA's office because I wanted to go work at Sanctuary for Families with this opportunity to build this program, the Campus Advocates Project, which we had just gotten an OVS grant for. It really wasn't built yet. It was in its infancy. And it was created by my predecessor, Rebecca Zipkin, who is now at World Without Exploitation, but also a former district attorney from Brooklyn. What's the Campus Advocates Project, you say, right? Well, what we were seeing, Rebecca specifically, who was representing all of the complainants in Title IX cases at Columbia, right? That students in the Title IX process would really benefit from attorney advising, right? This is a pretty complex process. It's pretty difficult. It's very traumatizing. And being able to have an attorney advisor who has trauma-informed training, who has dealt with these cases before, is very, very helpful. And so Sanctuary for Families, which is one of New York's largest gender violence organizations, service providers, had a partnership with Columbia University, which we are super, super proud of. And we started in 2015 representing all of the complainants in Title IX and gender-based misconduct cases. And then a bunch of schools started contacting Sanctuary for Families being like, super interesting about your partnership that you're doing attorney advising. Can we work with you? What's going on? Like, what are you available for? And so we applied for an OVS grant to build the project so that we could help students at schools throughout New York City who maybe didn't have enough money or the financial resources to hire an attorney on their own. Now, COVID hit, right? And so everything got pushed into the virtual world. And so since March, we at Sanctuary for Families Campus Advocates Project have been working with students throughout New York State, not just in the tri-state area anymore, because we are able to attend, investigative interviews and hearings on virtual world. So we're working with students upstate New York as well, which was a population of individuals we had never been able to reach before. So we are super, super excited about being here, being able to connect with all of you, because this is our, bread and butter, and we are continuing to work with students. So I want to give Caroline just a second to give her background and how she came to Sanctuary.
Sure, yeah. So I came to Sanctuary from the other side of the aisle, so to speak. So I built my career as a criminal defense attorney, and some of the work I did included work with victims of gender violence. And throughout my time in private practice, as a criminal defense attorney, I was familiar with Sanctuary's work. And so when I saw that they had this Campus Advocates Project and the work they were doing with it, I was very excited to be able to join the team and have been able to see some of the changes that have gone on, as Jessica was saying, now that everything has gone virtual. And so we've had a few hearings actually in the virtual environment, and have seen what that looks like and kind of some of the pros and cons with that. I'll turn it back over to Joe. I don't want to get off script.
And so now this is the part where we want to hear from the two of you. So, you've been doing these hearings. We've got a couple things going on, right? We've got COVID. We've got the challenges of the Title IX final rule. And we're gonna talk about this, noting that maybe 30 minutes from now or so, we're going to switch to, well, this is not going to be the Title IX final rule forever. And we're going to hear tomorrow from our great colleague, Rebecca Weidlinger, who's going to talk specifically about the role of the sexual assault forensic exam in Title IX investigations. We're very excited about that. So we're going to be covering this a bit during the conference. But let's talk about some of your experiences extemporaneously, the experiences you've been, sorry, I get calls all day for, my warranty, the phone is ringing all day. So I apologize for that. So Jessica, Caroline, some of your experiences in the double whammy, as I think Sandra called it earlier, of COVID and the Title IX final rule. What are you seeing? What are some of the challenges? What are some of the things you are doing to help students as they navigate through that?
Absolutely. So what we're seeing is, so we had the Title IX rules hit, and fun, fact, nobody understood them, right? Especially students who it affected the most, right? So we were starting to get from our students, what does this mean? Is my case being dismissed immediately? I don't fit into the parameters. Please, please, please help me, right? And so what we were first seeing was just mass confusion. So we started by, we made videos to survivors, directly speaking to survivors to let them know we are here to explain, we are here to download, let's take a calming breath and let's remember that these are here to guide and dictate, but not everyone's case is being dismissed immediately. We just need to dig a little bit deeper. And so that was one of the first initial things that we had. Then we had COVID, right? And what we were seeing a lot is a lot of our students were now quarantining back at their family homes with their families, and family members who may not know that they were ever engaged in sexual relationships or romantic relationships, or that they had experienced this act of gender violence, right? So now even just finding a place to talk about this was a very difficult task, and especially to go through intakes with Caroline and I, which are pretty, significant, was difficult. So we were seeing a lot of that. When we started talking about the new Title IX rules, Caroline and I are primarily based in New York City, right? And so these new jurisdictional parameters were pretty shocking and a bit intense for students that go to metropolitan schools, because a lot of the gender violence that we were seeing actually takes place in off-campus locations like private apartments, right? The Title IX rules also took away that we could prosecute under Title IX specifically gender-based misconduct in study abroad programs, right? It had to have occurred to someone in the US, which were cases that we had before. So we were trying to deal with a lot of those cases. Additionally, and many of you who work in schools may be aware, cybersexual abuse or non-consensual pornography happens all the time. And we were very concerned that had maybe potentially been left out of the new Title IX regulations. So we were trying to sort of advocate within that space and still support students while making sure that we were connecting and staying in touch with our students who maybe had to go somewhere else to speak to us, or lock themselves in their room, or take out spaces if they were on campus in libraries because they didn't want their friends to know. I just did a Title IX hearing last week, and my client had to get a hotel room because she did not want anyone to know in her house, and she needed a private space. And so she was on campus. And so, that was just an added difficulty. We're also trying to actually use the practical sense of when you are an advisor, right? In a Title IX hearing or even an investigative interview, you're usually sitting next to your client, your advisee, not client, but your advisee, right? You can whisper to them, you can make notes, right? You can't really do that in the virtual world. So we had to think of new ways to actually even just be able to communicate with our advisees, whether that was, texting, or, we didn't really want to use the Zoom chat because those are actually recorded, because now the Title IX interviews are recorded. So we started using things like Google Docs, right? And you can type in live, write live so that each other can see the messages you're sending back. So we had to sort of work around this. And it was a little bit trial by fire, right? Because nobody really knew how to do that. And in a Title IX investigative interview or hearing, as you can imagine, you don't want to be looking down at your phone the entire time, right? That's not really what we're trying to show. So trying to navigate that space was pretty difficult. I know Caroline can probably speak to coming on board. She, in her first week, she joined Sanctuary. She did a Title IX interview, a Title IX hearing. And so that was one of the first in COVID as well, which was a very interesting experience for her, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a couple interesting things about being in this virtual environment. Like Jessica touched on, it has allowed us to serve students outside the New York City area. And I think we feel really grateful for that and are excited about the possibilities of that, to be able to serve students in places where maybe there isn't, an organization like Sanctuary for Families, and just to kind of be able to broaden our scope. So I think that's a real positive that's come out of this. I think in some ways too, we, have possibly even had more FaceTime with clients in the sense that, if they're having a struggle, we're able to say, okay, let's jump on a video call, and that's something that maybe we wouldn't have been as, familiar with doing before or done necessarily. And I do think that not for all students, it depends, but I think that sometimes that face-to-face conversation can be better than just having a telephone conversation. And, it does allow us to get a better sense of maybe some of the body language and some of the things that are going on that you wouldn't necessarily pick up with in a telephone call. And so then we can kind of address that and stop and whatnot. So I think that that's, definitely maybe a positive that's come out of this COVID time that we will be able to kind of bring with us going forward. I think one interesting thing we're seeing now is we've had a few students who are now starting to go back to campus because campus is starting to open up again. And it's the first time that they've been back on campus since last February. And so it's maybe the first time that they're back on campus since they filed their complaint or even since the assault took place. And so we're actually, kind of seeing some re-traumatization going on there. And so that's, just another unexpected turn of events because of how things are playing out with COVID and something that we're dealing with. And then in terms of the virtual hearing setting, so the one of the ones that I did, it actually was under the old regulations, but it had cross-examination. So it was interesting because we did cross-examination, over Zoom, which I'm sure some of you have had to do yourselves. And that presents its own challenges. I think that in this particular setting, we had cross-examination, but we didn't necessarily have, the investigation report and some of the things that will come with the new regulations. So in terms of going forward, I guess I am at least grateful that if we are going to have cross-examination, we'll have some of those other resources to allow us to more effectively do cross-examination. So yeah, those are kind of some of the pros and cons we've seen in the virtual environment.
So,
sorry, Jeff.
No.
No, I was going to say, with to sort of off what Caroline said, cross-examination is, one of the sort of big new things from the new Title IX regulations. And some schools did have, sort of a cross-examination adjacent sort of mechanism already worked in. So we had, I had before the new rules had already been doing hearings with where the schools already had as their mechanism questioning that you could submit, but it wasn't the cross-examination that the regulations have now put in place. And one of the things that's really interesting about this is Title IX, hearings and procedures are not legal proceedings. They're not legal proceedings, but they're implementing a legal mechanism, cross-examination, right? And so obviously that is terrifying to students, both on the complaint, the reporting and respondent side, right? It's terrifying. Cross-examination is terrifying for anyone. And so having to come up with cross-examination questions and for not just the the other side, but for any witnesses that might be in the case, has been a real challenge for students. And one place that I think that our program, the Campus Advocates Project, has really excelled at, because both Caroline and I, as former criminal attorneys, have that experience. In a bit, and don't get bored of me, guys, because I'm going to be around for another hour. We're going to be talking about an advisory resource that has been put out so that we can also make sure that if you are going to be an advisor in a Title IX case, and maybe you're not a former prosecutor or a former criminal defense attorney, or maybe you're not an attorney at all, you are supported going through this process, which is actually now a bit more complex.
And we will hear about that after the break, the brand new 43-page advisor resource. Just an incredible resource. Jessica, you kind of touched on it with the cross-examination, but I want to kind of go back to a bit of first principles in terms of barriers for participation, to have you and Caroline talk about it. You talked a little bit earlier about a student has to read 2,033 pages. They're not going to do it. I mean, I read it. It's not fun. I don't recommend it to anyone. It's the Title IX final rule is longer than the Bible. It's longer than Moby Dick. It's longer than like the Jane Eyre, but I mean, like it is long. And so that is a barrier, just like accessibility to the rule and reg. We went from a 25-page Dear Colleague letter to a 2,033-page regulation. Okay. You talked about cross-examination, and I'll ask the two of you to kind of dive into that a little bit. But can you catalog some other barriers for students to participate in the process that maybe did not exist prior to, say, May 5th of 2020?
So, I mean, before, there was not this need for the formal complaint, right? And that has been sort of a shock to the system for a lot of students. I think a lot of students are used to being able to sort of just want to report anonymously, and even before, in the pre-pandemic times, I actually had done Title IX hearings and investigations where my advisee actually didn't go to the school that they were reporting at, right? Which is obviously not allowed anymore. So that has been a barrier, not being able to report. So especially it's hard to think about this when you're not living in New York, like a city like New York City. But in a city like New York City, students are meeting each other from different schools. They're meeting each other on dating apps. There's a lot of them. I can't name them all, but Tinder is very, very popular. So a lot of students are meeting each other on Tinder, and there is gender violence happening, right? And so before the new regulations, there was an act of gender violence, and student A went to one school and the respondent went to school B. I had represented student A in a Title IX investigation and hearing at school B. So that's a barrier of reporting. And sometimes these are very, very serious cases, right? So that's been a barrier. I think not reading the regulations is definitely one of the biggest barriers, but now they're hearing the idea that they have to have a hearing, right? And that alone has been a barrier, right? Many students at many schools the Title IX process did not include the need for a live hearing. And the idea of just facing the other party has been a stop barrier for many, many, many students, I would say, especially, I've even had students who have withdrawn in the process once they realized that there was going to have to be a live hearing. And that has been, very detrimental to, I think, or not detrimental, but it's been difficult for students to sort of internalize. So that's been a bit of a barrier, I would say.
And you do not need to participate in the investigation and hearing process in order to obtain resources, or what are now called supportive measures. So a student can have their academic courses changed. A student can have their residence hall changed, other supportive measures without participating in the hearing. So whereas that might have been a sort of a part and parcel of an old process, now you can obtain that without participating.
Absolutely. And students do avail themselves of that. I think that's especially helpful now with virtual classes, so that they can change classes if they need to, or make sure that, because they might have to see that person in a Zoom class, or just seeing their name. So that's been really, really helpful. Also, a lot of student clubs are starting to meet again. And so making sure that students aren't in the same clubs together and getting those supportive measures, I think has been very, very helpful with the return to campus, right? Because the return to campus has been difficult enough with, all the COVID protections in place. So having those supportive measures is important, and the ability to access those, whether or not you're pursuing a formal complaint, is very important.
At the same time, as long as you've obtained the supportive measures, if the hearing seems very scary and challenging, there's really no incentive for the victim or survivor to participate in that hearing process, which is understandable on their end. But from the college's process, now you sort of run out of running room in actually investigating and adjudicating this case.
It is true. We have been, both Caroline and I have been pretty, I don't know if lucky is the right word, but a lot of our advisees do end up deciding to go through with the process. It's not without its challenges, but do end up, I have had students withdraw, but, at the end of the day, the support system is, I think, what really gets them through. And there's even been, some schools that I've worked at that have adopted a dual model program. So have two advisors, one who is a, really more of a legal advisor, so an attorney advisor, or someone more who's the procedural person, right? And then really more of a support person, someone from like a share office or a counseling office. And that's been really, I've loved those models. I would love to see New York adopt that approach for all schools, because while I am a trauma-informed practitioner and have been FEDI trained and forensic interview trained, not every single person who's going to be acting as a legal or procedural advisor has that level of support. And it is a different role, right? Being able to advise someone on the procedures of the process, creating the cross-examination questions, deciding what evidence to give in, or how organizing the evidence, suggesting witnesses, that is a different role than just the emotional support of going through this process, right? And while Caroline and I wear those hats, both hats at the same time often, it is great to have another person for that student who might be from, the share office or counseling office. So that has been really helpful. And I think that's been even more helpful during COVID times, because it's kind of nice for the student to see two friendly faces.
Caroline, additional barriers that you've identified?
I think Jessica touched on a lot of them. I do think this idea of a dual model is something that could be really powerful. And, this notion that students now have to go through cross-examination and live cross-examination, and having, opposing counsel question them is extremely scary for students. And as their attorney advisors, we have to prep them for that. And so that's kind of an area where you could really see this dual model playing out, because after we go, and as Jessica said, we're trauma informed. And so, we are able to kind of hone in on whether it is too much for a student at a given time, or if we need to stop or whatnot. But as we're prepping them, for cross-examination, those can be some pretty intense sessions. And so, for a student to then have the ability to have someone else that they can, process that with and kind of work through that with is really helpful. And I think that we see a really big difference in the students who do have some kind of support person that they're working with, and we are able to see, kind of what a big difference that makes in their ability to process the events, but also just go through the process, because it is, an arduous process. And now in COVID times, it sometimes is going on very long as well. And that's definitely a struggle because it's not something that is just over in a few months. You know, some of these cases have been pending for over a year now. And so more than anything, the students just want it to be over.
So let's kind of go through the process. You know, let's start with the intake. Let's start, you know, whether something fits the definitions that we showed in the slide earlier, and that kind of initial conversation with Title IX and the investigation. Could you chat about some of the challenges you're finding, some of the solutions in the kind of let's start with the intake, initial work, and the investigation, and then we'll go over to the big issues in the hearing.
Well, some of the really big, you know, challenges on the outset is really just figuring out if the conduct fits the definition and the jurisdictional parameters, and you know, supporting the student if their case is going to be dismissed from Title IX because it doesn't fit those parameters and may be handled by another policy of the school, right? If the school, which many do, have like a non-Title IX gender-based misconduct policy, you know, at first glance, a student's feeling like, well, wait, but now I've been dismissed. Like, and so sometimes that's enough to turn off a student. And so being able to work with Title IX investigators to sort of look at the facts specifically, does this count, right? And I think we see that the most with either the definitions, right? The sexual, like, assault, dating violence definitions, and what used to sort of been called the hostile environment definition of sexual harassment, you know, the one that now has that "and" in there, right? That's a pretty high standard. It just is. And so we have seen, you know, cases where unfortunately Title IX is bound to say that this does not meet the definition, and so is having to dismiss those cases. Now, we as advisors, and if, you know, anyone on this call is going to be an advisor in a Title IX or gender-based misconduct policy, you know, case, is going to have to assist their advisee in potentially, you know, working with Title IX to see if, you know, if and when there's any way that this could fit, and then if not, transitioning to the next policy. Additionally, you know, now informal resolutions or informal processes are available to cases that they were not before. So having that extra step of walking a student through their decision to either go through with a formal, you know, maybe we fit the Title IX definitions, but now we have this sort of like fork in the road, right? Are we going to go down this formal process, or are we going down this informal resolution process? And then there's that additional conversation. So we've added into our practice in some cases, Caroline and I, preliminary conversations is what we call them. So sort of before we have the actual intake where we go over, you know, every single thing that's gone on, every piece of gender, you know, every fact of gender violence, just sort of explaining what the formal process looks like versus the informal process, what they can gain from the formal process, what they could gain from the informal process, and what they cannot. So students often come to Caroline and I and say, I want an apology. I just want an apology. And we have to explain that even going through the informal resolution may not result in that, right? Explaining what the informal resolution is used for, what they could, and trying to, you know, figure out, are there any specific goals that you would like, that you really want to have, that would be achieved through the informal process? Maybe, you know, you and the respondent are both in the band, and there's going to be, well, not in COVID times, but maybe there was a trip to Disney that was going to be the band trip, right? Maybe in formal process, we could get an agreement that the respondent will not go on that trip, right? Maybe that was super, super important. So it's really sort of starting out at that juncture and deciding that we're going, where we're going to go from there. And then once we've decided, you know, for the formal process, that's when we really start getting into the meat of everything, doing our initial intakes. And, you know, it really depends on timing. You know, if Caroline and I aren't involved at the beginning, as many of you know, Title IX does not require advisors to be provided until and unless for cross-examination. So we may not be, you know, advisors may not be brought in at the outset. We hope that they are. That's definitely the most trauma-informed practice, to have the student have an advisor. But if we are involved early on, you know, we're starting to prep for that first initial interview with Title IX, and letting them know that that one interview might not be the only interview. You know, there's definitely and usually a follow-up, maybe more than one follow-up, and starting to get them prepared and have that in their mind so that they can really achieve that goal is part of our like initial sort of work.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that just jumping off what Jessica was saying that is interesting is, like Jessica mentioned, you know, cross-examination is a legal mechanism, and these proceedings are not legal proceedings, but cross-examination, so to speak, still operates in the same way, right? And so the same idea is still that you are trying to point out different areas where the person has been inconsistent, or different areas that may shed negatively on their credibility. And so we really noticed this in terms of having us involved early on, because it allows us to really work with the student from the beginning of the process and really help them understand that, you know, everything that they're going to say in this process is going to build a record, and that record is ultimately what's going to you know, determine their case at the end, what's going to be presented at the hearing. And so, you know, we have come in on cases not from the outset, and there's definitely challenges that can occur with that, particularly when you're now operating in an environment where there is going to be cross-examination and they are going to be asked about previous statements that they made. And so, you know, we have found how helpful it is for a variety of reasons, but you know, one reason being this new cross-examination, how helpful it is to really work with students from the get-go.
That's excellent. And let's move into, so now we've got the investigation report, and maybe if you want to touch on for a second that sort of new timeline of, you've got the, what is all the evidence, goes to everybody, 10 days, feedback back, the investigation report goes to everybody, feedback back, and then you go into the hearing and talk about that sort of, for some institutions, brave new world, right? Many institutions were doing hearings before. I'd like you to talk a little bit about the difference between, I think what Jessica, you referred to as cross-examination adjacent. We would often call that as cross through a panel or cross through the hearing officer, and talk about that a little bit. That was kind of the compromise we had developed in New York and nationally towards meeting our due process requirements, but in a bit more of a trauma-informed, less legalistic, more fact-based way. So let's dive into that. So you've got that kind of right before the hearing and hearing challenges, lessons learned moving forward. Oh, Jessica, you're on mute.
I always do that at least once.
Yeah.
So you've got those 10 days, and those 10 days, the clock goes quick. You've got that investigative report, which might be 60 to 120 pages, right? And you've got to get through that report in detail. This isn't like a skim through, sort of just like read. You've got to really dig deep, because one of the things that's really important is you and your advisee need to let Title IX know this part is incorrect. This is inaccurate. This is a mischaracterization. This should really be clarified, and potentially submit questions that you'd like additional witnesses to be asked. So you've really, really, really got to dig deep. And especially for, you know, as Caroline was saying, if we were not the advisors throughout, right, we're sort of reading what our advisee has said during the investigative interviews for the first time, right? And so we're really trying to not only learn the case, but learn what's already been said. So many schools have mechanisms for writing up, you know, submitting submissions to the draft report to sort of say, you know, what's inaccurate, what's not. So you're working on that. This is also sometimes last call for evidence, right? Usually the evidence should have been given beforehand, but this is really like last call for any evidence, which you need to get organized. So there's a lot going on during this very small window. Well, you're also preparing for the hearing. Right, you're thinking about, you know, who do you want suggested as witnesses, looking at their, you know, what's going on in the investigative report, and trying to download and sort of parse out this really lengthy document, which, you know, is difficult for anyone, even Caroline and I, who have dissected giant and, you know, very complex criminal cases. So I can only imagine what it would be like for an advisor who might be the student's best friend from sociology class, right? So that's really, really difficult. Going into the hearing is a very different world now, with especially the cross-examine piece. So what I call cross-examination adjacent, what did you call it, Joe?
Through the panel. Through
the panel. Well, that makes more sense because that's the description. So in the new rules, if the mechanism of the school was to have a hearing that had cross-examination through the panel, you were submitting questions to the panel that they would review. And if they felt that your question was appropriate and relevant, they would ask the question themselves to the party, right? And that's how these cases were proceeding. Now, those questions were usually given, it really depended on the school, but sometimes those questions were given in advance, usually at maybe like a predetermination conference that you might have, or sometimes they were submitted at the hearing. And obviously, you know, if new information was coming up, you were submitting that at the hearing. But it was being asked by the panel, right? It was coming from the panel. But now, under the new regulations, the questions are cross-examination questions, and they're coming from the advisor. So if I am the attorney, or I'm the advisor in that case, I happen to be an attorney, I am the person asking the questions of the opposing party and vice versa, right? So I want to just sort of sit for a moment and imagine a consideration or a scenario where one student has been assigned an advisor from the school who is not an attorney, but the other student has actually hired their own attorney, right? So now you're having one student be questioned by potentially a seasoned attorney who has done this many, many times. And the other student is being questioned by an advisor who may have never had experience drafting cross-examination questions, right? So it looks very different. It does feel a lot more adversarial, I will say, with advisors posing questions to the other party rather than it coming from the panel, because the students were already sort of familiar with the panel questions because that's what they were getting throughout the hearing, right? It's the panel asking them questions, it's the panel asking the witness questions, but now it's from the other person's advisor. So I will say that it has created what feels to me, having done hearings pre and post the new rules, it does feel more adversarial. I will say that one sort of silver lining of the new rules is, and I say that cautiously, is that they do require an advisor to be assigned. And that wasn't true before. And so that is very helpful, because having a student not have anyone by their side is just devastating. So so the hearings definitely look a little bit more adversarial than they had been before.
And Caroline, any sort of additional things that you're seeing in the hearing process and some of the challenges there and some of the solutions you've been thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think what Jessica said about it being more adversarial is definitely a highlight. And I think that, a challenge is that a respondent can have and often will have an attorney, and that attorney, like Jessica was saying, may be very comfortable doing cross-examination. Maybe it may be something that attorney has done many times, and it's not necessarily something that attorney, a lot of times it's an on or off switch. It's not a cross-examine light. Attorneys who are used to doing cross-examination, they're going to cross-examine how they know how to cross-examine. And that can look pretty intense, depending on the attorney, depending on the case. And so, again, that's, why I think we're so committed to our work with the Campus Advocates Project, and why we feel very grateful that we're able to help the students we are and act as their advisors, and kind of navigate through them and prep them for that cross-examination process, so that they've seen the worst of it from us in our prep, and they aren't overwhelmed, by the process on that day, because it can be a lot. I think a lot of the, other things I think we've already touched on, just in terms of being in a virtual environment and kind of what that looks like for these proceedings, and what that kind of looks like for cross-examination, and how it is challenging when you're not there with your client and able to kind of be with them in the same location, when that client has to do a hearing, in their bedroom or in their apartment, with the hopes that a parent doesn't walk in the middle of the hearing. Those are definitely all new challenges that we've been navigating in this virtual environment.
And, as we go close to the break, I do want to shift back to the conversation and just to note that Roma put in the chat, Jessica had touched on this a bit, our SUNY colleagues created a resource on the distinctions between 129B and Title IX, so you can get that link in the chat. So the regulations are in effect. There was this thought that, would it be late enough that it could be overturned by the new Congress? The Congressional Review Act, we're out of that window. We did have an election, we did have a change in administration, and that is fully in effect now. The president and the vice president have both spoken critically of the final rule. I think the prior approach, I think it could be fairly said, President Biden would see that prior approach as part of his legacy. That was something he had worked on back in the 90s and in the 2000s, 2010s. So what are we thinking in terms of a shift in approach? And I'll tell you, I just want to point out what I mean by the one track or two track. There's a school of thought that says the department will just put out a very quick regulation that says we're just withdrawing the 2020 regulation and we'll give you something new in the future, 60 days of comments, and then finalize that and then write something new that would come out in a year and a half. The other thought is the department will say, well, let's write something new. Let's just leave it in place while we do that, and we'll both cancel it or basically amend it to something new, and they'll do that as one track. So Jessica, Caroline, your thoughts on this stuff you're hearing from your colleagues on the ground?
So obviously there were a number of lawsuits that were launched against the new Title IX rules. During when they were implemented, we were, we at Campus Advocates was actually assisting with some of those lawsuits. I will be honest, I don't think that these regulations, in the way that we think that they are really going anywhere. I do think that these regulations will, or at least a lot of tenets of them will remain. But I'm hopeful that some parts of it will be either rolled back or amended. And I'm particularly hopeful that cyber abuse will be addressed, because President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have actually instituted a cyber abuse task force. They have recognized that digital violence is real, it is pervasive. And so I am very hopeful that they will be specifically targeting this and recognizing this as a gap in the rules. I am also hopeful that they will roll back the provision that specifically targets only conduct that happens to someone in the US, as there has been gender violence that has happened in study abroad programs. And I felt that that was a very odd sort of, inclusion in the new rules. And so I'm very hopeful that that will change. I think cross-examination is staying, or something at least akin to it is staying, and potentially live hearings. So I don't think that specific tenet is going anywhere. Although I do hope that, there are opportunities to listen to providers, practitioners from metropolitan cities with respect to the on campus or within the program activity parameter, to really understand how many cases that should be addressed by the Title IX process are going to be left out from that. And I think that that voice hadn't really been, I think when people think about Title IX and on campus, they're thinking of big universities where everybody's living on campus. It's all happening within campus. And so I'm hopeful that the voice of students in metropolitan areas and schools and, attorneys and advocates will be heard, so that perhaps that parameter could be changed, because it is very difficult to navigate in that space.
Caroline, your thoughts on what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jessica really covered it. Jessica and I have had conversations about this. And I think that we both kind of feel that, the due process things that they put into place are not going to really be rolled back. And so, for that reason, the cross-examination bit is probably going to stay. And I think our hope is just that maybe around the edges, they'll, like Jessica said, expand definitions and kind of strengthen the procedures around the edges for survivors and victims. But I think, the bulk of it, we feel like a lot of the bulk of the changes are going to be here to stay.
They might return to the questioning through the panel model. That I could see potentially happening, but the idea of a live hearing and questions being able to be submitted, I think some version of that will remain, because I think there were so many schools even before the rollout that were doing something like that. And I think having the hearing is something that's probably going to stay. I'm just hopeful that there will be, a little bit more thought about how that will play out, so that we can maybe take away a little bit of this adversarial process, which really has no place in an on-campus hearing.
And, to that point, I mean, now we do have this virtual environment. And so maybe a lot of those barriers that did exist to having hearings before, aren't necessarily there. And so I guess that's, a positive and a negative. It makes it easier to kind of keep that live hearing piece in some ways.
And so one quick update for folks. Many people had tracked an executive order that came out in September of last year that would ban training on certain diversity concepts, implicit bias, and the like. There was a lot of concern around that. There was litigation around that. That litigation, some of it was successful, but the executive order has been withdrawn on his first or second day in office. President Biden withdrew that. So just a quick update for you on that. At this point, it is 10:45. We are going to thank Caroline for participating and for helping us with that session. You are going to hear more from Jessica after the break, as she is joined by her colleagues from the SUNY Student Conduct Institute, who worked on the advisor resource, debuting it for you all here. Really excited about that. So let's take 15 minutes. We will gather back at 11 o'clock when Morgan Clifford will take us out of the break. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Caroline. We'll see you all in about 15.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I just put in the chat our intake form if students are interested in referring themselves to the Campus Advocates Project.
Autumn in New York, why does it seem so inviting? Autumn in New York, it spells the thrill of first nighting. Glittering crowds and shimmering clouds in canyons of steel, they're making me feel I'm home. It's autumn in New York that brings the promise of new love. Autumn in New York
autumn in New York. It's good to live it again.
Autumn in New York, the gleaming rooftops at sundown. Oh, autumn in New York, it lifts you up when you run down. Yes, jaded ruins and gay divorces who lunch at the Ritz will tell you that it's divine. This autumn in New York transforms the slums into Mayfair. Oh, autumn in New York, you'll need the castles in Spain. To live it again.
Autumn in New York that brings the promise of new love. Autumn in New York is often mingled with pain. Dreamers with empty hands may sigh for exotic lands. It's autumn in New York. It's good to live it Summer journeys to Niagara and to other places aggravate all our cares. We'll save our fares. I've a cozy little flat in what is known as Old Manhattan. We'll settle down right here in town. We'll have Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten
Can our
Island
captioner just
too.
test to make sure that
It's
the
lovely
closed captioning is working,
going
please?
through the zoo. It's very fancy on old Delancey Street, you know. The subway.
Just asking if our captioner, Sky, if you can just type a few words just so we could see that closed captioning is working. Okay, thank you.
Arms are so when balmy breezes blow to and fro, and tell me what street compares with Mott Street in July. Sweet push carts gently gliding by. The great big city's a wondrous toy, just made for a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy. We'll go to Yonkers, where true love conquers in the wilds, and starve together, dear, in Childs. We'll go to Coney and eat bologna on a roll. In Central Park we'll stroll, where our first kiss we stole, soul to soul. And My Fair Lady is a terrific show, they say. We both may see it close someday. The city's glamour can never spoil the dreams of a boy and girl. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy.
And Abby, Gemma, and Adam, if you could just test that the unmute should work as co-hosts.
Hello. Good morning.
Hey, everyone.
Excellent. To start our next session, I want to bring up Morgan Clifford. Morgan is a phenomenal colleague of ours in the SUNY's Got Your Back program, and also the person who developed the name New York Exchange Conference. So Morgan, take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. So welcome back, everyone. My name is Morgan Clifford. I'm a staff associate with SUNY's Got Your Back. I use pronouns she, her, hers. I'm very excited to introduce this session today on the Student Conduct Institute's brand new advisor guide. I worked a little bit on this project, although I arguably had the easiest job of just making the guide look pretty. So I am excited to introduce my colleagues who I know put a lot of time and work and thought into creating this guide. So we have Jenna Reinfurt, the director of the Student Conduct Institute, Abby Marr, assistant director of the Student Conduct Institute, Adam Wolkoff, also the assistant director of the Student Conduct Institute, and Jessica Morak, staff attorney with Sanctuary for Families, is back with us. So go ahead, guys.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Gemma Reinfurt. I'm the director of the Student Conduct Institute. I use the pronouns she, her, hers, and I will let other folks introduce themselves.
Adam, you want to go?
Sure. I'm Adam Wolkoff, pronouns he, him, and I'm assistant director at the Student Conduct Institute.
And I'm Abby Marr, pronouns she, her, assistant director of the Student Conduct Institute.
And I'm Jessica Morak. You all met me already, but my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am currently a staff attorney at Sanctuary for Families. But today is actually my last day at Sanctuary for Families because I am heading out to join CUNY's Office of General Counsel as an associate general counsel. So I'll still be involved in a lot of the work that we're talking here today, but today is my last day at Sanctuary for Families.
Well, we are very happy to have Jessica in the SUNY CUNY family. So we're excited that we'll be able to continue our work together. So let's talk a little bit about the Student Conduct Institute and the Advisor Resource Guide. So the Student Conduct Institute, if you're not familiar with the work that we've been doing, we're 3 years old, I think, having our 3rd birthday here. And we have spent the last several years building a training institute for people who work in the areas of sexual and interpersonal violence, student conduct, Title IX. And we've been developing resources, delivering training all across the state of New York. We had initially divided New York into 10 different regions, and pre-COVID, we were driving all over the state of New York and getting to connect with folks all across all of the different regions, and had an amazing time doing that. And then we have since COVID have switched to more of an online model, but we have had a very busy year, and specifically with the new final rule, we have been trying to make sure that we are keeping our folks up to date on all of the changes in this landscape because it changes constantly. So we decided to push out an advisor resource guide because one of the things I think the Student Conduct Institute does really well, and one of the things I'm very proud of that we do, is think about ways to provide support to the practitioners doing the work in the field. So it's not just theoretical law, like this is what's happening. We really, I think, focus on this is what's happening, and here's something that we can give you that can help you on your own campus work through that change in the law. So the Advisor Resource Guide really came about because each institution was having to work independently with advisors. And we have a huge range of what an advisor could be. It could be someone's parent who wants to help and support their student in that space, or a Title IX specific lawyer from the middle of Manhattan. And there's a real difference in the exposure and experience and understanding of our process. And so we really thought about leveling the playing field there and what we could do to create a common shared language, a common shared experience around the advisor role, and put some things in place that could help anyone who is walking into this process have a better understanding what their roles and responsibilities are related to being an advisor in this process, because it's complex. There's a lot to think about, a lot to keep track of, and a lot of ways to support our students. So on this page, we just have a picture of the front cover of our advisor resource guide and our SCI logo. And those, the advisor resource guide, we're going to be dropping for all of you to be able to access and look at it yourselves. All of this, members of the Student Conduct Institute will find this advisor resource guide sitting in the toolkit. So we have it in there and you're welcome. The idea with this advisor resource guide is that anytime you had a Title IX case, you would print these out, hand these out, give these out to the people who are doing that work on your campus. So all the advisors in your training, all the advisors that you have at your campus that you're trying to train, and make sure they're all on the same page. If you have a pool of folks that you utilize on your campus, if you have an agency that you partner with a lot and have an MOU with like an Aid to Victims of Violence or something like that, you know, they should have your advisor resource guide. And so, you know, we are really, really proud of this work. Jessica, Adam, Abby, and myself have labored over every word, every sentence over and over. And we thought initially it would just be like a little small, like foldable brochure. And the more we started working with it, it's now, you know, 43 pages long. But we think we've done a really good job here in balancing the content and the different aspects of being an advisor.
Yeah, and we've talked about it this morning already. We'll talk about it more throughout today. But just the other reason of like, why now is obviously because both because it's something the field has been looking for. It's a great resource across practitioners, across advisors, across our institutions, but because of these Title IX final rules. And particularly there are changes around cross-examination, yes, but just in general around evidence sharing, around what needs to happen at a hearing, around appeals, that there's a lot of specific things that our students will need to be working through, our institutions will need to be working through, and our advisors. Again, on the screen, you're just gonna see that that title page. And then I dropped in the chat a preview link. So that has the advisor resource guide in it. That's just a link that's going to be live for today, but for all of our SCI members, you can go into your Title IX toolkit and it's there live for you.
So as I said, it's really important to make sure that everybody has an understanding of how to serve as an advisor. And there are really two major functions here and different roles and responsibilities that have changed since the final rule. The advisor role is very different. There's very specific things that have to be done, and Abby and Adam will highlight those, and Jessica as well. And so we're going to kind of walk through what we put in here. So we're going to show you initially just the table of contents so that you can see kind of what we've got. So we start off with understanding the role of an advisor, what it means to serve. So the difference between Title IX and code of conduct processes, the different stages of the Title IX process, and our guide kind of follows that. So if you've ever been to one of our basic compliance trainings, we move through the stages of the conduct process, and that includes incident disclosure, moving into a conduct Title IX proceeding, then pre-hearing preparation, so getting ready for the hearing itself, outcome and appeals, and implementation of determinations. So we have all of these different stages, and the advisor plays a specific role in each of those parts. So what we decided to do was really focus on walking people through that. So we start off in this space explaining that there are different stages to this process. We talk about who can serve as an advisor and conflicts of interest to consider. Considerations, if you're a parent and choosing to advise your student, what you might expect, what some of the difficulties might be in that space for you, and making sure that you have conversations with your student and anticipating, you know, what these hearings will look like. And, you know, what kind of training. There is no gold standard training. There is no, like, everyone who wants to advise anyone in these should go to X. So this is, I think, what we are hoping is that this guide kind of becomes the exemplar, you know, across the sector that explains this process, which is a very specific, it's a very niche audience. This is like very specific, not necessarily broadly applied to anybody working on any conduct case. This is really narrow, but for those people that work here, it's like absolutely vital that they understand some of these pieces. So we do that, set the stage for folks who are brand new to the scene and trying to figure out what to do in this space. And then we move into the role of the advisor. And as I said before, really our two main functions. There's the emotional support piece of an advisor, and you develop a relationship with these students. And then the other side of that is really focused on the compliance pieces, all of the little components that are tricky, and we help our students navigate through those. So how to communicate effectively, what the confidentiality limitations are, ethical obligations in this space. We're talking about a trauma-informed practice, cultural competence, and self-care, because there can be secondary trauma from working with students on these cases, and so we talk about that as well. Then we move into pre-hearing prep. This is a lot of work. Jessica's going to talk through this section, but this is where a lot is happening for an advisor. So she'll work through that section. And then we talk about the hearing itself, what you can expect during a hearing, what hearings look like, and what your role is specifically as an advisor from the final rule, what you have to do in this space. Then we move into the cross-examination relevance. So this is still part of the hearing. This is a very specific piece of what the requirements are, and we wanted to do a deeper dive into this space. So there's lots of information here on what that should look like, and really framing that for people so that they understand what their role is there and how to best support the student and treat all of the students appropriately in that space. And then after the hearing, so when a decision is made, if there's an appeals process, how to help your student understand the findings of responsibility or not responsible, advising your student on how to appeal, helping them with that and what that might look like. And then finally, as I said before, one of the things I think we're very good at is trying to give practical help. And so we created a checklist and a space for people to be able to document and keep track of all of the different things that they're keeping track of during this process. So that's basically our table of contents, and we're going to kind of go into them a little bit more in depth and showcase these checklists. Yay. So Abby, did you want to kind of start off in this space?
Yeah, so as Gemma said, we start with section 1. So we'll do some highlights of different things we want to show you in each stage of our advisor resource guide. And so we'll start with section 1. As Gemma said, this is really about orienting new advisors to this space, or people who've been playing the role of advisor for a long time, but might be new, as we all are, to the final rules. So it walks through the Title IX rules from the beginning, from what the jurisdiction now is of Title IX under the final rules, the definition of sexual harassment under the final rules, and sort of explains what that process is going to look like. It goes through the stages of the process, talks about who can be an advisor, and training or lack of training requirements, but some suggested ideas for the kind of things they think about. And that's to just ground, knowing that people who are picking up this document are not necessarily going to have ever entered a space like this before. And wanting to make sure that they have in 43 short pages, everything they might need, but also in a digestible way.
I think it's important too to consider, these take several months. This is a relationship that will be formed over the course of several months. And I think it's managing those expectations for the people that you advise to understand that this is not just like, yeah, sure, I'll pop in on the day and we can do a quick, I'll be there to lend a supportive shoulder. There's a lot that needs to happen here. So making the commitment to say, yes, I'll be your advisor. When you do that, you are making a commitment to that student. And so really helping folks understand the depth and breadth of that commitment is kind of what we're doing in this first section, so that people understand, okay, I'm signing up for several months of work with this student. And there'll be times when there's a lot of work, and there'll be times when we're nervously waiting for results, and there'll be times when we can't do things, and there'll be times when we are very busy doing things. So there's an important service that the advisor gives to that student throughout the process. So whether you're the advisor for a respondent or advisor for a complainant, it does not matter. Everyone that works on these cases has the same obligations and needs to understand the process in the same way.
And Gemma, I just want to add, I'm so happy that you said that, because I can't impress upon folks enough, as someone who has done this. This is like the opposite of a casual commitment. Like this is not casual. This is not something that you sort of just like spend, you know, an hour a month doing. This is a commitment, and there are a lot of things that are involved. And so that's something that you, as someone, if you're thinking about being an advisor, should really keep in the back of my mind. Do I have the capacity emotionally and bandwidth work-wise to actually make that commitment?
So as you can see, I said before, we kind of broke up the role of an advisor in our minds kind of into these two buckets. So one is the supportive person that's advising throughout this process. And the other is really, there's a specific requirement of the final rule that the advisor complete the cross-examination in a hearing. And so really understanding that there's this piece of advisement, but then there's this very specific role and function for an advisor in this space, which is new. And so it has been happening. There have been campuses who have been holding live hearings over the course of this academic year. Jessica's been at some, so they are happening, and the cross-examination is happening, and advisors are serving in this function. So these are kind of the two main things, and we kind of start through that section as we begin section 2.
Yeah, and just one other thing to note here for section 2, when we talk, and actually the whole document, but section 2 is where we note this, is that we balanced between giving specific workable information and knowing that there is going to be a range of what this looks like on campuses. So some campuses might actually only appoint an advisor later on in the process because they have to appoint an advisor for cross. And so there might be a variance, and everywhere that is true in the guide, including on this page, which is we have a screenshot from page 8 up on the slide right now. We note that yes, you might be appointed later in the process. Someone might hand you this book later in the process. Go to this page and look for cross-examination so that it's both comprehensive and sort of like a, not choose your own adventure, but choose the adventure that you have been assigned throughout.
And so on the next slide, this is just a little bit of a sneak preview on what are the pages of the advisor resource, page 9, I believe. It's kind of a little bit formatted a little bit differently here, but it just kind of walks through what the advisor can do, some of the things that might be expected of them. So, you know, we try to be broad, but also directive, which was kind of an interesting balance to strike, because as Abby said, every process is different. But, you know, helping to create a calendar of dates to work on documents together. Creating shared docs so that you can work with students on documents together, actively listening to students as they process information, just as they prepare to participate. You know, these are just general helpful things that you should be thinking about and framing your work. There are limitations, and institutions will be able to set rules of decorum and limitations on the advisor role, as Abby was saying. So we just kind of included some of those notes here. We have little practice tips throughout the guide, just kind of thinking through some of the different things that might come up. But there's a whole host of activities that advisors have to do. It's really, you know, a unique role, not really duplicated anywhere else. And so we try to have some graphics and some images that help, you know, as Morgan kind of did not give herself enough credit, we had 50, 60 pages of dense text, and Morgan was able to design the booklet so that it's user-friendly. And these are some of the things that, examples of places where she did that, and just kind of breaking up our walls of text to make it accessible.
Yeah, just a couple of note at this stage. So this is still explaining the role of the advisor, especially for the folks on today's presentation, on today's meeting. We wanted to make sure that this comprehensively mirrors what an institution needs an advisor to know about the process, what an institution needs from students and advisors, and also what advisors need to know, so that there's sort of a match. And that includes some guidance on how an advisor should think about communicating with university officials, making clear that this is really like the student is the center of communications, and that you need to help facilitate that. Talking through confidentiality, when it applies and when it might not, and making sure that advisors are in communication with institutions about any questions they have around that. And so on the slide here, we have a screenshot from page 10 of the guide that does that. And then just the final piece of that, which is from page 11 that we wanted to highlight, was considerations for advisors, professional and ethical obligations. And that's understanding that advisors can come, there's sort of 3 or more even groups of where an advisor could come from. They could be an external attorney who has been chosen by a party. They could be an internal employee of the university, or they could be someone else, and that those all have their own obligations that come with them. And so just a reminder that advisors need to think about what those obligations are, and knowing that there might be some tough scenarios that come up that would implicate those things, like disclosures by students of other things that have happened to them, other things that have happened that might be related to the situation, and just trying to come up with some considerations there for advisors to handle these tougher situations. We frame that both in guidance, and then we have an example on the screen of what Gemma mentioned, which is these practice tips in thinking through just how to approach the process and recognizing that this can be a sticky process for those involved. I think that's section 2. Yep.
Yes, we're going to hand it over to Jessica.
Great. So now we're going to talk a little about how the advisor resource talks about pre-hearing preparations, because pre-hearing preparations is actually one of the most important things that you as an advisor can do. And yet I think it's one of the things that are least talked about when you're thinking about the advisor role. Now, as we've already said, as an advisor, you may not be brought in at the investigation stage. You may only be brought in at the cross-examination stage. So this would not really apply. But many times as an advisor, you are able to be involved from the outset, which I can tell you is incredibly helpful to that advisee's case, and is really the trauma-informed practice. And we hope to see that happening more. So we really wanted to dive in the advisor guide to really break down what is involved in the pre-hearing preparations. And that includes getting ready for the interview with Title IX and any follow-ups, and getting ready for the hearing. It also includes, and is very important, about evidence, right? And suggesting witnesses. So if we can go to the next slide, what you're seeing on this slide is just one page of the advisor guide, the advisor resource, incredibly designed by Morgan. I don't know why she said she didn't have a big part in this. She absolutely did. Look at this, it's beautiful. And what is on this page is an entire page dedicated to how to preserve evidence and how to submit evidence, and thinking about what evidence could be existing in your case, right? And that might be evidence that you sort of would have occurred to you, things like text messages. I'm going to talk about that in 1 second. And also encouraging advisors to encourage their advisees to think outside the box when you're thinking about evidence in these cases. Thinking about things like Uber receipts or Lyft receipts, or trying to think about swipe cards, right? Swipe card, records from swiping in and out of campus buildings. Potentially thinking about photos or social media posts everybody's posting that night, leading up to the events of the night. So, TikTok videos. I don't know what everybody's doing these days, but I know there's a lot of it. So there's a lot of things to think about. So have a conversation with your advisee. And so we've listed some of these things on the advisor resource because we want you to be able to be encouraged by that and not have to think about everything on your own. But we wanted to especially highlight on this resource text message evidence, because what do we think is the most prevalent evidence in a Title IX case? It's text messages. It's everywhere. I will tell you, no matter what your case involves, text messages are going to be a part of it. And so what we have here on this page is actually a fake screenshot of what it looks like to take a screenshot of a text message. And we've blown it up for folks so that they can look in, and in the text message bubbles is actually information about how to preserve text message evidence for Title IX in a way that is helpful. So in the text message bubbles, you will see that we're giving advice and information about how to preserve the text message in a screenshot while keeping the continuity of the conversation. And what that means is we don't want any breaks in that text message conversation. As an advisor and an advisee, when you're giving in text messages to Title IX, you want the whole text message thread to be laid out there. Right? And that's kind of difficult to do if there's a lot of text messages. So making sure that you're doing overlapping messages is really important. And so we've included that in the advisor guide. We've also given the evidence or the encouragement in the advisor guide to potentially, if you have a very long text message thread, as many of our advisees will, because they've been talking about this for days and days and days, a lot. Maybe they're taking a screen recording, scrolling through the text message, which creates a video of that text message thread. And then you can just give that over to Title IX, which makes it a little bit easier. These are things that, not every person who's going to be acting as an advisor might think about. And it's certainly not something that most of your advisees will be thinking about. So if you're thinking it, when you're coming to the time where you're starting to collect and organize your evidence, this is a really great page and section to consult because it will help you in categorizing it, organizing it, and thinking about it critically. It also talks a little bit about thinking about early on and throughout, who might your witnesses be, right? And starting to collect and think about those witnesses critically. So, okay. Now, the next page is just some of the graphics that we wanted to show you from the advisor resource. You will see, if you take a look through the advisor resource and study it, as I hope everyone does, because I think it's really great, you will see reference to the word digest a lot, okay? Don't go looking for it in a dictionary. I mean, you'll find it, but it won't really mean this. Digest is a term that applies to one way that advisors can help organize their notes throughout the process. So what is a digest? A digest is a condensed and stripped down outline of a witness's testimony, right? And this can be your own advisee. It can be the opposing party, right? The other party in the case, and or any witnesses, right? And so the place that this probably is going to help out folks the most, and when you're looking through that investigative report, that giant investigative report that is super voluminous, has a million summaries of witnesses, of testimony, and you're thinking to yourself, well, if I'm in the hearing, am I going to be flipping through this 120-page, gargantuan thing to find out what this witness said? Well, that's not practical, right? And that's not fun. So what are we doing? Well, we have to study that investigative report no matter what. So we're stripping down those summaries of those witnesses and we're creating digests. And if you look on what you're seeing on this page is actually a sample digest, what a digest could look like, right? And these come in really handy during the hearing because they're short, they're sweet, and they're to the point. So as you can see, a digest will be broken up by chapter headings, right? Specific events that are important in the timeline of your case. That can happen before the incident of gender violence, during, right? And potentially afterwards. And underneath those chapter headings, you've got bullet points. You don't have 30 bullet points. You've got a couple bullet points. We want to keep these digests to like one page because otherwise they're just as big as the investigative report. Right? These are after you've already taken all of your notes, and this could be notes that you've had from the beginning and through the investigative report, important points underneath those chapter headings to clue you in, oh, this is an important thing about this event, this section of the timeline. You also want to be able to, in this digest, we have here in the guide, it says, cross-reference to any relevant evidence that's appropriate to that event, right? So for example, we have here on the advisor resource sample digest, it says under the event entering the dorm, signed login book, right? And that lets you know, okay, somewhere in the investigative report, there's an exhibit with the login book. And I know that when we're, maybe going over this witness's testimony, we want to be taking a look at that report, right? That sign-in book, that exhibit. Similarly, if there's a specific quote or a specific piece of information that was in the investigative report that might come up during the hearing, you want to cross-reference that page in your digest so you can quickly have it to review during the hearing, maybe during cross-examination or maybe during a break with your advisee, right? This is all about accessibility and making this a streamlined process. What can be really helpful, especially in COVID times, is once you have all your digests, put it together in one document, and there you have a hearing booklet, right? And that is basically your trial binder, if you will, or your document that you're going to use during the hearing, right? And consider making it a Google Doc, a shared doc, so that you and your advisee can make changes to it throughout and also during the hearing, right? Maybe you're writing your cross-examination questions in those digests at the bottom, right? Leaving notes there above that person's digest, so that when someone is, speaking, you've got their digest up, you've got their digest, you're referring to their digest, but you've also got room for notes and maybe those cross-examination questions. So it's just a way to really prepare your thoughts and prepare your advisee. So now we're going to talk about the hearing, right? The hearing is here. You've prepared, you've prepped, you've got your cross-examination questions, you've made your digest, but now the hearing is here. So section 4 really goes over the hearing in great detail. But there is we wanted to just highlight one page from this section that we thought was really helpful information, but also was visually helpful. So as we've talked about, perhaps an advisor in this case is not an attorney. Perhaps it's someone who is, an attorney, but has never done this type of case, right? We wanted to make sure that not only were we talking about what the hearing was going to look like and talking about how to preserve evidence, but really discussing the types of evidence that you might see during a hearing. And so what you're seeing on this page, which is actually page 29 in the guide, is a side-by-side comparison explainer chart of the different types of evidence, right? The different categories of evidence, and then some examples of each, right? This is information that is not, always super apparent or intuitive to everyone, right? And so we want to be thinking about, when we're looking at a particular piece of information or a witness or tangible evidence, is this going to be direct evidence, right? Firsthand or observations, corroborating evidence, statements or tangible materials that tend to confirm a fact, or is it circumstantial evidence, statements or tangible materials that rely on an inference, right? And we're giving some examples in each of these charts so that you as the advisor, when you're looking throughout and going through this process and coming across different pieces of evidence, are starting in your mind to make a mental note. Oh, this is direct evidence. Oh, this is an example of corroborating. And the reason this is so important is because you not only want to be referring back to those throughout the hearing and, calling upon those pieces of evidence that help you, but also these categories of evidence are given different types of weight, right? Direct evidence is usually given the most considerable amount of weight during a hearing because it's direct evidence, right? But for someone who might not be an attorney who's used to sort of categorizing these types of evidence, it's really helpful to have this visual side-by-side explainer so that you're really thinking about this throughout and able to figure out, is this evidence that really is going to help me, or is this really very, not important and immaterial? So we wanted to highlight this, especially because, and we have a little note here on closing remarks, which is explained in the advisor guide. Many schools are now implementing closings or closing remarks as part of the hearing procedure, which is a really great point for your advisee to actually be highlighting those pieces of evidence that are really helpful to their case, because as you will have seen, that investigative report is very voluminous. There may be a lot of materials and hopefully everybody is reading it, but it's big. So it might be good to start highlighting those pieces of evidence, and we want to help you do that.
So thank you, Jessica. And so then on to cross-examination relevance. This was originally going to be part of chapter 4 hearing because it's part of the hearing, but there's just so much here to go through that we had to set it off in a different chapter. Basically, we wanted to really address why we're doing cross-examination at all. Like, what is the purpose of this in a Title IX hearing? So we really wanted to lay that out. And we wanted to do it in a way that would balance the sort of the needs of both experienced attorneys and also people who are new to any kind of administrative hearing. Because really we're talking about, and in both categories, we're talking about folks who don't necessarily know what our process is going to be like. Because if you're an attorney coming into this, like Jessica was saying before, you've got all of like a thick book of evidentiary rules in your head. You're used to a certain style of practice, maybe a certain style of questioning, and it's just going to be different in this setting. So we wanted to emphasize that this isn't a courtroom. This isn't a place where there's an ethical obligation to zealously advocate for your client, that really this is a student-centered process. And also just to let attorneys know that the rules of relevance here are very different than the rules of evidence that you would have in a courtroom. Things like hearsay. There's no like hearsay rules in this setting. So that was all things we wanted to point out. But then also for non-lawyers, we wanted to make sure that they understood why they were doing cross-examination at all. Because it's not intuitive necessarily, like what you're supposed to be doing in that space. Is cross-examination just like asking every question you could think of when in flipping through the investigative report? What we really want to do is kind of channel this questioning in the most narrow, tailored, and useful fashion for everybody. Because in that way, it can really be a much more productive process. We don't want folks coming into these hearings thinking that they're supposed to be human lie detectors. That's just not what cross-examination is about. What we're trying to do is trying to teach that this is just a chance to sort of highlight the most important facts, and also to emphasize and sometimes actually confront when you find a clear contradiction in the evidence. A statement that was given to the investigators, the person said one thing, then at the hearing they say something else. We wanted to give some strategies for doing that. So the next slide, we'll go into one of those strategies. This is something we developed initially when the Title IX rules first came out. We worked with some of our colleagues at some law firms who do this kind of work to try to just develop like a quick schematic to help explain what cross-examination should be like. We have a box in the corner there showing, first of all, what cross-examination is not. So we want to emphasize that cross-examination is not just a chance to harangue or badger a witness or call them a liar to their face or any of that. We want that out of our process. But what we do want to do is to just try to give folks tools so that they know what they're doing up there. So like it could be that going through a process, you identify as an advisor that one of the witnesses, told the police officer one thing immediately after the incident. So it was fresh in their mind. They tell the police officer, yes, the person seemed intoxicated. But then a couple of weeks later, they talk to an investigator, they say something different. Or a couple months later, they're at the hearing and they say something different. So you're totally within your, so the idea here is that you confirm that they made the statement. So you ask a question that did you actually say this? Yes. Then you say, okay, but didn't you say this a couple weeks later? Yes, I did say that. So then you just confront them. Now, this isn't aggressive confrontation. This isn't a gotcha moment. This is just simply saying, okay, so you said this, then you said that. Did this have anything to do with the fact that, you and the respondent are friends? Maybe. So, this is just a way sort of to highlight credibility issues to the decision maker. So we also highlight some practice tips here, which I really thought were pretty great. One is you want to build in the comfort plan and other strategies that you've developed in the course of your representation. You want to bring that to the hearing and to the cross-examination piece. So, you want to get your advisee ready for this experience because ahead of time, this is not going to be an easy experience. We want to take as much stress as we can out of it. And so we also encourage you not just to prepare to cross-examine the opposing party and to cross-examine witnesses, but also prepare your advisee to be cross-examined. And this is where we really emphasize preparation. So do a mock hearing, do some practice questions, try to anticipate what the opposing party's advisor is going to ask. Encourage them to, think before they speak, to take a breath before they speak. That can very much help center them and get them ready to answer. Also, to not look for gotcha questions, because this is not the space really for that, because so much of the investigation is going to happen before you even get to the hearing. All those facts are going to be there laid out before you get to the hearing. So really, surprise should not be expected and anticipated. It could happen, but it probably won't. So we need to prepare them for that. Other sort of just practical tips, like, if you are going to mention a document in your cross-examination, cite to a page number. That can help the decision maker quickly reference what you're talking about. Because as Jessica said, these investigative reports can be pretty lengthy. And then also just think about cross-examination as a chance to clarify things. So it's not just about confronting. It's not just about challenging. It's also about trying to figure out vague statements that were made to an investigator. So let's say somebody said, the witness said the party's demeanor was shady, weird. Well, what did you mean by shady? It could have a lot of meaning depending on the context. So that's sort of the overview of how we've covered cross-examination. We also have some discussion here about relevance. We wanted to give sort of a plain language explanation of what the relevance rules were so that they could be applied in practice.
Thanks. So I will finish our walk through the stages and just talk briefly about what we wanted to highlight in after the hearing. This is a shorter section than others, but definitely important because I think we get through the hearing and there's like sort of a breath and you're like, great, job's done. But there are two important things that happen after the hearing that students need to know and that advisors can be really crucial in helping students navigate. And one of those is the determination regarding responsibility. So actually what the decision's made, students are going to get an outcome letter that could be pretty lengthy after the new rules. By pretty lengthy, we mean 10 plus pages, repeat, maybe repetitious, maybe a little legalese because of what the rules require, and are going to have to read through that. And then if they disagree with anything in it, there is an appeal procedure, and they need to know how to navigate that appeal procedure. And so we lay out those items in this in the guide so that, and really in the framework of this is where advisors can be crucial. And again, in helping students just piece through what they get, making the decision, okay, do I disagree? Do I disagree on the grounds that are allowed for appeal here? And how can I move forward towards asking for an appeal? And so just really finishing all those steps and really highlighting how an advisor can be helpful at the very end of the process as well.
So then we move into the checklist. So Lisa said earlier, yay, checklist. And I feel the same way. A lot of my staff team feels the same way. A lot of SCI folks really love a good checklist. So this is right up our alley. So when we were developing this, there's lots to keep track of. So we are kind of trying to guide you through some of the things to keep in mind. So we have created some points that will be consistent across. And if the idea here is to give you a starting point, we also left some blank spots so that you can add things. So like say, for example, you need to get an Uber receipt, and make copies of that. Then on your checklist, you can add like get Uber receipt. On the column that says notes and reference, you can say Uber driver Steve Jones, and the guiding date, like this is the day that all the evidence needs to be submitted. So I'm going to give myself a few days before that to prep it, make the copies, redact anything or whatever needs to happen in that space to prep the material. So, so we wanted to kind of have a space for folks to be able to do this. We have a lot of notes pages that we tacked on to the end of the advisor resource guide so that you can scribble the things that you need. But the way that we built out the checklist also is very mindful of the final rule. So for example, you want to make sure that any advisors signing any FERPA waivers that are necessary. So we've included that. We want to make sure that our advisors are considering supportive measures. What are supportive measures? Are there supportive measures in place? Are those enough? What does that look like, right? So considerations for supportive measures. So all of these little things that advisors can do to support their student all along the way, we made a note. And if there was some consideration for the date, for example, reviewing evidence, everybody has 10 days to review the evidence. So on our guiding date, we noted, 10 days after receipt, a minimum of 10 days after receipt, right? So we tried to kind of make sure that the checklist matches. We didn't try to, we did. We made sure that the checklist matches the final rule, so that you can kind of know that you're right on the right track with that and can set your calendar to those dates. That's kind of how we finished it out, just with a practical, useful tip to be able to get that together. And it could be that you use something different, but I think this provides a really good guidepost for considerations and things that you need to think about. And I think that will help advisors see how many small items there are to track and keep track of in this process. So that covers the advisor resource guide. As I said before, the advisor resource guide will sit for members of the Student Conduct Institute. It will sit in the toolkit. So you can just log in to the platform under the Title IX toolkit. We posted into different spots. We posted it at the top, highlighted to say, hey, new resource. So you can click on it there. And then we also have it a little bit further down in the section that's appropriate. So you'll see it on there twice. It's the same guide. As we said, if you are an in-person campus and doing some things in person, we certainly encourage you to have 25 of these just printed and ready to go and hand out for hard copy folks. And for those of you who are emailing the doc, you certainly are able to do that to the people that are serving as advisors. So we are really thrilled with how it came out. It's been a project in the making. I can't thank Jessica enough for her partnership with the SCI, because this process for us has been so lovely and collaborative and thoughtful, and it took on a life of its own, very different from what we had initially thought of, but that's how group work is, and I think all of us have contributed to make it even better than any of us individually could have imagined it could be. So just very, very proud of this resource and hope very much that our membership and people across the state and across the country utilize this, and that it makes a difference in how students experience this process. And we hope that it's all for the good and all for the better. So at this time, we just want to take any questions that anybody has about the guide, or just broad questions for any of us that we can answer.
The best way to ask a question is to either put it into the chat, which will go to everyone, or you can send it directly to me, Joseph Storch, where I will ask it in a de-identified way. And while we wait for questions to come in, I just want to add my gratitude and congratulations. In a typical for me style, I just sent an email connecting Gemma and Adam and Abby and Jessica. I was like, hey, you all should talk. And then I kind of checked in 3 weeks later and I was like, what's going on? And Gemma sent me 40 pages of perfectly cogent text. So it was just an incredible process, an incredible work by them. And then they gave it to Morgan, who took it from looking like a wall of text to looking like something that comes out of McKinsey. And I just cannot be prouder of this group, and also of Jessica, especially coming in from outside, working hand in glove. What a great accomplishment. So the first and you have some positive claim in the chat. So any questions, please put them into the chat for our colleagues, and we will have a few minutes for that before we take our lunch.
And thank you guys so much. I mean, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to partner with you in this project. It has been wonderful. The Student Conduct Institute in SUNY is incredible. They have an amazing amount of content. And I think that this guide will be helpful to everyone, whether you are an experienced attorney in Title IX, you are an attorney who has never done Title IX before, or you're not an attorney and you're just coming in as an advisor. And so, the Student Conduct Institute was incredible in putting this together, and we have to just give all of the kudos though to Morgan, who is literally a wizard. She's a wizard, she's a witch, she's amazing, she's a magician. So thank you for letting me be a part of this incredible project.
Morgan's ego after this day is going to be off the hook. So question, when will there be a final copy of the guide? Was asked to me, and I mean, Gemma, but it's final.
Yeah, that's it. That's the final copy. That what got dropped in. That's the final copy of the guide, and that's sitting in the toolkit as well in its final version.
and somebody wrote, it's very thorough and useful. Another, a couple more things. I'll ask a question. We talked in the last session about some possible changes in the Biden administration. What of the guide if we see those changes?
So this is version 1.0, and our full-time job is to keep track of what's happening in this space. There are several of us whose full-time job is just to watch this space. So any changes that are going to be required, we are certainly going to update it. We'll update it with the date of any changes. As Jessica said, they did some belts and suspenders to kind of keep a lot of the aspects of this around for a bit. So we're comfortable and confident with what we're pushing out right now, that it'll be relevant and helpful to the processes that are happening now. And as soon as any changes come out, we will, absolutely make that, make everyone aware that there's been a change, roll out a version 2.0, and, stay right on top of that.
I'd also say there's so much of the guide that will likely be relevant, even if something like the cross-examination rules change. And so it's just a really good resource to think through. I mean, we have like 2 pages on thinking about cultural relevance and identities of your advisees and how that might impact your work. I mean, and all of that, that's not Title IX final rule specific. So, so hopefully it's going to be relevant, and then obviously we'll update with things that change.
So
and it's easy to imagine changes around the edges, but things like cross-examination strategies, I mean, even if the cross-examination framework changes, we're still going to have live hearings. So there's still going to be a lot there that we can build on.
All right. Well, it looks like the questions have slowed down a lot of nice words, and I will share with folks who are writing in for Adam and Abby and Gemma and Jessica and Morgan that those nice words do mean a lot. They put a lot of work into this, and so thank you on behalf of them for all of that, and please keep it coming. We and Abby is dropping it into the chat one final time. I think because the questions have slowed down enough, we are going to move to our lunch. So we are going to take about an hour for lunch. We will going to be starting back up at 1 o'clock. Our friend Shelby Foster from the New York State Office of Victim Services is going to be giving an update on a lot of her work. You will hear from our colleague Delcy introducing her. So we are going to turn off our cameras. We're going to turn on soft music, and when you hear that music end, you will know that we are getting ready to start. So please join us back here at 1 o'clock. Have a great lunch, everybody. Thank you, Gemma and Adam and Abby and Jessica. Thank you, Caroline, for the work earlier, and Elizabeth Cronin, Elizabeth Brady, of course. And we will see you all in an hour.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for enduring two sessions with me. I know it was a lot of Jessica Morak time, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep, and there's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. You could have your choice of men, but I could never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him even though you can. Jolene, Jolene.
Hey, sweet Annie, don't take it so bad. You know the summer's coming soon. Though the interstate is choking under salt and dirty sand, and it seems the sun is hiding from the moon. Your daddy told you when you were a girl the kind of things that come to those who wait. So give it a rest, girl. Take a deep breath, girl, and meet me at the Bay State tonight. And the snow is coming down on our New England town, and it's been falling all day long. What else is new? What could I do? I wrote a Valley Winter song to play for you. In late December can drag a man down. You feel it deep in your gut. Short days and afternoons spent pottering around in a dark house with the windows painted shut. Remember New York staring outside as reckless winter made its way from Staten Island to the Upper West Side, widen out our streets along the way. And the snow is coming down on our New England town, and it's been falling all day long. What else is new? What can I do but sing this Valley Winter song?
love more than going downtown and slumming it with the poor. They pull up in their carriages and gawk at the students in the common just to watch them talk. Take Philip Schuyler, the man is loaded. Uh-oh, but little does he know that his daughters, Peggy, Angelica, Eliza, sneak into the city just to watch all the guys.
Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy, the Schuyler sisters. Angelica, Peggy, Eliza, Daddy said to be home by sundown. Daddy doesn't need to know. Daddy said not to go downtown. Like I said, you're free to go, but look around, the revolution's happening in New York. Angelica, work. It's bad enough Daddy wants to go to war. People shouting in the square. It's bad enough there'll be violence on our shore. New ideas in the air. Look around. Angelica, remind me what we're looking for. She's looking for me. Eliza, I'm looking for a mind at work. I'm looking for a mind at work. I'm looking for a mind at work. Whoa, 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 work.
Ooh, there's nothing like summer in the city. Someone in a rush next to someone looking pretty. Excuse me, miss, I know it's not funny, but your perfume smells like your daddy's got money. While you slumming in the city in your fancy heels, you searching for an urchin who can give you ideals.
Sir, you disgust me.
Ah, so you disgust me. I'm a trust fund, baby, you can trust me.
I've been reading Common Sense by Thomas Paine. So men say that I'm intense or I'm insane. You want a revolution, I want a revelation. So listen to my declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And when I meet Thomas Jefferson, I'ma compel him to include women in the sequel. Work! Look around at how lucky we are to be alive right now. Look around at how lucky we are to be alive right now. History is happening in Manhattan, and we just happen to be in the greatest city in the world. In the greatest city in the world. 'Cause I'm the Cronin, Thomas Paine.
goes on. I can't get used to living without you by my side. I don't want to live alone. Hey, God knows, got to make it on my own. So baby, can't you see? I've got to break free. I've got to break free. I want to break free. Yeah. I want to break
Remember those walls I built? Well, baby, they're tumbling down. And they didn't even put up a fight. They didn't even make a sound. I found a way to let you in, but I never really had a doubt. Standing in the light of your halo, I got my angel now. It's like I've been awakened. Every rule I had you breaking. It's the risk that I'm taking. I ain't never gonna shut you out. Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your halo. You know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can feel your halo. Pray it won't fade away. See your halo, halo, halo.
staring at the rain. A little out of touch, little insane. It's just easier than dealing with the pain. Runaway train, never going back. Wrong way on a one-way track. Seems like I should be getting somewhere. Somehow I'm neither here nor there. Runaway train, never coming back. Runaway train, tearing up the track. Runaway train, burning in my face. Runaway, but it always seems the same.
Seen the lights go out on Broadway. I saw the Empire State lay low, and life went on beyond the Palisades. They all bought Cadillacs and left there long ago. They held a concert out in Brooklyn to watch the island bridges blow. They turned our power down and drove us underground, but we went right on with the show. Oh, oh, oh. See the lights go out on Broadway. I saw the ruins at my feet.
Chase my blues away. I'm gonna ride up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, loneliness falls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me.
Okay, Shelby, just want to test your screen share and that you can unmute. Hang on. I think this is on my end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you. And do you want to just test your screen share?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, that is what I'm having a little bit of difficulty with.
No worries. We have plenty of time.
Okay.
And I can also, we can also test, I can share it and you can take control of my computer.
Okay.
So that's another option.
Okay. So when I go to screen share, it's not giving me the option to open, like, it's not showing me the file that I have open.
So what we may want to do is, Shelby, I pasted your presentation into the master deck. What we could just do is have you request remote control. Joe, if you want to pull that back up, we can make sure that that's possible.
Yep. Give me 1 second. Give me just 1 second and I will. Okay. All right, present. Share. And now, Shelby, I am going to give you remote control. Which, well, let's see. I'll try this one. And tell me if you're able to advance it.
Well, it doesn't look like I can change anything now, so I'm not sure if you've done what you need to do yet, but.
I see that, Shelby, you've joined twice. Joe, do you want to just make sure that it's the correct Shelby who has remote control?
Okay, click to start the remote control. You're controlling Joe's screen.
All right, and it looks like it's moving.
Yes. Is there any reason that all of the formatting is different?
It may be because it was pasted into a different PowerPoint, so it might have scrubbed it. Let's see what we can do about that.
Okay.
We can take it from the native power. I can share the native PowerPoint. If you just want to flip it to me,
I can forward that.
I'm going to stop sharing. And Shelby, do you have a camera that you're going to be using?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to just test that? Yep. Working. Perfect. All right.
Okay, so the original style should be back based on the way that I just pasted it again. Do we want to just see if that's the case? This way you don't have to go back and forth.
Absolutely. Just going to refresh this. Shelby, give me 10 more seconds. I just got to get back to.
Yeah, no problem. Thank
There
you
we
so
go.
much for your help. That is one of the downfalls to our laptops not having cameras on them, is for basically every meeting since March, I've just been my name on a black screen. And I knew that today we couldn't do that. So I've been trying since yesterday to figure out how to get my presentation and my video at the same time. So
Now I am going to remote control. I think I shared it with the right Shelby. So there's two, you're on twice. So did that come through?
no,
Okay, hang on.
sorry.
Not at all.
I will run upstairs. I was afraid I wasn't going to get this to work, so I stayed logged on my work computer. So I will run upstairs and.
I can just remove the other version of you.
Okay, that too.
Actually, Joe, you're going to have to downgrade the other version of Shelby. It's the one with the mic where the microphone is muted. If you just search Shelby in the.
No problem. Okay. And I'm actually going to just rename that Shelby Foster 2. So, all right, now I'm going to share the PowerPoint and give remote control to the remaining Shelby. All right.
Okay. All right. Whoops. Hang on a second. So it says that I'm controlling your screen, but as I'm moving my arrows, I think we're just lagged a little.
I think it was just a little lag. Yeah, but it's definitely moving, and I definitely see the OBS branding.
Okay, great. Yeah, I do too. Wonderful.
All right, perfect. I'm going to move us back to the break slide and put the music back on, and we'll start in about 25 minutes, and Elizabeth will start us up, and she will introduce Delcy, who will introduce you.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Shal.
Thank you.
amongst my troubles. Oh, I'm coming slow but speeding. Well, do you wish a dancing while I'm in the front? My play on time is one. How about the difficulties coming in? Oh, oh, down, 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 well, I will go in this way, and I find my own way out. I won't tell you to stay, but I'm coming too much more. Me, all at once the ghosts come back, reeling in you now. Oh, what if they came in crashing? I used to play for all of the loneliness that nobody notices now. Oh, begging slow, I'm coming. I'm waiting. I wanted to say, I wanted to play, I wanted to love you. And only this far, and only tomorrow leads my way. I'm telling you, I'll sing back and push it into your ear. Please, I only pass you by. Oh, and I wouldn't take any more. What sort of man goes by? I will bring water. Why won't you ever be glad? It melts into wonder. Oh no, I'm praying for you. Why won't you run into rain and play and let tears splash all over you? Thank you very much.
Yahweh. Thank you very much. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution? It sounds whisper. Poor people gonna rise up, get their share. Poor people gonna rise up and take what's theirs. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. Oh, I said you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh, while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution. It sounds like a whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. If I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you. If I could make days last forever, if words could make wishes come true, I'd save every day like a treasure, and then again I would spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. I looked around enough to know that you're the one I want to go through time with. If I had a box just for wishes and dreams that had never come true, the box would be empty except for the memory of how they were answered by you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. Looked around enough to know you're the one I want to go through time
took your coat off and stood in the rain. You're always crazy like that. And I watched from my window, always felt I was outside looking in on you. You're always the mysterious one with dark eyes and careless hair. You were fashionably sensitive but too cool to care. You stood in my doorway with nothing to say besides some comment on the weather. Well, in case you fail to notice, in case you fail to see, this is my heart bleeding before you. This is me down on my knees. These foolish games are tearing me apart, and your thoughtless words are breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. You're always brilliant in the morning and smoking your cigarettes and talking over coffee. Your philosophies on art Baroque moved you. You loved Mozart, and you'd speak of your loved ones as I clumsily strummed my guitar. Well, excuse me, guess I'm mistaking you for somebody else, somebody who gave a damn, somebody more like myself. These foolish games are tearing me, you're tearing me, you're tearing me apart, and your thoughtless words are breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. You took your coat off and stood in the rain. You're always crazy like
Okay, can we just test the closed caption? I think, Denise, you are made the closed captioner.
Excellent. It looks like it's working.
Great. All right, and we will start up again in about 5 minutes.
I saw a man brought to life. He was warm, he came around like he was dignified. He showed me what it was to cry. Well, you couldn't be that man I adore. You don't seem to know, seem to care what your heart is for. Well, I don't know him anymore. There's nothing where he used to lie. My conversation has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's fine, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. So I guess the fortune teller's right. I should have seen just what was there and not some holy light. But you crawl beneath my veins and now I don't care, I have no luck. I don't miss it all that much. There's just so many things that I can't touch, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. There's nothing where he used to lie. My inspiration has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I'm ashamed, bound and broken on the floor. You're a little late, I'm already torn.
All right, everyone. It looks like we are just about approaching 1 o'clock. I hope that everyone had a good little bit of time away from the computer and a good lunch, or at least as good as how much this conference cost. I am excited to welcome my colleague, Delcy Hoya-Reyes, to introduce our next speaker and our next session. Delcy? Delcy, you are muted.
There we go. Had to get unmuted by the host. It's not a true Zoom call if there's not at least one person muted. But thank you all so much for being here. I really hope that the current climate finds you all in good health and, you know, able to connect a little bit virtually with others. These times are crazy. And again, we appreciate all the work that everyone is doing during this time. And it is my pleasure to introduce Shelby Foster, Associate Attorney from the New York State Office of Victim Services, and her presentation on updates from the Office of Victim Services changes to the forensic rape exam reimbursement process.
Thank you, Delcy. I agree with you. It wouldn't be a Zoom meeting if there weren't some technical difficulties. And I'd like to thank Joe and Elizabeth for helping me work through mine on the break when I know that they should have been enjoying some time away from their computers as well. So thank you very much for that. So I'd like to start off also by thanking Joe and Elizabeth again for inviting me to speak at this conference. I think it is an amazing opportunity, and many of you are already aware of the changes, but some of you may not. So thank you for the platform to share the information that I think is most helpful to providers and to the victim population that we're serving. Also, so everyone is aware, it is common for Zoom meetings to be interrupted by cats and dogs. I do have a potbelly pig, and at the moment she is sleeping in the living room, and we are going to do our best to keep her quiet, but you may be in for a special treat when you leave this conference today, having said you were in a Zoom meeting with a potbelly pig. So with that, let's move into our presentation. I am working to control Joe's screen, which I am trying to do, but it does not appear as though we are moving slides. So more of those technical difficulties. Okay. Okay, all right. Now it looks like we're moving. There's just a little bit of a lag, so I'll try and be mindful of that while I'm speaking. So some of you may already be familiar with the FRE program. I'm hopeful that many of you are. So this is an opportunity to talk about some of the updates that happened in June of 2020. So this presentation that we're going to walk through today is actually an abbreviated version of our full training module. And if you are interested in that full training module, please feel free to contact me directly. My contact information will be on the last slide of this presentation. You can feel free to write it down then. Or you can just contact the Office of Victim Services and ask for that full training module. Okay, so some recent statutory changes that I'd like to just mention that are outside of the FRE program, but still may be relevant to the population that we are here to talk about today. Chapter 55 of the laws of 2020 included provisions to amend the public health law and executive laws, not only with the FRE direct reimbursement program changes, but also the Safeway Home Act. Now, we'll talk just a little bit about Safeway Home. The requirements now under this new legislation is that a hospital must inform the patient of any available services by a rape crisis or victim assistance organization in their geographic area serviced by that hospital. And then with the consent from that patient, contact that organization to establish the coordination of those non-medical services and to inform the patient that an organization will provide transportation to a safe location within the geographic region at the conclusion of their examination. So those transportation service provided by the Rape Crisis or Victim Assistance Organization must be offered to all sexual assault patients who have requested such transportation prior to discharge. So hospitals may already be offering and providing transportation home, and they can continue to do that. There are some regional agreements that may have already been formed between the hospital and organizations for transportation at no cost, and that can continue to happen as well. But the key takeaway from this is that all transportation services, whether provided by the hospital or one of the victim assistance organizations or rape crisis programs, must be provided at no cost to the patient. Now getting into the crux of what we're here to talk about today, and that is the FRE program. So the program itself does date back to 2005. It will turn 16 years old this year, just like my daughter. It is designed to ease payment for forensic rape exams and to provide quality examinations by knowledgeable practitioners. The program is intended to give the victim the ability to choose their payment through this program or their own insurance coverage. And like I've mentioned, a lot of this may be repetitive and not new information for some of you who have already seen me speak before or know about the program. So I will try to just cover some of the basics for those that are not as familiar without making this a 2-hour training on things that you've already heard about. So this statute does apply to New York State accredited hospitals, any sexual assault examiner certified by the New York State Department of Health, and any licensed healthcare providers performing these types of examinations within the scope of the discipline in which they're licensed. So that would include providers that are seeing patients at child advocacy centers, at OBGYNs, at general practitioners' offices, clinics. It has a wide reach to the providers that it will apply to. And what the law says is that the provider has to advise the victim of their payment options to either bill their insurance or bill OVS directly for their forensic rape exam related services. And if the victim chooses to use the FRE direct reimbursement program, the provider must then bill OVS directly for those services. And the provider must provide those services without charge to the victim. Now, to apply for FRE direct reimbursement, there's a claim form. It is a one-page claim form that was recently revised this summer to accommodate the changes that were made to the legislation. That claim form is included in all sexual offense evidence collection kits, but it's also available on our website. The current inventory of kits that are out there may have an old version of the claim form. So those providers that may be submitting to the program, just be mindful of that and make sure to include a copy of the new form with the patient's information and the administrative information completed. There wouldn't be any need to have additional signatures. If the old form was signed because that was the one that was in the kit, we certainly don't want you to have to reach back out to the patients to request additional signatures for an administrative matter. Those claim forms then have to be submitted to our office within 1 year from the date of the exam, and the provider must submit that claim form with an itemized bill and any necessary supporting documentation. Now that's a new piece that we'll talk about in just a couple of slides. A reminder that the New York State facility where the exam takes place should be who files the claim, not the individual physician or examiner. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. OVS does require the original claim form, so it's really on the providers to make sure that they're maintaining that original signature from that patient. We cannot accept photocopies and faxes or electronic versions of these documents at all. It does have to be an original pen to paper signature of not only the victim, but also the examiner. So we want to make sure that the providers are holding on to the document that has the original signature, because we don't want that to be the reason that their claim is going to have some issues being processed or accepted. What is considered an itemized bill? The itemized bill should now be, and this is new, in the same form and substance as that would be billed to New York State Medicaid. So The frequently asked questions later on in the presentation will get into the types of questions that we've been receiving in terms of the reimbursement methodology now. But I'll talk just a little bit about the change. And one of the biggest changes to the FRE program this past summer was that our reimbursements are now tied to the New York State Medicaid rates. So in order for us to properly be able to reimburse your expenses, it has to be billed to us in that same form and manner. So it's our understanding that certain things that we could once accept are no longer acceptable because Medicaid wouldn't be able to calculate a proper reimbursement with that information. So the bill must include billable codes, and that can be what are referred to as CPT codes or HCPCS codes for each exam-related service that's being performed. And then those charges have to be individually coded, so they can't be lumped together. One of the biggest problems that I've been seeing with the claims that we have begun processing since the change is that we're still seeing bills coming in with general pharmacy lines. So it will just be billing pharmacy $1,000. And unfortunately, that is not something that Medicaid would be able to accept. So it means we would not be able to accept it either. The total of all the charges must be indicated on the bill. And then we're going to look to the diagnosis codes. And the FRE program is generous in the diagnosis codes that it can accept, as we not only accept all of the confirmed sexual assault or sexual abuse diagnosis codes, but we can also accept suspected. So if a patient walks into a facility and says, I don't know what happened to me. I woke up this morning and I don't feel right and my shirt was unbuttoned, or my clothes were disheveled, or anything. They don't remember anything about last night, but they're hurting. These are instances where you may see that suspected sexual assault or sexual abuse code used, and that does make a patient eligible to take advantage of this program. So the supporting documentation is now something that we'll be requiring to substantiate the levels of services that were provided to the patient. So we'll get into this new tiered reimbursement system. And there will be, you'll notice there'll be different reimbursement amounts depending on the level of service that was provided. And there are going to be differences depending on whether an evidence collection kit was used or whether HIV PEP medication was provided, and if so, how much. So there are questions on the claim form that do address these new levels of service. However, they're just check marks, yes or no, and how many days. And through my time overseeing the program, I have found that yes, no questions or check marks are not necessarily going to get us the answers that we should be relying on, especially when it comes to determining the tier of reimbursement that you would be eligible for. So we've decided that it's important for us to start collecting some type of supporting documentation. Now, we are not going to dictate what that documentation is. We understand that everyone's systems are different, and there's no one page or one form that would work for everyone, and we certainly don't want to create more work for anyone either. So we're hoping to work with providers to really see what's out there and what could meet those supporting documentation requirements that we're looking for. So if anyone would like to reach out to me offline and we can talk about what you have available to you and whether it would work to satisfy our needs, I'd be happy to do that. And again, my contact information will be on the last slide. So the reimbursement rate. For claims received prior to June 15th of 2020, the reimbursement amount was the amount of itemized charges up to a statutory cap of $800. Effective June 15th of 2020, and that applies to all claims that are received on or after that date, regardless of the date of service. The reimbursement amount is now going to be the amount of itemized charges to be reimbursed at the Medicaid rate, and which cumulatively shall not exceed the following tiered reimbursement amounts. And this is what I was just talking about with the reimbursements being different depending on the level of service. So tier 1 is where we started. Tier 1 is going to be $800, and that is the cap for an examination of a sexual assault survivor without the use of an evidence collection kit. Tier 2 is now going to be a cap of $1,200, and that will be for an examination of a survivor with the use of an evidence collection kit. Tier 3 is $1,500, and that is for an examination of a survivor who is 18 years of age or older and who needs the initial 7-day supply of HIV prophylaxis medication. Now, the public health law was changed, and that has changed to reflect a 7-day supply to all patients who are 18 years of age or older. That stayed the same. But now, if you're dealing with patients who are less than 18 years of age, it is required that they be discharged with the full regimen of HIV PEP. So if you do have a patient who is under the age of 18 and they are seen for an examination and are discharged with the full regimen of HIV PEP, they can be reimbursed up to the statutory cap of $2,500. Now, I have received a lot of questions about this because providers are seeing reimbursements that don't reflect these numbers. And that is because we have to keep in mind that everything is still being reimbursed based on the Medicaid rate. So even if you are eligible to receive up to $1,500 for a tier 3 patient, but the Medicaid reimbursements would only be $1,350, then that's what you're going to end up receiving, not necessarily the full $1,500. It would depend on the itemized charges that we're receiving and what the proper Medicaid reimbursement rate would be. Now, the services that are intended to be covered by the FRE program are the forensic examiner services, the facility services related to providing that exam, and then any labs and pharmaceuticals. There are services that are not intended to be reimbursed under the FRE program, and that would be unrelated medical services. And by unrelated, I mean unrelated to the sexual assault examination. It may be related to the assault, but it will not be related to the sexual assault examination. So that's something that you're going to want to keep in mind when you're discussing this with a patient, that this FRE program will pay for the cost of your examination. However, if you need to have an x-ray on your injured arm, that's not something that can be covered under this program. So you will have to use your insurance for that. So just conversations that you may have to have. So I think this information would be helpful. For patients who are 18 years of age and older, I know that there is a trend with some providers offering the full regimen to all patients now, regardless of age. However, the public health law does limit 18 years of age and older patients to only getting that 7-day supply. So our program is only able to pay what the legislation mandates. So we'll only be able to still provide reimbursement for that initial 7-day supply. So for those patients that fall into that, that category, they will still need to use their insurance to pay for the remainder of their regimen. However, we do have a compensation program that I'm hopeful that many of you have heard of. And that compensation program is available to all victims of crime in New York State, not just sexual assault victims. So if a patient that is seen for a forensic rape exam also has these additional expenses or the additional HIV PEP regimen that they need to seek reimbursement for, they can apply to our compensation program, and our compensation program will help take care of those copays and deductibles they may have. So they're out-of-pocket expense associated with those expenses. So just a little bit about the claim form, because the claim form, as I mentioned, did change to reflect those, the updates in June of 2020. Okay. This is a little blurry, my apologies, I'm not sure why. I will happily share a link to the presentation so you can have a cleaner copy. For those of you that have seen the FRE claim form before, you'll notice that we have changed the information that we're requesting and added some additional requests for information later on the document. But section 1 is where the victim information is going to be. And that's where we're looking for the date of crime, the location of crime, the victim's name, date of birth, and social security number. We're no longer requesting the victim's address, as we were not sending any correspondence to them to begin with. It seemed as though it was a piece of information that may not be necessary for us to collect. In addition to that, you'll also notice that we stopped asking for the criminal justice agency information. And that was if a patient had decided to report, where they reported to, and what that crime report number was. As that is not a requirement to be eligible for reimbursement under the program, and most of the claims we were receiving did not have that information, we felt that it was not necessary to continue to ask for that as well. So some pieces of information that you'll notice have changed here in section 1. I do just want to talk about some of the requests that we have and why they're important. So the date of crime and location of crime are important for us because they substantiate that a crime occurred. So while we understand the information may be difficult to obtain, we have to have something. So the answers cannot be left unknown. It has to be filled in. It can't be left blank. For dates of crime, for example, we can accept date ranges. So we can accept a season in a year, a month in a year. We need something a little more than a year. And if you are going to give us a date certain, say July 1st, we need to know what year it was. So July 1st of 2020 or July 1st of 2018, because patients can disclose years after the fact. So it is important that we have that information to work with. It does not have to be the same date as the date of the forensic exam. So that's also something to keep in mind in some of the questions that we do get. OVS can only reimburse for one examination per victim per incident. And I know that unfortunately there are some instances where victims are assaulted multiple times, even just a day or two apart. And that is fine. We will still pay for an examination for each victim for each incident. So as long as that date of crime changes to reflect that, then that is something that we'll be able to assist with. The location of crime is also something that has to be filled in and cannot be left blank or unknown. A note that I want everyone to take away is that the crime does not have to take place in New York State. So the FRE program is a little different than our partnering states, our neighboring states rather, in that we will pay for examinations on patients regardless of where the assault occurred. However, Massachusetts and Connecticut and maybe even Vermont that I can think of all have rules that require that the crime still have taken place in their state. So that is something I just want everyone to take away from this, because you may have students who are assaulted in neighboring states or assaulted while they're on vacation, or they attend school here in New York, but they live in Tennessee, and that's where they were assaulted when they were home on break. So it's something that I want you all to keep in mind. The requirement here is that the examination happen in New York State, not the crime. So section 2 is where the billing provider is going to complete their information. So this is where we're getting the information on who we're going to provide payment to. So I'm not sure how many people from providers, how many attendees are from providers on the call today. So I don't want to bog you down with all of the details that may not be relevant. But this is just some general information on what we're looking for and why. A couple of the new questions that we added, we had always asked whether a sexual offense evidence collection kit was used, but now we've added a line here for kit tracking. We understand that that's not available on a statewide level at this point. We are hopeful that it may happen in the future, and once it becomes available, then we'll be requiring that information. Some of the claims we've been receiving have had some information in this field here, and I think that's wonderful, and we thank you for that. Hospitals are setting up their own tracking systems, and that's great. You can continue to enter that information. If you don't have any type of tracking information, this field can be left blank or not applicable, not available, whatever you'd like there. It's not a reason for rejection at this point. The new questions now were related to the HIV PEP medication. So were HIV PEP meds provided, yes or no? And if so, how many days were provided? The 7-day starter pack or the full regimen of the 28-day pack? Something that I'd like to just point out for the providers that may be on the line, we have been seeing some claims where this question is answered yes. HIV PEP meds were provided, and then 7 or 8 days are checked. But when we look at the invoice, we don't see that we're being billed for them. So if you did provide HIV PEP meds and you're hoping to receive reimbursement for them, we need to see that charge. We need to know the charge related to providing those medications. And for whatever reason, that seems to be something very common in the claims we've been working through in the last few months. And this is just in writing some of the things that I had already spoken to while I had the slide, the section of the claim form up on the screen. Section 3 has changed as well. So Section 3 is where the victim actually signs and indicates their choice here. What the form does in general is it documents that you did offer the victim their options. You advise them orally and in writing by handing them this claim form that they have the opportunity to decline to share their personal insurance information, and that they have the opportunity to use the FRE program to pay for their services. However, as a result of the Attorney General's investigation into some hospitals that were it was being discussed that there were some improper billing practices. We had some hospitals reach out to us and ask us if there was a way to document that the form was offered but declined. Hospitals found themselves in a bit of a sticky situation there. Yes, it was offered, but they declined, so now they don't have a copy of the claim form to show to anyone. And they just had a note in the record, if they even had that. They were making some assumptions that, oh, it must have been declined then because we don't have the form. So in response to those questions that we were getting from providers in a way to just try to cover their own bases, to say, well, it was offered, but it was declined, we've actually included some options here. Before it was just a sign here, but now we've indicated 3 options for a victim to choose and initial. We do require the initials. We've been getting a lot of claim forms in with check marks, and we were not initially rejecting for those. However, we've reached a point now where we are going to have to start returning claims for check marks instead of initials. We have had some claims come in where option 3 is initialed, and you'll notice option 3 here says that the victim is actually choosing to use their insurance or pay for their care directly, which says, I don't want to use the FRE program. But the patient's initials are being crossed out and option 1 is being checked and then submitted to us for payment. So we're not quite sure what's going on there, but it's happened frequently enough that it is causing a little bit of concern. So we are going to start requiring that those initials be present and not just check marks. And I've added the word legal here to guardian. That has always been something we've received a lot of questions about. You know, who can sign on behalf of a victim if a victim can't sign on their own? And we do require that to be their legal guardian. So if, for example, a patient is 20 years old, but has their sister sign, that would not be something that we'd be able to accept unless the sister has guardianship paperwork. People have asked about healthcare proxies. Healthcare proxies are not considered acceptable for the FRE program because this is not a consent for medical treatment. This is a billing and insurance matter. So what we can accept is a power of attorney, provided that power of attorney does grant the person signing the power to handle insurance and billing matters for the patient. And then the last information that we're looking for here is examiner, and that is not anything new. We've added a new little field here for profession, and that is because every examiner's license number is now going to have to be verified through our system. And in order to do that, we do have to go to the Office of Professions website and confirm that the license number matches the examiner's name that was listed. And I don't know how many of you have been on that Office of Professions website, but it is not very user-friendly. You have to select a profession first and then enter the license number or the name. And sometimes we can't always read the name. So we thought maybe adding a field here requesting the profession might make that a little bit easier for our purposes when we have to confirm that license number in our system. And again, these next slides are really for you to take away. It's just in writing the things that I have mentioned as we were on the slide. We cannot accept verbal consent. We do get that sometimes where it says verbal consent or consent by phone. We cannot accept that. We do have to have the original pen to paper signature. And it has to be signed and dated at the time of services or after. It cannot be before. And it's very rare that that presents itself, but we have seen it. And unfortunately, it has to be on or after the date that services are rendered and not before. And I know there's a lot of advocates on the line today, so a lot of this information won't necessarily apply to you, but it may help if you're in the room with a patient who's presented with this information and doesn't know what to do or how to do it. And I find that the relationships with advocates invaluable, in my opinion, because I have had a couple of advocates and patients call me and let me know that the reason they even knew about the program was because the advocate knew and told the patient about it. So I want to thank everyone for sharing the information. I am working to make sure that the hospitals know of their responsibilities when we're not in COVID world. I am generally on the road educating and meeting providers and reminding them of their responsibilities and walking through all of this information with them and then some on how to properly offer the program to a victim and how to properly submit it for reimbursement. So some frequently asked questions as we've worked through the program in general, but then some relevant to the new updates. Let's see here. Okay, so changes to the direct reimbursement program take effect on June 15th of 2020. So how will my claim be processed? As I mentioned earlier, the changes apply to the claims that were received in our office on or after June 15th, 2020. So any claim received after that date will be processed under the new rules. And any claim that came in after that date on the older claim form, we were initially returning to the providers to obtain the new information necessary. I think at this point, we are doing really well with all providers using the new claim form. We have very few instances now of seeing that old claim form still coming in. So for those of you that are on the phone that are responsible for that, I thank you. But it does seem as though we've really kind of weeded out those older legacy type claim forms. Again, keeping in mind that there might be some still in the kits that you have in your current inventory, but as you order new evidence collection kits, that new claim form should be in there. I submitted my claim prior to June 15th, so how will my claim be processed? Claims received prior to June 15th are going to be processed under the program rules that were in effect up to that date. If the claim was received prior to June 15th, but had to be returned for some reason, it was the date of exam was missing or location of crime was missing. So we had to return the claim to the provider. The provider can make those corrections and resubmit to us. It's still going to be processed under the program rules that were in effect when it was initially received in our office. So the example I have listed here, a claim was received on April 1st, but we returned it on June 1st. It's resubmitted on August 1st. It's still going to be processed under the program rules in effect prior to June 15th, because we're going to look at the date that it was initially received to determine the program rules. So in general, this is a question that we get a lot, and I think it's a misconception, and I've worked really hard to try to change it. There's this idea that evidence collection is required in order to be eligible to use this program, and that is not the case. So there is no requirement that a victim consent to any portion of evidence collection to be eligible for an exam reimbursement under this program. And I just like to make sure that I point that out anytime I speak about this program, because I do think that that is a common misconception that we're working to try to overcome. Is follow-up HIV PEP covered under the FRE direct reimbursement program? So I talked a little bit about this earlier. So effective June 15th, 2020, the HIV PEP will be covered as follows. Victims under the age of 18 should be provided with the full regimen. And when I say provided, that means leaving the facility with the full regimen. I have had some hospitals contact me and ask if they could just leave with a prescription, and that is not what the public health law says. They have to be discharged with the full regimen. And the cost for that is intended to be reimbursed under the Tier 4 reimbursement level that we have indicated above when we talked about the tiers. So victims that are 18 years of age and older should only be leaving with the 7-day supply, although there are some providers who are sharing the full 28 days with all patients regardless of age. And that's certainly up to each individual provider to do. The cost associated with only the 7-day supply, though, can be reimbursed under the FRE direct reimbursement program under that Tier 3 reimbursement level. And for those reimbursement expenses associated with the HIV PEP beyond that initial 7-day starter pack, victim can file that regular compensation claim that we talked about earlier. Can the provider balance bill the victim for forensic rape exam services after FRE direct reimbursement? No. The provider must accept the OVS reimbursement as payment in full for all services listed on the bill. So this is something that's important for the patients to know. And I'm happy to say that when a patient does get a bill or an advocate finds out that there's been a bill issued, something was sent home to the patient, they do reach out to me and ask for my assistance. And I'm happy to get involved. I'm happy to reach out to the facility to find out what went wrong here. How did a bill end up going out? How did this end up going to insurance? So please know that I am available and willing to do that for you and your victims. But if a provider submits a bill to the FRE direct reimbursement program, they accept that payment as payment in full. And the notation here that I have about all services listed is important to keep in mind, because as I mentioned earlier, there are those unrelated medical services that are not intended to be covered under the FRE program. But if a provider leaves those charges on the bill that they submit to the FRE direct reimbursement program, then they can't bill for those charges beyond the FRE program. So while we're not intending to reimburse for those charges, if they appear on the bill, the provider cannot bill for them outside of the FRE direct reimbursement, and they have to accept what we send them as payment in full for anything that appeared on that bill. So I do try to work with providers on that. Just with that understanding, if those charges can be removed, you're going to want to make sure that they're removed and on a separate bill that can then go to the patient's insurance. But understanding that if it has to stay on the bill that you submit to me, you cannot seek any additional reimbursement for it. The providers should also be working with the other service providers that are involved with the patient's care. So the most common I see is the ER physician. And that is when you have an ER doctor who's on call or has privileges at a hospital, and there's a third-party billing group that handles the physician's bills. So the hospital may send us a bill for all of the hospital-related charges, but then there's also a separate bill for the physician's charge for seeing the patient in that hospital. And I would say that a majority of the calls that I get from patients about bills that they're receiving tend to not be from the hospital. They tend to be from those independent physician groups billing for the physician services. So the provider should be, the facilities rather, should be working with those providers to make sure that that's not happening. And if it does, again, please feel free to reach out to me, and I will gladly advocate for the victim in terms of getting that issue corrected. The FRA direct reimbursement claim was denied by OVS. Can they bill the victim or their insurance? No. Once the victim chooses billing to OVS, the provider cannot bill the victim or their insurance regardless of the outcome of their claim with us. So once that victim makes that selection that they want to use the FRE program, whether it be option 1 or option 2, and they sign that form, the provider's only option is to seek reimbursement from us. And we will go back and forth. Sadly, we have gone back and forth several years on some claims to get them to a point where they were eligible for reimbursement. And that is something that we're willing to do. When a claim is rejected, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is a flat out rejection and can't be corrected and there's no going back. We do work with providers. There are just a couple of instances where I can think that a flat out rejection would happen, and that's if the claim form is a photocopy, because we do require the original signature. So there's not really any correcting that unless the provider chooses, which wouldn't necessarily be in the best interest of the patient, I'm sure, but a provider could choose to reach back out to the patient and ask for a new form to be signed. But for the most part, we're not seeing that happen, and the photocopied claim form would just be rejected and the provider would waive the balance on the account. And the other issue that may cause a flat out rejection is if insurance has already been billed. So keeping in mind the intent behind the program is that the patient doesn't have to use their insurance if they don't want to. And the wording in the legislation and on the claim form that the patient selects an option and signs states, I have a concern for my privacy and or safety, and I do not want to use my private insurance. That's what the patient is saying when they choose to use this program. And even if just by mistake, a bill has gone to the patient's insurance instead of to the FRE program, there's no going back. So once insurance has been involved, unfortunately, the FRE program is no longer available for this particular patient and these particular charges. Now, I have hospitals call me all the time and ask what they should do about that then. Should they refund the insurance company and then bill us? No, because once it's already been involved, there's no going back. As soon as the bill drops to insurance, the process of generating an EOB has already begun, and something will be sent to the patient's address listed on file for their insurance. So there goes that idea of privacy or safety that they were trying to maintain. The supplemental information document, trying to be mindful of the time. Unfortunately, I think because of the number of people on the call today, we won't have an opportunity to really do questions, but please feel free to reach out and I'd be happy to have conversations offline with any and all of you. We do have some additional guidance contained in our supplemental information document, and this document is available on our website for viewing and printing. I have tried to, again, all of these screenshots are blurry and I do apologize for that. I have screenshotted the different sections of the supplemental information document. So if you can't access it, you have it here built into these slides. The diagnosis codes are something that we get questions about a lot. So what type of diagnoses are eligible for reimbursement? So we actually have them listed here. Any of these, what are called ICD-10 codes, are eligible for reimbursement. So as long as one of these codes appears anywhere on the itemized bill, we will be able to move forward with processing. And as I mentioned, you'll notice that there are suspected and confirmed codes. So again, keeping in mind that even if it's just a matter of a patient thinking they may have been assaulted, then you end up using the adult sexual abuse suspected code, that patient is eligible for using this program. All of the itemized bills must also include one of the following visit codes. So we've outlined them here. They're the office visit, outpatient visit, and emergency department visits that we see on our bills. So far, I haven't received a claim that has any code outside of these indicated sections here, but if something does come up, I'd be happy to have a conversation and consider adding it to our system. Examiner information. So this again reminds about the examiner's obligation to sign the claim form and what's involved with that. And we've also included the designated professions on the claim form. So this information, as I mentioned, is helpful for us when we have to confirm someone's license number. Even if it's just letting us know it's an MD, NP, RN, PA, DO. We've listed them here because surprisingly on the claim form, we're getting a lot of information outside of this, outside of this list here. So people are just writing different things on that field, which are not what we were hoping to achieve. So I'm hopeful that by adding this information, that might help better explain what we're looking for in that field. We have had some questions too about who can sign the form when it comes to the examiner. So there are facilities that have situations where the providers may not necessarily have a license number yet. They're still in the process of doing what they need to do before they're officially licensed. So they do have attending physicians involved. And the attending physician's license number is the license number that's used for purposes of the claim. Just keep in mind that whoever's license number is being used must also be the person that signs the claim form. So I have had a couple of instances where the license number does not match the name of the provider listed, and that's exactly what we were hoping to capture when we implemented this verification process. And that gave us an idea of what's going on out there. You can send us claim forms with multiple examiner signatures, the person who did the exam and the attending. But just keeping in mind that the license number that's being used has to also be one of the signatures on the claim form. We've also translated the victim insurance waiver section. So that section 3 where the options are listed and it gives the victim an opportunity to select whether they want to use the program because they don't want to use their insurance, or whether they want to use the program because they don't have insurance, or they're saying, nope, it's okay. Thanks for telling me about the program, but I'll pay for it myself or use my insurance. We understand that patients may be less likely to sign or make a selection if they can't truly understand in their preferred language what that is that they're reading and signing. So we had several years ago translated section 3 into 7 additional languages to assist those victims with limited English proficiency. And that has been updated to reflect the new claim form with the options listed. And that is all contained in the supplemental information document. So I always recommend keeping a copy of the supplemental information doc handy. Some people have told me that they have they've printed it out and they keep it in a packet that they take with them every time they see a victim. Others have put it in plastic and they just keep it in the room. So that's just an extra step that you can take to make sure that the patient feels comfortable reading and signing what's being offered to them. And as I mentioned a couple times, who do I contact for more information about the program or the claim form? So as far as the FRE program goes, my contact information is listed here because I would love for you to reach out to me with any questions and concerns that you may have. If a victim receives a bill, if there was an unfortunate circumstance at the hospital and the form was never offered, and you've got some questions about that, like, please feel free to reach out with any of those issues. I'm happy to talk to, again, any or all of you. And I've indicated my personal information here because I do oversee the program, and I have one support staff person who does the data entry for the claims that come into the program. Other than the two of us, there is not a general understanding of the FRE program rules within our agency. Because the office does have two separate programs, they have the compensation program and then the FRE program, the rules that govern those programs are different. So in the comp world, you're going to be told that the insurance has to be used first and they can only assist with the co-pays, co-insurance, or deductibles. But in the FRE world, insurance should not be involved at all. And if it is, it's a violation of New York state law, unless of course the victim chose that option to use their insurance. So I say it, and not because I am territorial or have control issues, but I do mean it when I say that if you have any questions about the FRE program, to reach out to me directly, because I'll be able to give you the most up-to-date and proper response for the nuances that are involved with the FRE program. So I do believe that we have reached the end of our slides, so it does look like we have some time for questions. Joe, if you would like. Okay, great, thank you. I do see a couple of questions in here. Someone had asked to give the link to this information, and I would be happy to do that. Joe, Elizabeth, would you like me to just paste that into the chat now? Okay, great, thank you.
And perfect, sorry, I was having a technical difficulty. Please do put questions into the chat, or you could send them directly to me, Joseph Storch, and I will ask them anonymously. Shelby, are you seeing the questions that are in the chat?
I see two questions here about the link to the information, and another one, if a victim were to be otherwise injured from a rape, they would have to submit to insurance. Would that be an issue with confidentiality if they are on their parents' health insurance? So I can answer that question. As far as the link goes, once I am done presenting, I will post the link in the chat. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this, I had some technical difficulties. So I am on a MacBook now, which does not work very well with anything Microsoft related. So I have to go to my work laptop, where then you can't see me on camera. And then I'll be able to get the link to the PowerPoint and share that in the chat. So I will share that as soon as I'm done presenting. Thank you all for your patience. Now back to the question about injuries, otherwise injured as a result of the assault. So the program, the legislation that governs the program only offers that privacy or safety protection to victims of sexual assault, and only for purposes of the sexual assault examination. So there is no option for a patient who was otherwise injured to say, I don't want to use my insurance for those expenses either. That just doesn't exist. So when I have spoken to providers who have bills where there are multiple charges, there's charges related to the sexual assault, but then there's also a CT scan or an X-ray. Those charges may or may not, depending on the provider's systems that they're working with, be removed and placed on a separate bill. That bill can then go to the patient's insurance. The providers who have determined that this is possible have told me you just have to be careful to make sure that the diagnosis code is not left on that bill that you separate the charges for. So I'm a lawyer, not a doctor or a medical professional by any means, but I've learned a lot. So it's my understanding that there are diagnosis codes now related to each individual injury. So if the X-ray is for an injured arm, there is a diagnosis code for an injury to right arm or something like that. So that is the diagnosis code that you would want to make sure appears on the bill that you're submitting to insurance, and not the sexual assault or sexual abuse code that you would want on the bill submitted to FRE for the exam related expenses. I hope that answers your question.
Shelby, while we wait for additional questions, and you touched on it at the beginning, but could you give us a little more information about the Safe Ride Home program, which was legislation from a couple of years ago? I know it's something you all are working on and thinking about. Just a bit more detail on that.
Unfortunately, I can't. That is not something that I was involved with.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to if it were something that I was involved in with that, but that was not a piece of legislation that I had anything to do with. So,
okay, no problem. And I haven't gotten the details on it either. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. Great.
The general information that I'm getting is that there are programs who already had systems in place, so this is not a concern. What we're trying to make sure is not happening is a victim is just told, like, okay, you're free to go, find your own way home. We want to avoid that. And the same goes for patients who are being transferred from facility to facility for their exams. We've heard of that happening too, where a patient is told, well, we don't have one of those special examiners here, but if you drive an hour and a half north to a different hospital, then you might get better care there. Clearly, we don't want that happening at all, but then being told that they have to drive themselves an hour and a half to another facility to possibly get better care is going to really deter those victims from even presenting to the hospital. And as you talked about earlier with Elizabeth Cronin, this idea of don't wait, right? If there's a concern for having to use your insurance, we don't want patients to have that concern anymore. Know that this program is available and go to a place where you can be seen and be checked out and make sure that you're well. And if you choose to do evidence collection, great. Understand that that's now going to be stored for up to 20 years. But you don't want to wait. If you wait, then it may be too late, and then that evidence wouldn't be there anymore to be usable. So we're really trying to make this as easy on a victim as possible during a very traumatic time, and what we can do to help.
And certainly we still see parts of New York State that don't even have a person trained in conducting the forensic exam 24/7.
Exactly. And as I reviewed the agenda, I see that you will have Nancy Harris here tomorrow, I believe, talking about the Telesane program, which I think is a wonderful opportunity for victims to get that type of care that they may not be able to get in those more rural communities. So I am excited for her to share that information.
And there's another question in the chat, and as you read that, I will just say that we've been doing this presentation so long together that I remember one presentation we did with Shelby and Kaylin and Nancy, who we'll hear from tomorrow, that we planned it so long in advance that I had a newborn by the time we actually did it. And yeah. I remember I brought the little one in, and everyone was fighting over who was going to get to hold Rose. And of course, she's now in school. So that's how long we've been doing it, but a great memory. So the last question, do you have any suggestions for how advocates can ensure that the insurance company is billed for the injury separately, as you suggested?
So, Amanda, that's a great question. I find that I struggle with that myself. So my suggestion would be to reach out to me, and I'm happy to get involved and use the contacts and connections that I have at the hospitals to talk about how the patient services were billed and what would have been the proper way to do it. So if something like that is coming up, feel free to just kind of pump that in my direction and not necessarily worry about trying to explain that yourself, because as I've had very challenging conversations with hospitals, and every system is different, and some say things are possible and others say it's just not, and their counsel's office all have different opinions and positions as well. So please feel free to just punt that in my direction, and I'd be happy to help where I can, because at least I might have the right people to start the conversations with.
And that is a perfect note to end on. And I got a note from Nancy remembering that demystifying webinar, and I see Kaylin grinning, and what a great memory. Thank you to you, Shelby, for always joining us for these conferences, spreading the word. And I do look forward to the opportunity for all of us to be back on the road, and for us to say, hey, you're going to be in Brooklyn, we're going to be in Brooklyn, you know, we'll see you there. We'll go get some food while you're doing a training and we're doing a training. So thank you.
I do agree with Elizabeth too. I really miss those Got Your Back events.
Yes, so. For sure. Well,
good to do those again.
we will be back one day. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. Our colleague Joelle will be back at 2:15 to introduce our slew of colleagues from the International Association of Forensic Nurses. So take a break, check your email, check the Twitter, and we'll see you back here at 2:15.
To be broken, I just want you to know who I am. And you can't fight the tears that ain't coming, all the moment of truth in your lies, when everything feels like the movies. Yeah, you bleed just to know you're alive. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. I just want you to know who I am. I just want you to know who I am.
Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train, on us feeling near as faded as my jeans. Bobby thumbed a diesel down just before it rained and rode us all the way to New Orleans. I pulled my harpoon out of my dirty red bandana. I was playing soft while Bobby sang the blues. Windshield wipers slapping time, I was holding Bobby's hand in mine. We sang every song that Javi knew. Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing, I mean nothing, honey, if it ain't free. No, no. Yeah, feeling good was easy, love, when he sang the blues. You know, feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and my Bobby, yeah. From the Kentucky coal mine to the California sun, hey, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Through all kinds of weather, to everything that we've done, your Bobby, baby, kept me from the whole world. One day up near Salinas, long, I let him slip away. He's looking for that home, and I hope he finds it. But I trade all of my tomorrows for one single yesterday, to be holding Bobby's body next to mine. Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing, that's all that Bobby left me. But feeling good was easy loud when he sang the blues. Hey, feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and my Bobby, yeah. La da da, la da da da, la da da, la da da da, la da da, la da da, Bobby, yeah. La da da la da, la da da da, la da da, Bobby, yeah. La da da, la da da. Hey, no, Bobby,
All right. We're just going to do a quick audio check with our panelists, just to make sure that all of our scheduled panelists are able to unmute themselves. So if we could just go through, Kathy, if you wanted to test your audio.
Yep. Kathy, hi.
Excellent. And sorry, I'm just pulling up the schedule. Holly?
Hi.
Excellent. Is Joan on?
She should be. She texted she was getting on.
We'll keep an eye out for her. Nadia?
Hi.
Excellent. Tina?
Hello.
Excellent. Maggie?
You know what? Maggie's not able to join us.
Okay. Chris?
Hey, guys.
Excellent. And Rebecca, if we could just have a visual of the closed captioning. It is not showing up for me. They have been going through. Are folks able to see the closed captioning right now? Oh, there we go. Please stand by for captions. Okay, and Joelle, you are on, I see you. All right, well, it seems like We're waiting on one more panelist to hop on. I will keep an eye out for Joan, but I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Joelle Carroll, who's going to be introducing this panel. And we're just grateful to have you all here today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joelle Carroll. I am a staff associate with the SUNY's Got Your Back program. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And so I am also a victim advocate. So I am pleased to announce today the panel discussion, the Exploring the Statewide Implications of COVID-19, a panel discussion of COVID-19 experiences with New York State sexual assault nurse examiners. And so with that, I am proud to hand it over to Kathy.
Okay. I am texting with Joan. She is on. Okay, you are on, Joan. Elizabeth, Joan is on, so I don't know whatever you need to do to work your magic.
She has been upgraded and requested that she unmute, so I'm with you.
Great. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to share my screen and get us going here. All right, everybody see that? All right, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation and opportunity to discuss some of the statewide implications of COVID-19 alongside some of the most dedicated, hardworking, compassionate healthcare professionals that I know, New York State sexual assault nurse examiners. This presentation was really intended to be an informal fireside chat type format. So here you guys have, you see this introduction slide. We've got the bonfire on a beach is what we've got on this slide during a sunset time where hopefully we can all imagine being together at while we're listening to this discussion on the COVID-19 impact on sexual assault response across New York State from the perspective of these panelists only. My name is Kathy Narkevich Bradley. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I am the current president of the New York State chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, which is a professional organization serving over 6,000 members worldwide with 278 professional members across New York State. I work as a clinical nurse educator as my regular job at SUNY Upstate Community Hospital. And then I work per diem as a SANE through Vera House in Syracuse, New York, responding to the 4 local hospitals, and as well as a telesafe in Nancy Harris's program, the statewide program through UCM Digital Health. It is my honor and great privilege of moderating this fireside chat discussion panel today with 7 of my New York State forensic nurse colleagues. And I am really glad we're here today to discuss with you guys. The panelists today, just so you guys know, I know everybody's kind of a little bit different how much you all are aware of our roles and programs, but the panelists today come from different areas of the state. I tried to get a little bit of a variety. You're going to see the state is a little bit, it's a little bit not, we don't have the entire state here, but I mean, we don't have the entire state represented, but the panelists do come from across the state, including hospital programs. These are programs, hospital-based programs, as well as community-based programs where these, everybody is. I love doing a panel discussion, so. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna hear as we discuss, you're gonna hear some differences and similarities in the experiences of our the examiners. All right, so as you can see here, we've got the picture of New York State up on the map, or if you can see the slides. We got the New York State slide, and the red stars are marked where everybody, the names and credentials of these sexual assault nurse examiners are based out of. I'm going to now have each of the panelists introduce themselves and their organization, their title, the area, their state, and maybe share a little bit about their program. And we're going to start down in Manhattan with Jennifer Alves, and then we're going to move across the state and end with Holly Franz in Buffalo. So I'm going to turn over to Jennifer Alves.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Alves. I've been a registered nurse since 2010 in emergency and critical care, and I've been a SAFE since 2012. I'm currently the Manhattan SART coordinator for New York City Health and Hospitals. So our team covers the 3 public hospitals located in Manhattan. We see adolescents and adults. And some things unique to our program is one of the hospitals we cover is the designated hospital for the Department of Corrections to send their male prisoners. So we see in our SAFE program a lot of incarcerated patients. And then we're also one of the only programs in the city to do suspect exams and perpetrator exams that we do in collaboration with the District Attorney's Office and NYPD.
All right. Thanks, Jennifer. Tina.
Hey everybody, my name's Tina Bates. I'm the nurse educator for St. Peter's Health Partners Forensic Nurse Examiner Program. I have been doing this for 5 years now. I work as the educator for the program as well as a SANE nurse, seeing both adult and adolescent pediatric patient populations. We also respond to domestic and intimate partner violence patients along with elder abuse. And I also work with Nancy Harris on the United Concierge Medicine telehealth or telesafe program as well.
Great, thanks, Tina. Nadia.
Hi, I'm Nadia Jamara. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm celebrating 20 years as a registered nurse here at Glens Falls Hospital and 12 years as a forensic nurse. Currently, I'm the SANE coordinator at Glens Falls Hospital. I also work in the emergency department as an emergency nurse, as well as for Nancy Harris's program, the TeleSafe through UCM Digital. And that's where we can help nurses across the state, assist them with doing sexual assault exams. So that's really special. If you don't know where Glens Falls is, we're at 20 minutes from Lake George at the southern base of the Adirondacks. So our hospital covers 5 counties, diverse counties, like really remote areas to more populated, Warren, Washington, northern Saratoga County, and Essex and Hamilton County. Our hospital will serve. We also are 25 minutes from Great Meadow Correctional Facility, where we help take care of diverse population of male inmates there. And on average, our program sees about 5 victims a month, and that number doubles in the summer months due to more parties and tourism and the Lake George bar scene. In 2020, we saw a little dip, and we're going to talk about that later in the presentation, only by about 6 patients, and we are contributing that to COVID. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Nadia. Let's move into the middle there with Joan.
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me, Kathy, to be on this fireside chat. My name is Joan Pyle. I'm the Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner Coordinator program for the program of Bassett Healthcare Network. It is a healthcare system that has 6 different hospitals. I would classify them all as rural. COVID affected our program, and we'll talk a little bit about that. I've been a sexual assault nurse examiner since 1997. I've been the program coordinator here at the Bassett Healthcare System for about 2.5 years now. My pronouns are she, hers, and I'm very happy to be here.
Thanks, Joan. All right. I work in Maggie Ottaviano, and I will apologize. Everybody, the examiners that are on have gotten a couple confusing emails from me, and I mixed up the time in one of them, and unfortunately, I caused some confusion. So my apologies to Maggie, but Maggie's unable to join us this afternoon. But I work in her program in Syracuse, New York. And she is the same coordinator, but I will just briefly say our program in Syracuse is through Vera House, and we respond to the 4 emergency rooms in the area, seeing all age sexual assault patients in the hospital setting, some from pediatric as well as adults. So that is what I will say about that. Move on over to Christine Crawford.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. My name is Christine. I work at Thompson Hospital in Canandaigua, New York. We are a hospital-based program, and we are a pretty small program. We see roughly 40-ish patients a year, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I've been a sexual assault nurse since 2008 and took over the program coordination piece in 2013.
Great, thanks for coming, Christine. And we'll move on over to Holly in Buffalo. Was Holly not on yet? No, Holly was on. Where'd Holly go?
She's muted.
Here I am.
Oh, okay.
My name's Holly Franz. I am the coordinator of the Sexual Assault Forensic Examiner program at Crisis Services. Crisis Services is in the heart of Buffalo, New York. The program is a community-based program, though. This same program covers 2 hospital systems. That translates into 9 hospitals, and it translates into 2 counties, which means we work with 2 different advocate programs, the Erie County and the Niagara County program. I have been a sexual assault nurse since 2003. I started in Boston, Massachusetts, and in 2009 was fortunate enough to grab onto this job here in Buffalo when I moved. We are an adolescent adult program because we do have a pediatric hospital and a pediatric SANE program. So my team works with adults and adolescents. And my preferred pronouns are she, her, hers. I think that's it.
All right. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen if that, just so you guys can see people a little bit. Oops. Can I stop? There we go. Sorry. Let me stop sharing so that you guys can see us nice and big as we move forward with the chat. All right. So we're going to start out just asking some questions, and not everybody's going to respond to every question, but hopefully you'll get a feel and a sense for the programs and the experiences they had. So starting out, what has been the most significant impact of COVID-19 on your program and your response to the hospitals? We'll start with Holly on that one.
Okay, so I don't have a data slide for you, but pen in hand, if you want to write down the numbers so you can see the difference as well as just hear what I'm saying to you. But when we think of all the hospitals, now I'm just going to talk Erie County right now, and the advocate program. The advocate program in 2019 went out on 981 cases. During COVID, they went out on 484. Okay. As sexual assault cases, they went out in 2019 on cases, 325 cases. And in 2020, 254. Hotline cases, Oh, no, I'll add the SANE cases. So my SANE cases in my 7 hospitals, okay? There's 2 other hospitals that I'm not representing. They have their own program, but the cases that the SANE team went out on, just cases where we talked about kits, and either they said yes or no to the kits, but we went out on 150. And this last year, we went out on 134. So that's the impact. Now, the positive, exciting impact, I guess, is the hotline. Our hotline for advocate program and sexual assault and DV, 2019, 13,700, okay, 13,700. This year, 19,400. So our cases went up hugely, or the number of people that wanted assistance went up. But unfortunately, in the hospitals, the activities went down.
All right. Thank you, Holly. We're going to turn it on over to Joan to also respond to that question. Joan, I see you're muted. You'll have to unmute yourself. Joan, you got to unmute. Oh,
yep, I've got it. Yep, thank you. So COVID impacted us greatly, mostly because I cover 6 counties and there are several colleges in that county. So in 2019, we saw about 120 cases of pediatric, adolescent and adult. In 2020, we halved that and we were at 67. And I believe that had to do with that there wasn't a lot of attendance with COVID with colleges, and therefore we had less cases in that respect. And also I think that with children, once again, schools impacted that they weren't safe enough to reach out to teachers or guidance counselors to disclose and talk about their assault. I don't have numbers as far as our hotline. I work with, like I said, 6 counties, so I deal with multiple advocate agencies. But it was definitely a huge drop of cases, and that I know that assaults have not dropped. I'm sure that with the stress of COVID that things have often escalated. So I think once everything settles down, we may see a lot of disclosure, late disclosures. Thank you.
Thanks, Joan. We're going to move to the next question is, what has been the most significant impact of COVID-19 on performing sexual assault forensic exams or in your role as a SAFE or SANE? And first to tackle that question is going to be Tina Bates.
Thanks, Kathy. So part of our responsibility as SANE nurses is to cultivate and create this safe, calming environment for our patients who come in and see us. And COVID-19 has changed how we're able to do that and our ability by a couple different factors. First off, when patients have had this horrendous crime committed against them, they need to make the decision, am I coming into the hospital to get treated? Do I risk, contracting COVID? There's been hesitation. So whether it's a delay in making the final decision and coming in, but even with that, and they do make the decision coming in, now they're faced with having to come in alone, not being able to bring their support person with them, even though, our advocate program has still responded, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. It's still definitely like an isolating feeling. So now we have the fear of COVID, we have them responding alone. Now we throw PPE on top of it. And we're social distancing, we have masks and goggles on. Everything feels very, almost like in a bubble. So it's this disconnect that we've been feeling with our patients, something that's so intimate and personal, and very emotional, has stirred up so many of these feelings for our patients and even ourselves. They always question whether or not, should I come in? Should I be evaluated? We've always provided this sense of security by sitting near a patient, holding hands, making eye contact, talking softly. Now we have masks in front of our faces and they can't hear us, and we're asking them to repeat questions over and over again, or repeat answers over and over again. And that's been part of our struggle to help create this comforting environment for them to drive their healing process moving forward. So I think that was one of the big things that we experienced when we responded to patients during this COVID pandemic.
Thanks, Tina. I can totally relate. Wearing the PPE, the goggles, face shield is so, you feel so removed. It's hard to make that bond like you normally do during an exam.
Absolutely.
Hours of the exam. So I totally concur with that. All right, moving it on down to Manhattan again. Jennifer is going to answer the same question.
Yeah, I completely agree with Tina. And for us in particular, one of the most significant impacts on our ability to conduct exams was being able to secure the appropriate and adequate exam space. So for those of you that don't know, safe centers, which all three of our hospitals are required to have a dedicated safe room, which we've always had. But of course, due to COVID, we've had to shift out of that exam space just because our EDs have really had to restructure. No ED, well, at least none of our EDs were built with a pandemic in mind. And I'm sure that's what people will keep in mind going forward in the future. But we really had to respond in terms of just infection control procedures, as well as just receiving these high volumes of very sick patients at that time. So of course, initially we were fine with it. We were like, of course, take our rooms, we'll figure it out. At that point, we really weren't seeing any sexual assault patients. We weren't really seeing, at the height of the surge in New York City, we weren't really seeing anybody but COVID patients coming in. Everyone was pretty fearful of going to the ED, and the messaging, of course, was, stay out of the emergency room unless you really need to be there. So, but soon afterwards, we were, of course, concerned, is it that nobody's being sexually assaulted, or is it that they're just too fearful to come in and they don't think that we can create a safe space? So our whole hospital system, which all 9 of our hospitals are safe centers, worked out a plan to ensure safe access to exams and allocating appropriate space. And that was pretty challenging because we had to consider a lot of different options, a lot of different things, just whether the room had access to medical backup if the patient had a medical emergency while we were doing the forensic exam, or safety issues, because a lot of the times they wanted to put us in a nice quiet area of the hospital, but if it's 3 a.m, nobody else is there. Those are things we had to consider. Then even just if you find a great exam space, we had to avoid walking people through the hot zone of where there were COVID positive patients. And then of course we wanted an adequate space to keep ourselves safe in case we had patients who came in who were COVID positive or suspected of having COVID and needed a forensic exam. So for the most part, we managed, and again, it probably only worked as well as it did because we didn't see that many patients. And then once things calmed down, we were able to get 2 of our rooms back. But during that time, prior to that, it was really important that we communicated with local advocacy and prosecutors and law enforcement just to let the victims that they were talking to know that our hospitals were safe. Like we had a plan in place to keep them safe from COVID. But since the surge, we've gotten back 2 of our rooms, one of them, unfortunately, in our busiest hospital, we haven't gotten back. And as a result, I really see the impact on our ability to give a quality exam. We shuffle around a lot depending on the day and the clinical situation where we're going to do the exam with the patient. We don't have a place to secure all of our equipment, so sometimes not all the appropriate equipment is available for our exams, like a colposcope. Sometimes there's just lighting issues in the room, so we can't do a proper assessment or photography, so then we move our patients to another room for better light, or we go searching for a better light source and we leave our patients waiting. So it's less than ideal. And I mean, we really have come to appreciate, you know, that the importance of having a dedicated room. And I think we're seeing, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm hoping after the winter surge, I'm hopeful that we can return to our safe room at our last hospital, but that has certainly been a challenge. And like Tina said, you know, it really affects, like we want to create that safe, private environment, and we have not been able to do that well.
Great, thanks, Jennifer. Let's move on. Joan is going to answer the same question, and then Nadia.
Hi there. I just want to reiterate what everyone else is saying, that it's difficult to establish that connection with your patient when you're talking through goggles and a respirator, or a PAPR, or an N95 and another mask. Also, with the lack of advocates being able to, feeling comfortable coming into the emergency room, or just that they're not allowed to, you have to kind of be able to play that role. So you're taking on another hat, and that becomes a challenge also. I found it's just it's difficult, because I know that many people are reluctant to come when COVID is around, and it's so hard. It is such a huge challenge to create that safe zone for patients to feel comfortable, and then not to be able to offer that advocacy promptly or in person is also difficult also.
Thanks, Joan. You can lots of themes, lots of similarities for sure. Very good. Nadia is going to answer also the questions. What's been the most significant impact of COVID-19 on performing exams? And then I think, Nadia, you're going to share your personal story as well during the chat.
Yes. Yeah, I'll echo what my colleagues have been saying about the connection. Being able to establish that connection early is very important. They come in fearful, and then they meet a nurse. And this is sights for us every day, but they meet a nurse in a gown, face shield, goggle, 2 masks, and here they are in their cloth mask. So it increases their fear for sure. And you can't communicate without your face of your care and concern. I used to pull up a chair and sit close to the bedside and take my history. Now I'm 6 feet apart doing the same thing. No one can hear under these respirators. So that's been a big challenge to develop that connection early. And now I'll share with you my personal story. In March, when this pandemic really started to take off, in my hospital, before any of the PPE was required, I took care of a young 15-year-old patient. And I remember hugging her after the exam, something which we don't do anymore. You know, that's changed. And 3 days later, I tested positive for COVID. I was the first nurse in the emergency department in my hospital to test positive for COVID, the second nurse in the entire organization. And I remember they were going to notify all the patients I had contact with. And as you know, our exams are lengthy. We have a lot of contact. But there was one fortunate circumstance with this patient. Her father actually, earlier that day, was in the COVID tent where we tested outside our ER. And she shared that with us, that she could be a possible exposure because she was with her father, lived with her father. So I had all the gear on for that reason. So I was very thankful for that. But I just kept thinking about the consequences of that hug I gave to my patient. And I was grateful to have a very mild case of COVID. now, but months later, so it's very mild, but months later, I'm suffering from some strange symptoms. I have what they call brain fog and some short-term memory problems. I also have fatigue and lingering shortness of breath on and off. And at first, when these first symptoms appeared months after I recovered from the original virus, I didn't know what was going on. I thought I had early dementia. I had no idea what was happening. And then later, you hear the things later that people are talking about, these post-COVID syndrome symptoms. And then I was able to identify some patterns to my symptoms. So I developed workarounds like all nurses do. They work around whatever comes in front of them. So I stopped scheduling myself for long shifts. No more 12-hour shifts if I can help it. But as a forensic nurse, you could be taking care of 2 back-to-back patients, which did happen to me at the end of the month, where I worked a little over 16 hours. And the next day I just spent mostly in bed or in front of the TV. I also tried to work a day and have a day off to help with the bad brain days. And I find too that I have to bring some work home because I'm far less efficient than I was before the virus, just to catch up. And I'm working unpaid, of course, at home. But this is something I've had to do to accommodate everything that's happened. I also set lots of reminders on my phone. I do fear a little bit that I might leave an appliance on or something. Because when I say short-term memory loss, you have zero recollection at all. So I'm working with it. My husband also had the virus and has similar symptoms. And that's when we put 2 and 2 together, like something's going on, with this virus thing. So I noticed though, if I eat healthy and exercise and drink lots of water and do some yoga and meditation and sound healing, that I feel much better. And I have no reason to think that I won't improve over time. And I did receive my full COVID vaccine, and I'm just telling myself that this is helping me recover even more. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nadia, for sharing that. That is quite a story, and thank you for bringing it and sharing it with this group. So, and glad you're recovered and glad you got the vaccine, so that's good. The next question we are moving on is to how was victim advocacy affected and impacted in your local program during the pandemic? And how did the program adjust in order to make it better, so to speak? So we've got Tina who's going to address that.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for sharing, Nadia. So as far as victim advocacy goes, we are so fortunate to have such a great program that we work with. They are so flexible and accommodating, and that really helped get us through, some of these tough times. Our hospitals, just like many others, didn't allow volunteers to come into the hospital. And our victim advocacy program is not only St. Peter's employees Monday through Friday during the day, but we utilize volunteers for our 7P to 7A services and our weekend services. So this has put a huge strain on their program as well. But, as much as we do for our patients, and, as good as we are and as strong as we are, we need our advocates to assist us. I mean, the trauma and the turmoil that patients go through, it's so important to have them there. So, we started off with a phone, touching base by phone, but that was not very effective. So very quickly, our crime victim services program purchased tablets, and we put tablets at all of our sites. And we started utilizing the Zoom platform and connecting that way. So even though the connection is great and we were able to communicate, there's still that disconnect there that, we're unable to provide being in person. And, patients are like holding a tablet, trying to keep an eye on the advocate's having trouble hearing on the tablet, or the patient's having trouble hearing the advocate. or if they set the tablet down, the advocate's looking at the ceiling. So that very personal and intimate experience is kind of fragmented and broken with that remote setup. We went through a period where our advocates were able to start responding in person again, utilizing the same PPE as our nurses. And that was good, but very quickly, it started peaking, COVID started peaking, and we needed to trim that back. So our advocates are paid providers, our advocates for crime victim services have the option to go into the hospital if they feel comfortable. Where the struggle is our volunteers, because they still can't come in and they're not a fan of the remote advocacy via the tablet. So, they're having a hard time filling our hotlines. But the staff with crime victim services have been doing a wonderful job picking up the slack and assisting us. But I think the biggest thing is that, again, that disconnect that we've been experiencing, but also fortunate enough to have the flexibility to purchase the tablets, utilize a platform, and at least still be able to bring the services to the bedside with our patients.
Thanks, Tina. I think probably all on the line would concur that, having the advocates not in the hospital, and I know Maggie, if she was here to present her piece, having the advocates are crucial for our exams as far as support afterwards as well as during. And we really have missed the advocates being at the bedside. But thank you, Tina, for sharing your information and answering that question. And we will move on to our next question. And that's going to go to Nadia again first. How has COVID changes impacted victims and patients from your perspective, which is a kind of continuation of the last question?
Well, due to COVID, as most people know, the pandemic has delayed everything. One of the biggest things we're seeing is delay in our kits. They're taking 3 to 6 months to come back, and sometimes longer. And I know our local lab has reported that they're dealing with staffing shortages due to employees being positive for COVID or quarantine, just like many agencies, but they're also working with a smaller staff than, let's say, a hospital. And one of my New York State police colleagues shared with me just recently that he has been waiting 12 months for a kit to be returned. And with that, the delay in investigation happens. I have an example from a patient that I cared for over the summer. Her kit recently just came back a few weeks ago, and on the kit there was a hit of DNA that was able to identify her perpetrator. That perpetrator was brought back in by the investigator, and his story changed from having no contact with the patient to having which he called a consensual sexual encounter. With this evidence that was now returned, they're able to set an arraignment, and he'll finally be charged. But this will have to happen virtually, and it also can be delayed. And the defense has to agree to this virtual format. And sometimes I'm sure defendants aren't going to just agree. And then if this proceeds any further to a trial, we are not allowed to have trials by jury in our county any longer. As you guys all know, in March, in the beginning of the pandemic, many New York State agencies were shut down that were deemed non-essential, and that included our courts. And this created a backlog for all legal proceedings. And in Warren County, we have 66 open cases that were adjourned without a return date. And this left the risk of orders of protection expiring. So one of our victim assistants at the DA's office ran a report, found 3 orders expired, and then she had to initiate the court to reinstate the orders and then have the perpetrators reserved with those orders. So that's a big safety concern. And to date, in just one of the counties I serve, there's 411 open cases, and not all are sexual assault, but they go back as far as 2017. And most, as say nurses know, they'll care for a patient, and then a year later they might be going to a trial, which is difficult enough. And now we're talking about much longer due to this pandemic. So it's hard to recall details to help to testify even a year ago. Now we're gonna be 2 years behind, unfortunately. So some of our courts have done some proceedings virtually, but they're not allowed to have a jury, which in all sexual assault crimes, it requires a jury. So pre-COVID, you would bring 75 to 100 people in for jury selection. That is not possible with COVID. And when the courts were open, they did some workarounds where they would bring in small groups over weeks. Again, a big delay just to choose a jury, but that has been shut down because just before Thanksgiving with the second surge, the courts again shut down. So now there's safety concerns with our victims. Victims are feeling forgotten about. They're having no closure, feeling frustrated with the legal system and frustrated seeing their perpetrators walk around free without consequence. So it's a big concern.
Thanks,
Thank
Nadia. Chris, or Christine, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I think for us, one of the biggest things we saw at Thompson was victims being afraid to come to the emergency room. They just didn't want to walk through the doors because they were, I think, more afraid of the virus, and that sort of took precedence over seeking healthcare. And so we've tried to spread the word that for victims through the advocates, or just sort of, it's a fairly small community, and kind of spreading the word that way. If they are afraid to come to the hospital, they can call the emergency room and leave a contact number, and the same nurse that's on call will call them and sort of talk them through what their options are, or explain what the time frame is for getting an exam done, and also how the emergency room is divided up as far as sort of a infectious side and a non-infectious side, and what way they would come in and where they would go, so that it gives them a little relief as far as knowing that they're not going to be sitting right next to someone that's likely COVID positive or is being ruled out for COVID. And I think that's helped relieve some people as far as feeling more comfortable to come in and be seen. The loss of advocates certainly has affected us as well, and the tablets or the phone option, the victims just aren't really a fan of. So I'm hopeful that we'll get advocates in soon that can help with that. The other thing for us is, because we're a small program and we don't have a lot of examiners, one of my biggest concerns was that victims were going to have to be examined or have their evidence collected by not a forensic nurse, because if we are all working, COVID floors or are out sick, I mean, there's currently only 4 of us that aren't on orientation. So I was concerned that there would be the possibility of needing exams to be done by untrained providers. So one of the first things we did was put together these like emergency forensic kits that have a checklist and a cheat sheet and phone numbers, so that if a trained examiner weren't available because of pandemic, problems, then we would at least have a process where they could follow and know where all the paperwork went and who needed to be called, and the billing regulations and all of that. So I think those were our biggest challenges.
Thanks, Chris. Now, Chris, you were going to share, do you want to move right into your COVID story? Because I know, Chris, your sounds like you had a unique way of dealing with the surge or the overflow. So I'm going to just have you move into your personal story about COVID.
Well, we have our emergency room has, I think it's like 21 beds. And probably right around the Thanksgiving holiday time, we had this huge surge, and there was a victim came in, and I think there was currently like 40 patients registered in the emergency room. They were kind of just like everywhere. And it was looking like a room to use, any room, not just our room, but any room, was going to be hours and hours wait to get someplace. And I work primarily on labor and delivery. So had made arrangements with my nurse manager that if in the event that happened, we would be able to utilize a room on the birth center, which I thought was going to work. But then when I called up there, we were full. So we ended up using like a simulation room, which we do a lot of trainings in, which is a patient room. So it has a bathroom and it doesn't have a shower, but it has a dedicated bathroom, and it's a good size. It's the size of a patient room. And so we actually were able to move her up there for the exam and the lab draw. And while we were waiting for that, I was able to email the providers, actually the doctor, and say, hey, I've got this patient, and I know you're probably wondering where she is, but she's up here on OB, and where does she go when we're done? And they have sort of like an area off the triage space where people wait for test results. So once she had her kit done and had talked with law enforcement, talked with an advocate, and the lab work was done, she was able to go to this room. It was sort of like a private room where then the provider could see her, and we did her discharge teaching and all of her follow-up appointment stuff from there. So it was a little more jostling around, but it did save her like a 4-hour wait in the emergency room. So I think just trying to think outside of the box and be a little creative with how you're managing your folks definitely is helpful.
Yeah, I thought that was a good way to, a good workaround for sure. All right, Jennifer is up. She's going to share her COVID story with the group as well.
Yeah, so my story is not unlike Nadia and Nadia's experience getting COVID. But early in March, like March 1st, I started feeling a little sick. And at first it was just extreme fatigue and just some like very mild, I don't know, cold symptoms. And I didn't have a fever. So it was really questionable like what I was feeling, but I definitely didn't feel like a normal virus. So I was supposed to be covering a shift on one Sunday night in early March. And I tried to find a replacement. I couldn't find anyone to fill that shift. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, I should backtrack. I did get tested for COVID, but at that time testing was so difficult that I think I waited, 8 days for my results. So I was in that 8-day period, and 2 patients, of course, presented that night that we couldn't have anyone else on call. And it was a really tough call because I felt a little pressure from the hospital to go in because at that point we had maybe had one documented case in New York City. So everyone thought it was really unlikely that I had COVID. We were still at that point, tracing that one poor lawyer from New Rochelle who was getting blamed for every COVID case in New York City. And we didn't realize how much it was really like spreading in our community already. And then I was having my own doubts about not going in. I felt like super guilty leaving these 2 patients there at the hospital with no trained examiner. So I ended up staying home, and sometimes things just fall into place, and we managed to find someone who was willing to be dragged out of bed. So the patients only had to wait a few hours, which is not ideal, but it was better than having to wait the entire shift. And I'm glad I made that call, which was tough because I ended up having COVID. And like Nadia, I was pretty mild. Unfortunately, COVID feels like it never goes away. Like there are some residual symptoms, but I was fortunate that I wasn't hospitalized or anything else. But just during that time, we've had our examiners get COVID, and it's not surprising because these safes are the same. They're not just dedicated safes like full time. These are your full-time RNs, NPs, PAs working on the front lines. They were at really high risk of getting COVID, and they were really exhausted. And I really admire how much they stayed committed to staying on the SAFE team and staying on call throughout this whole year. It's certainly been great to have the public recognition and celebration of healthcare workers this year. And I guess we're sometimes depicted as these superheroes, but we're still humans. We're not superhuman, and we the overall impact that COVID has just been having on everyone. It's been affecting us as well. Not just getting sick, but, just losing our normal lives, losing those healthy coping mechanisms, like that self-care that we need to do the job of a safe, not having, contact with our family and friends, not being able to go to your yoga class or your nail salon or whatever it is you need to do for yourself. The childcare issues, remote learning, economic hardships, these are all things that our safes have been dealing with, on top of the secondary and vicarious trauma of working on the front lines and their work is safe. So I think all of these things have hindered our ability to just be the best we can be at our jobs. There's been a decrease in morale more of late than earlier. I definitely see people not willing to put themselves on call as much. They're just feeling so burnt out from 2020 in general. I'm hoping that we're seeing, the light at the end of the tunnel, and life will be looking different sooner rather than later.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. And down in the city, you all obviously have been dealing with it the longest, since it's the surge started with you all, and that is thank you for sharing. All right, last but not least, we're going to end with just talking about moving forward. What have programs learned from COVID-19, and are there any positives that we can take out of this? So I am always one who likes to try to look on the bright side and look at the positives. So I think Holly, you're gonna tackle that one for us, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of things. Even just listening now, I came up with a few others. First of all, what I learned is that you have to disaster plan. You have to, because if it's not going to be a COVID thing, it's going to be half your team gets pregnant and leaves for a couple of months, or whatever. You have to have, or you have to go on vacation. Somebody's got to take your place, and we are special, but not that special not to have a plan in place so that it can easily be taken care of by someone else. And so I think that was an important lesson for me. I also learned that it was really important because everybody, nurses also, and healthcare people also, you have different reactions to crisis, and people react at different times. And then there's the panic people, and then there's the people that thrive on that kind of environment, and the people in the end that calm down and get into a routine, and then the rest of us go crazy because we want it the hell done with, So I learned that I needed to be, as a program manager person, to stay calm and methodical. But it was okay for me to freak out once in a while and say it, at least in a safe place, because I had to be able to do that. Example, and it was very early on, one of our Zanes had to do something in an ICU rather than an emergency room. The 2 beds around her, they were single rooms, but there were 3 COVID patients that went in and out, one of which died there. A new COVID patient came in, and then the other one on the other side was ready to die. And here the Zane is doing a Zane case in the middle of it. And what does that mean? And what kind of equipment does she need? Because she's in a really different environment. So you really do have to just take it step by step and breathe and use your colleagues and experienced people around you to help you through. Zoom, I don't know what y'all think, but I don't mind Zoom at all, because at least I get to see somebody's face. And by the way, my suggestion, what I did when I would walk into a room, I'd stand at the door, I'd pull the mask down and say, here's the lovely thing you're not going to see for a while. But at least I would have somebody and they could see somebody smile at them, because I wanted her to equate my smile with my eyes. So, so that was kind of important. But I digress on that. But I think Zoom really helps me. And even with the Zanes, they come to the meetings more often because there are Zoom meetings They don't have to drive here. They can kind of coordinate it in their schedule a little bit easier. The only thing that I recommend, of course, is they have their face up so we can all see each other. But they are 90%. 90% of them attend. So that made me really happy. So I think, not that you want to do it all the time, but I think that it's something that I'll use moving forward. And the other thing is we are really aligned with our hospitals. Remember I said we were in 9 different hospitals. So when it was time for them to think of vaccinating their vendors, we were on the top of their list, SANES as well as advocates. Okay, so that was a really nice thing. And we really were just on the heels of when they were just about to finish up their staff, they let the vendors come in. So that was a good one.
Yeah, and that was, I think, there's multiple people on the panel that, getting that vaccine, the advocates are getting the vaccines, right? Was that Nadia? You want to chime in on that?
Yes, I advocated for our hospital, and I said these advocates are at the bedside 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours sometimes, and they approved it. Yeah, all our advocates got the vaccine.
Great. So we have 5 minutes until this session ends. Panelists, is there anything you guys want to add before I pull up the just quick summary wrap-up slide?
I have a question for the group. Did anyone have law enforcement officers that were scared of coming into the hospitals to pick up the kids? And if they were, what did you end up doing?
Mm-hmm. I met them I would meet them outside. They were very fearful. And actually, bad news travels fast. When they found out I was exposed, I had COVID. One of the supervisors from the New York State Police says, "Oh, we heard it was you, and we just need to know, did you expose?" Because I did hand off some evidence on the ramp outside with a mask and on at that time, and they did. Public health got involved, and rest assured, they didn't think it was a bad exposure outside with the air and a mask on, but very fearful. And for their safety too, we would meet them outside, not just their fear. We wanted to keep them safe. Our partners, our law enforcement partners.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right, I'm just gonna bring us back to the slides to wrap up. So there you have us. I'm gonna put at the end of, feel free to reach out to us if you guys have questions, but we're not doing questions with this. The overall summary with everything you guys, is listed here, but SANE programs and the teams across the state really have faced and overcome many similar and challenges throughout COVID, but really have learned, as you have heard from these wonderful SANEs who have shared their experiences, that they've learned to adapt their trauma-informed response, ultimately adjusting to continue to provide patient-centered care amidst these trying times. And that's kind of the summary that I want to leave you with, and really that flexibility, out-of-box thinking to adjust. Panelists, anyone else have anything to add to that summary list?
What I would say to everybody is, you've heard a lot of our experiences and some of the ways that we problem solve. We didn't all have the exact same experiences.
Right.
And it would be really helpful. I know probably this time of the year anyway, you do a look back on your previous year, maybe look at data, look at practices, but it wouldn't be a bad idea if in your sexual assault response team meetings or just your general community meetings to ask some of these questions, what adjustments were made and what would need to be done moving forward. I think that it's really helpful. These are good grounding questions for you to start with.
All right, I know we are out of time. So thank you so much for inviting us all here. You guys all did, and thank you for all of you who participated on the panel because you guys were awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Joining us and sharing your insight and experiences. I know that this was, for me, and I try not to do this, but I will speak for everyone who's with us today. This was an incredible panel, and we're just so grateful for your time and sharing your experiences with us. And thank you for all that you've done for victims and survivors, you know, both pre-COVID, during COVID, and far beyond. With that, we are going to go into break and reconvene here at 3:30. We're going to be joined by some colleagues from our SUNY medical centers to talk about their experiences. So we're going to go into break, and we will see you all at 3:30.
You always really knew. I just wanna be with you, and I mean so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger?
paradise and put up a fucking lie. With a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? It'd be a paradise and put up a fucking lie. They took all the trees and put them in a tree museum, and they charged the people $1.50 to see them. No, 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 don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? It'd be a paradise and put up a fucking lie. Hey, farmer, put away your DDT. I don't care about spots on my apples. Leave me the birds and the bees. Please, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? It'd be paradise, put up a fucking lie. Hey, now they pay paradise to put up a fucking lie. One night. Listen, late last night, I heard the screen door swing, and a big yellow taxi took my girl away. Now don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? To be in paradise, put up a fucking line. Hey, nah, nah, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? To be in paradise, put up a fucking line. Why not? They pay paradise to put up a parking lot. Hey, 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 pay paradise and put up a parking lot. I wanna give it, why you wanna give it, why you wanna give it all away? Hey, 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 now you wanna give it, I should wanna give it, 'cause you give it all away. Nah, nah. I don't wanna give it, why you wanna give it, why you wanna give it all away? Girl, you're giving it all away. Yeah, yeah.
Why you wanna? Why do you
She gives it all away. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, babe, paradise, you put up a parking lot. La, 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 na, 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 na.
You say I only hear what I want to. You say I talk so all the time, so. And I thought what I felt was simple, and I thought that I don't belong. And now that I am leaving, now I know that I did something wrong, 'cause I missed you. Yeah, yeah, I missed you. And you say want me 'cause you want me, and one day you let me go. You try to give away a keeper, or keep me 'cause you know you're just so scared to lose. You say, stay. You say, I only hear what I want to.
All right, we're just going to do a quick audio check. Nicole, I see that you are on, and I have upgraded you to co-host. If you want to just unmute yourself and test your audio.
Hi, Elizabeth. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great, great.
Are you going to be sharing anything on your screen?
No. No.
So we will leave your title slide up for when you are. Are you going to be turning on your camera?
Yes, I'm trying to find that right now.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so it looks like
Not too dark.
we can see you, and your audio is good. And we have a captioner who we ran a test a little bit earlier, so we are good there. And we'll go ahead and get started. We'll give folks another 2 minutes to kind of trickle in, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
And Philip, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, we'll give folks another 2 minutes. All right, so I am pleased to introduce my colleague, Philip Potter, who's a staff associate with the SUNY's Got Your Back program, who's going to be introducing the next 2 sessions. So Philip, with that, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Yes, my name's Phil Potter. I use pronouns he, him, and his, and I'm a staff associate for SUNY's Got Your Back, as Elizabeth just mentioned. So I'd like to first introduce Nicole Sharp, founder and executive director of the Heather Hurley Foundation for the Prevention of Domestic Violence. So I'll turn it over to you, Nicole.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for inviting me to this forum, which is very much needed and very timely during this time. I'm sure everyone can agree that we're living in very unprecedented times for many different reasons, and COVID being the most life-changing one of all. But first, yes, my name is Nicole Sharp. I'm the executive director of the Heather Hurley Foundation for the Prevention of Domestic Violence. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I'm also on a board in Albany, the New York State Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence Advisory Board. I'm very happy to serve on that board for the last 2 years. And also on the Fatality Review Board under the same auspices of the OPDV. I actually also work at SUNY Downstate Medical Center. So I started doing advocacy work because of my mom. My mom's name is Heather Hurley. I named my foundation after her. So I am what you would call a child survivor of domestic violence. That's what I'm called, even though I'm an adult now. But I grew up seeing domestic violence on a regular basis to the point where it seemed normalized to me. And the eventuality, unfortunately, was that my mother was killed by my father when I was 15 years old, and I'm the oldest of 3. And we were all orphaned as a result of that violence. I do remember many times police would come and then just have my father just take a walk, but he was never arrested until the night that he killed my mother. So as I got older, as I grew older, as an orphan, and it was very difficult being an orphan. I was actually kind of mistreated as an orphan as well, on top of losing both my parents because of domestic violence. I wanted to give back somehow and use my experience with domestic violence and my mom's experience to help others, either to prevent domestic violence or help people to get out of domestic violence situations. And so I just educated myself. I mean, my life was an education on domestic violence, but I also educated myself in the realm of New York City, where I live. And I noticed that statistics were pretty high, and there was a need to raise awareness. So I started raising awareness at SUNY Downstate Medical Center. And for the most part, many people welcomed it, but some people thought it was a joke, basically. And when I would tell them my story, then they would just stop laughing. So I was able to get through to a lot of people there at SUNY Downstate. And then as a result, we saw a lot of victims coming forward, employees in all walks of life. So domestic violence really has no face. Anyone could be affected by domestic violence, no matter what economic level you're on, no matter male or female. It doesn't matter the gender. It doesn't matter the education. It affects everyone in our community in some capacity. And that's been my experience. That's what I've seen. And that's what the statistics show as well. But now we're speaking about COVID. So last year, with the advent of COVID in America, I foresaw that we were going to have a big problem with regard to domestic violence because people were going to be isolated from help with their abuser. So anyone who lived with their abuser or their abuser was in contact with them was definitely going to be affected tremendously, and I knew that. But when quarantining happened and all the curfew and we had to take those measures to be safe, it actually caused others to be unsafe. And there's a culture around domestic violence for victims. A lot of times victims feel trapped and they can't leave for many different reasons. So they were able to know their abuser and know how to navigate their abuser. And one of the things that helps victims of domestic violence who live with their abusers is going to work. And so when we were all mandated to stay at home, a lot of them couldn't go to work. And so they were stuck all day with that, with their abuser. And also they couldn't go by family for help or friends for help. Everyone had to be, had to stay in place. And I noticed that when I looked at statistics and even spoke to a police officer, a friend of mine, the consensus was that domestic violence was on the rise. And when I looked at statistics all over the world, domestic violence was on the rise. For example, in Europe, the World Health Organization documented that 60% of women were reported to be experiencing domestic violence during the COVID pandemic at the beginning, and 60 is more than 50%, more than 1 in 2 women. And we have to always remember that when it comes to reported cases, there are many more that are unreported. So we can only imagine how difficult it was. It is still, especially during that time when we first were on lockdown all over the world. Every single country in the world, they were experiencing more domestic violence. And because, resources were closed, people really didn't know what to do. With my personal experience, because people knew that I was an advocate, I would get calls from friends and loved ones for me to try to help their loved one who was stuck with their abuser. And for the most part, unfortunately, I couldn't help. But for the few that I could, it really took steps to be able to help them. For example, there was one who was actually in another state. And of course, I couldn't go to that state, but I had to be wise. It was the kind of things you have to do to get around, the guidelines of COVID. So it was a couple. The gentleman was hurting, actually was increased in the violence with his girlfriend, and to the point where he took a 55-inch television and threw it on her. And her friend called me, and then I had to call help there in that state, and basically on three-way trying to help her out. But before we even did that, I gave her a call, and of course she didn't answer. And I texted her, just pretending to be someone from a store where she bought, some merchandise, just, asking her about, shipping for the merchandise, and there was no answer. But I actually used, this is going to sound funny, I actually have a side gig of a skincare line, a small business. So I used that skincare line, and I noticed that although no one answered or no one responded to me by text, someone from that state went on my website. So I knew that that was most likely the abuser, and who had control over her phone. So then the end result was that, we made the decision to just call the police out there and also some DV experts to get to her. And she was saved, thank God. But it's just a lot of steps had to be made in order to just get to her. And that's what all victims were experiencing at this time. I even had an interview with a production company that did a mini documentary on my mom early last year. And they asked me to be interviewed to talk about my experiences with COVID and helping others during this time. And I knew, this was before, at the very beginning, like around February, March, I just predicted that it's just going to be basically hell for victims. You're going to see an increase of violence. You're going to just see a lot of despair because everywhere is closed down, even resources where people normally go for help. And so said, so done, unfortunately. But it's been a trying time for many, but fortunately, as the mandates for staying at home are being lifted, we see the numbers are going down, but at the same time, many people are looking for places to run to, and there's not many places. I know that in some states, hotels were being open for victims of domestic violence, and even in some countries like England as well. And that was really, really great. But then, there's only so much that can be done with regard to removing a victim from a violent home. I also personally, I helped another young lady who was actually pregnant, and her husband during the pandemic tried to strangle her with the phone while she's pregnant. And a friend of hers contacted me and just noticed that the actual victims, they're afraid to contact anyone because their warden, the abuser, is right there watching their every move. So as soon as they get a chance, they would text a friend or a family member, and then I would get a call. And I was able to help this young lady, thank God again, and actually get her to a police station and then get her into a shelter. But like I said, unfortunately, I wasn't able to help many, many people. But I'm trying to expand my team so that we can be able to be of more help to others. It's interesting that COVID is a pandemic, but domestic violence was always a pandemic that didn't get as much attention as COVID did. And the problem is because many still blame the victim. And we really need to step away from that and progress away from that wrong thinking, that myth. The victim is not to blame. And because the victim is to blame, domestic violence is never looked upon as a pandemic. So the pre-existing pandemic before the COVID pandemic just increased, and then it got worldwide attention. So what we need to do now is create ways to be able to help victims, especially during this time. And it's just sad because if we were helping victims beforehand, it wouldn't be such a pandemic and such a crisis right now. I also was able to, interestingly enough, during the pandemic, made a connection with Uganda in Africa. And because domestic violence was on the rise there, I already went to Uganda a couple years ago on a missionary trip. And because I was there, I was contacted to see if I can be able to help ladies in Uganda who were being killed, because of domestic violence during the time of the pandemic when no one could work and, economically the country is already destitute and impoverished. But fortunately, my team and I were able to help a good number of women and children and their children, which number almost 50 children, to be able to escape very violent households. We have a couple of instances where women had to run for their lives. One in particular, one woman who is HIV positive with her 3 children, she had to run. She was living in a banana field for some time during the pandemic because her husband tried to kill her. The violence just escalated and almost killed their daughter. So she ran. They were living outside in a banana field for, I don't even know for how long, until a local church pastor found them and then connected to another pastor who connected to me, a pastor I actually met a few years ago when I did go there. And we were able to send funds to them and help them, along with about 13 or 14 other families as well. And so now what we're doing is trying to help the ladies to become self-sufficient so they don't end up going back into those situations. The problem that I see here, interesting enough, in America, Uganda is a third world country. In America here, it's harder for women to get away from, women and men to get away from their abusers, because their abusers are able to lock onto their locations, GPS, and there's other technical means to do so, which they don't have in Uganda. So actually the ladies in Uganda were able to escape, easier than women here in New York, per se. And it's very disheartening to know that. And it's much, much, much harder. Although we have all of these resources and we do have shelters, which for the most part were full during the pandemic, where women had to actually leave New York to go out of state to be able to get into a shelter where they can be safe with their children. A lot of uprooting happening during the time where everyone's supposed to stay in place. So I'm just giving you an idea of how difficult it was and is still for many, many victims of domestic violence. Hopefully we don't get locked down again, and hopefully our new president will put things in place that would be able to help these ladies. But I hope I gave you a good idea of what it was like during this time from a professional and a personal perspective. At SUNY Downstate, I actually do help. What I do, I work in HR and I help disabled people who become disabled to be able to get reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And of course, many people came forward, because they have people with pre-existing issues couldn't work because of trying to protect themselves from exposure to COVID. And at one point, SUNY Downstate was a COVID-only hospital. So even during that time, working that out as in a COVID-only hospital, I became a essential employee. So I was helping employees to protect them from COVID, and at the same time trying to help victims of domestic violence, protecting them from domestic violence, increasing domestic violence because of COVID. And even at SUNY Downstate, people who knew that I did advocacy work also on the side actually reached out to me with domestic violence related issues as well. And it was really very overwhelming. But I do see that it has lessened because we're no longer under those restraints. And my hope is that it continues that way. So I know that there's no question and answer portion. Is that correct?
We haven't been doing a lot of question and answer segments, but since there is a little bit of time left, if folks wanted to ask you questions in the chat, if not, definitely, I'm sure that there will be folks who maybe think of something later on. If you wanted to share your the website to your foundation or ways to get in touch with you. But if folks do have questions, is it okay if they put them in the chat right now?
Yes, please. Yes. Yeah, don't mind me because sometimes I mean I have all my notes written down, but my memory questions actually help me with my memory, so I actually welcome those.
We'll give folks just another minute or two, and then it's been a long day, so I'm sure that folks will be able to think of stuff later if it comes to them.
But I do, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do want to add that growing up with domestic violence was actually growing up like I was in quarantine at all times. And with my mother as well. My mother couldn't go to certain places unless it was work. She can go to work. She can go to the grocery with my father. But other than that, my father was very surveillance, 100%. So on a regular day, it felt like quarantine. And as a child, I used to call my home, which was a beautiful home in a beautiful neighborhood, I used to call it prison. And no one really knew what was going on inside of that prison. And also when my mother would go to work, my father actually would watch the time, and then he'll show up at her job sometimes, actually drive me there as well, show up at her job if she was a little late, and then would beat her up in the parking lot. And this is just real. I'm just sharing this with you because it is real. So because I experienced that on a regular basis, where it felt like prison and it felt like a quarantine every day, I knew that quarantining state mandated one, nationally mandated one would be held basically for victims of domestic violence.
A lot of folks are just thanking you for sharing your story, and someone asked if you could, I know you had stated earlier, but remind folks of what the Heather Hurley Foundation is and whose memory or someone's story it was founded on.
So the Heather Hurley Foundation for the Prevention of Domestic Violence is a nonprofit that I started just 2 years ago, and it's named after my mom, Heather Hurley, who my father killed my mother when I was 15. She was only 40 at the time. And just wanted my mother to have a legacy, and I wanted to use her experience to help others. I knew it was very difficult for her to leave, especially having children. So at first, my goal was to help victims of domestic violence, especially ones who have children who believe they can't escape. Then it progressed to prevention. So I partnered with an organization in Arizona called Bloom 365 that created a curriculum, a very positive and successful curriculum, whereas they go into into middle schools and high schools and teach about teen dating violence, bullying, and domestic violence to cause prevention and intervention in the lives of children, because domestic violence begins at an early age. A lot of young people grow up seeing domestic violence, grow up seeing abuse, and believe that it's normal, and then they carry that on in their lives. So that organization causes an intervention. So I partnered with them. I got trained, and I had a team trained as well, and we were ready to go into schools, and then COVID happens. So that's still our goal, to go into New York City schools and to cause that intervention as well. Still, even though most schools are fully online, fully virtual, or halfway, we still want to see and be able to integrate that somehow in schools, because it's very much needed. And we can't forget the children, because they're also stuck with their abusers as well.
That actually leads right into a question about sorry, I'm just scrolling up. What can we do to assist children when they are not going to school? And another question sort of to that tune was, how can we connect with folks when we are all stuck at home? What are some ways to engage with and connect with victims and potential victims?
The Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence, if you go on the OPDV website, just put in New York State Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence, they actually were able to predict what was going to happen. So they created a texting forum because it's difficult for victims to call for help or to even leave their house. So there's a way that they can text for help. So if you look on that website, you'll be able to see that that text that they can, the number that they can text to, and please share that with people who might be victims of domestic violence.
And one more question that we have received from folks is, what can I do if I know that there is domestic violence going on in a home, but the family members downplay or deny any issues?
Domestic violence is very, you can't force a victim. You have to be very patient. Always still give your support. Even though you know that it's happening, just let them know, let the person know that you love them, you care for them, and you're always there for them. You have to be patient, because the victim has to be ready to come forward and be able to tell. A lot of times during COVID, that reminds me, my police officer friend told me that when they receive calls and they would actually go to homes, ring the bell, no one would come to the door. And that just happened almost every single time. So a person has to be ready to be able to take that step, and also create a plan. Or maybe you can also help them to create a plan, let them know maybe they can stay with you for a little bit, or you know someone else. But always remember that anyone that's in the victim's circle, the abuser knows. So they really shouldn't, if they're looking to get away, they shouldn't stay with anyone that the abuser knows about. But let's just let them know that you're always there for them. For when they're ready, you're there for them to help them to leave.
And folks are really just continuing to thank you for your candor and for sharing your story. And a few folks have asked if you would be willing to share your contact information, which I will leave as up to you after your presentation. If you want to put it out there. And
so Angela, hi Angela, I remember you.
Yes.
So heatherhurleyfoundation.org is the website, heatherhurleyfoundation.org. There you can get more information on what we do, donate if you like, or even schedule a conference, or if you want me to be a speaker, you know, you can do that there on the website as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story and sharing all of this information and your experiences pre-COVID and during COVID. with all of us. We're just really, really grateful to have had you here. I know I was lucky enough to be connected with you when we hosted a SUNY's Got Your Back event many, many years ago, it feels like, but I think it was really maybe only like a year and a half ago down in Brooklyn. And I was able to witness all of the really wonderful work you were doing in terms of domestic violence and domestic advocacy within your formal role at Downstate Medical Center. And you know, they're very much so fortunate to have you continuing to spearhead this work even throughout a global pandemic. So thank you so much, and for gracing us with your time. And I'll let you sort of, if you wanted to wrap it up or offer any closing remarks, and then I'll throw it over to Philip to open up our next session.
No, I want to just thank you for having me. I really appreciate you having me on the platform, and in any way that I can use my experience to help others, I'm here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nicole. So our next session is titled Bridging the Campus and Hospital in Serving LGBTQIA+ Survivors, SUNY Upstate's Work to Attain HRC Healthcare Equality Index. I'd like to introduce Dr. Malika Carter, the Chief Diversity Officer of SUNY ESF and Interim Chief Diversity Officer for Upstate Medical University, as well as Maddie Serio, Medical Social Worker and LGBT Program Manager for Upstate Medical University. So I'll now turn it over to both of you.
Great, thank you so much. I'm just gonna get my presentation up really quickly. All right. So thank you everybody for sticking with us. I know it's the end of your day, but Dr. Carter and I are going to talk a little bit about our journey through to achieving the Healthcare Quality Index through the Human Rights Campaign for SUNY Upstate and how that's affected the climate and culture for LGBTQ patients here in Central New York. So my name is Maddie Serio. I am a medical social worker at SUNY Upstate's Inclusive Health Services. I have a focus on LGBTQ health and policy. I use she, her pronouns. And I partnered with Dr. Carter and the Office of Diversity and Inclusion to work on this designation. So I will hand it over to Dr. Carter to introduce herself.
Hello and greetings, friends. In full disclosure, I am no longer at Upstate, so I am solely back over at SUNY Environmental Science and Forestry, but still very, very grateful to have had this opportunity. I do solely serve as the Chief Diversity Officer there at SUNY Environmental Science and Forestry, and then I also wanted you to know that my gender pronouns are she, her, hers, and also I'm extremely passionate about this work. So it's a pleasure to be before you today, and we really hope that you engage us as we move along. We have very little time with you today, so if we go a little fast, we'll try to slow down because we also realize that this is also being captioned. So if you have questions, please do keep that in mind, and I have to do that for myself too because I am a fast talker. Maddie?
All right. So if you're not familiar, the Healthcare Quality Index, or the HEI, as I'll probably use that acronym as we go through, is overseen by the Human Rights Campaign, or the HRC. It began in 2007, and its sole purpose is to assess hospitals and medical systems in 4 key areas. So it looks at things like non-discrimination and staff training, patient services and support, employee benefits and policies, and patient and community engagement. The goal is to obviously receive a score of 100 and being named as a healthcare equality leader. And once that happens, all participants are put onto a searchable database, and people can look up what institutions have affirming policies, what ones do not, and what you score as. And there are plenty of benefits for folks, even if you are not going to, or don't feel like you're going to receive that score of 100, to participate in something like this, even if it's just to kind of get a basic understanding of where your institution is at and where you can go.
So if I was going to do a poll, I would say to you, hey, could you tell us if you have known about the Healthcare Equality Index ever? I would ask you that. I probably would also ask you, if we could do a very quick poll and had time for that, if you could let us know if you have a non-discrimination statement at your agency or institution. So I wanted you to know this very important thing. So HEI, as we lovingly call it, opens up state and federal grant opportunities to healthcare agencies if there's designation, if you designate and you garner a good score. So what we're sharing with you today will be applicable for improvement in the lives of the employee and the client, right, at your agency or institution, but it also is important to your bottom line. It has opened up Upstate for a variety of grant opportunities that we did not have before. And I even mean not only state, but federal grant opportunities. So it's a really great thing. Maddie, go right ahead.
So just to give a little bit of context about SUNY Upstate, the university traces back to one of the first medical schools. We are one of the largest institutions and employers in central New York. We're made up of 2 hospital campuses, the medical school, a children's hospital, and multiple outpatient sites. So we cover a huge area. There are several competing hospitals in the Syracuse area. So although we are a smaller city, we do have a few different hospitals working with each other. We have St. Joe's, Krause, and the VA also here along with Upstate. One of the things I think that sets Upstate apart is that we have the clinic, which I'm based out of, which is Inclusive Health Services. And we are in a position to offer specific healthcare opportunities for folks who identify as LGBTQ. And that includes things like primary and specialty care, but also we provide wraparound services. So it put us and set us up for a good position to start working through the HEI. And so Dr. Carter is going to talk a little bit about the climate as we started.
We also want you to understand that we have lots of great things going on already, right, at Upstate. And so we wanted to make sure we celebrated that. And our climate was as thus. People are already doing great things. And this may be the case for you. But what we noticed, as you'll see in the next slide, is that we had a list of successes, but they weren't all real. They were very decentralized. And those successes they were policies that existed, a very, very robust way of creating, retiring, editing policies. We had departmental allyship. So there was different people who already know one another, right? Different departments that were already working together. We had an accessible database of services. So we knew exactly what we had. All gender restrooms, we already had them, but we'll tell you more about later how we itemize those so we can project that to our community. And then we also have an inclusive emergency room. And then we have leveraged to create meaningful change. So we did all that because we have a really tight-knit community. And you would think, being the largest employer in the region, that we wouldn't be, but we really make a big deal out of working our own community to serve others. So I wanted you to know that we rested upon that, but HEI has made us do a little bit more. And we're going to go a little bit more into how we did that.
So some of our biggest successes through the process, one of them being our kind of database that we were able to put together. So when I started out with the HEI, I Googled SUNY Upstate and LGBTQ services, LGBTQ, a variety of different searches, and Google was only turning up the clinic in which I work and an outdated student group website. So going into this project and trying to see where we were at in supporting our LGBTQ patients, I wasn't feeling super positive about it and was a little concerned of how this was going to play out. But as Dr. Carter said, we really leaned into our community, and it turns out things were happening all across our campus. We just weren't aware, and people, it wasn't being shared. So as part of this process, we created this LGBTQ resources website that is under the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. On the screen right now, there is a snapshot of the actual website itself. It has things like training sessions, our work on HEI, patient services and support. We also have our employee benefits listed on there, all the LGBTQ services that we provide throughout Upstate. So it's really a good place. We're an essential hub that we created so that everyone knows and no one has to kind of piece everything together the way that we worked through. We worked in tandem with the SUNY Saver project. So when I approached Dr. Carter with this project, she was working on getting SUNY Upstate the SUNY Saver cards. And so she had identified the facilities management team as a group of people and resource that we could really lean into. And I hadn't even thought that they could be someone that we could partner with that would be able to further our LGBT accessibility on campus. But they were working with Dr. Carter to have the mirror clings placed in every single bathroom across our campus. And one of my end goals with HEI was to have more inclusive bathroom space. And so while they were going around and putting mirror clings on, the facilities management team put together an entire list of every single bathroom across our campus, the labeling or signage on that bathroom, and if they were multi-stall or single stall. Originally, when we started this project, we only had the 2 all gender restrooms, and they were in our health services library, which is not accessible to patients, a lot of staff. It's only one building at the top of the hill. So we worked with facilities management. So after identifying all those restrooms, what ones we could change. On top of that, we created this map. So we have this interactive Google map that's on that LGBT database that I showed you on the first slide. And here it shows all the all gender restrooms we have. So we upgraded from 2 to 11 across campus. I definitely am pushing for more, and we'd love to see more, but 11 is a start. But it also has every single stall restroom across campus and accessibility information. And we do this not only because we know it supports our LGBTQ patients, but we know it supports people that maybe have experienced some sort of sexual violence, or single mothers, or people that have body image issues. And across the spectrum, we know that this happens within middle schools and high schools where they have single stall restrooms accessible. And so it makes sense to have it within a hospital and within a college campus.
Maddie, I'm going to jump in real quick. I just wanted to remember, I was remembering this and very proud of it. So I wanted to tell everyone, not only was our facilities management there, but we also had a great partnership with UPD as well. I was very surprised at how swimmingly that went. And it was interesting that it was not even us who made mention when we talked about this project, but yet it was others that were not doing this work who said, well, what about lactation rooms? And I was like, what? I was very surprised, right? That, and if I'm not mistaken, Maddie, these were all same gender individuals that we were working with. And the fact that they were bringing up things that we did not think of was very telling about what it is that our community was capable of doing.
Yeah, and again, these were all different resources throughout campus that we didn't realize were going to be able to kind of further the work that we were already doing. So it was really refreshing to be a part of those meetings. Another success that we had was we were able to announce that gender dysphoria treatment, as our insurance refers to it as, was going to be covered. And so I know this is something that was happening across New York State, but it happened to partner very well with the time of HEI to be able to announce that a different way that we were able to support our gender diverse employees and staff through Upstate. And one of our other big successes, on the screen, I have a screenshot of our medical record. It's from our playground. This is not actual patient information. I just want to make that clear. And this just shows how we capture some of that SOGI, or sexual orientation and gender identity information for our patients. When I started at Upstate, this was not a thing. It was very limited within our EPIC system, how we could identify patients. But there was a work group that came together that I was a part of, and was able to bridge that to Dr. Carter and the HEI work that we were doing, to make sure that everyone knew, or training was being sent out on how to use the medical record to identify people's gender identity, name that they choose to go by, pronouns, sexual orientation. All of these things were being captured within the EMR. You'll also notice here that we have a section for like affirmation steps that patient has taken, or our future affirmation plans. This is obviously is not relevant for every medical appointment that people come into, but it's something that is very helpful for us at Inclusive Health Services, where we are going to be partnering with our patients on their gender journey and what their goals are at the end, or if there is an end, or how we work with them. And so we're able to capture that information so that people like myself as a medical social worker can be pulled in to assist with referrals, bridging people to mental health providers and other providers across Upstate and in the community, the Syracuse community at large. So we have all these great successes, but it didn't start out like that, obviously. I had to kind of work to get some institutional buy-in to even assess where we were at or make a case for why it was important that we assess where we're at. So one of the things I was able to use is that there's a huge push to connect folks to primary care and discourage the use of emergency departments as primary care. So I was able to use that to garner some institutional buy-in, showing that it was a good branch to primary care and that people that were coming into the emergency department and they didn't have primary care but identified within the community could be referred to inclusive health services and reduce utilization of the emergency department, but also encourage relationship building with affirming providers and have patients' needs met. We were also able to use the Human Rights Campaign database for the HEI. So whether your institution has ever been measured by the HEI or not, you are listed on there. You can go log on the HRC HEI section of the website and search any medical institution. So I did that for Syracuse. And as you can see, I have the scores up here. In 2018, the VA had a score of 100, and in 2019, they had a 90. Krause Hospital had a 30 and then a 20. And then St. Joe's and SUNY Upstate were never participated. So we were listed as just non-participants. And then the last part was partnering with the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And it was really good timing because Dr. Carter was at that point the interim Chief Diversity Officer. And like I said, the SUNY Saver Project was happening. And with her collaboration, we were able to kind of push forward.
So many things were happening. Gender was happening, right? The SUNY Spectrum Conference was happening. It was just so many positive things that helped to push this forward. So if nobody has told everyone here who has been a part of this journey with us in the state of New York, we thank you. So this is the part where I gossip, right? All right, so here's the challenges, folks. So here's what happened. So Maddie and I knew that things were going on. We saw it. We knew. So we would pick up the phone and call. We're looking at things online, right? Or we are looking at hard copies of things. We pick up the phone and we call somebody and they're like, what are you talking about? And we're like, this thing that you created. You don't remember this? They're like, no, I don't know. Let me get somebody else. And so it was a lot of that, which means that we had to do a lot of socializing of our own products within our own house. Okay, so that was one. So when we say accessibility and transparency, that's a part of it. And making sure that we have things that we know we have, we'll make them transparent to folks so they can see them. We realize that we live in an environment full of information, especially in virtual environments, but we wanted to make sure that we fed our community first, you know, the whole charity starts at home thing. We also received a little bit of pushback, and here's how. And I'm going to say it wasn't necessarily individual pushback, but it was, explain this to me. Why do we have to do this? But wow, there is a training that high-level administrators must take if you're going to be an HEI institution. And after that training, eyes were open, scales fell off of eyes like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize this. This is a really good thing. We should be doing this. So it is, when it's easy to say the word buy-in, and it's easy to say the word investment, but it is very difficult to try to get on somebody's calendar and shoulder partner with them in order to socialize the idea. That's very different. And then when you walk away, hoping that they go through what you have just brought them to, that was something. And so we made sure that happened, and successfully so. And I think it has something to do with Maddie's smile. I don't know, because I kept asking, they were like, I don't know. And then when I took her to HR and I said, here's who I'm working with, this person right here, they said, oh, okay, well, let's just do it. There's also this lack of transition related policies. And so there are policies, I may mention that we have a very robust system for policies, creation of policies, retirement of policies, and so forth. But what we have seen is there's so many, right? So the transition of those policies, such as changing when modern times, right, catch up to a policy, and that policy needs to be refurbished. That is then a problem because if nobody owns it, right, at the moment. So for instance, if nobody owns a policy when gender happens, the policy doesn't change. When somebody doesn't own a database when gender happens, right, Their database doesn't change. There's also no mandatory education around these particular issues, such as that we have for Title IX, for instance, and or maybe anti-discrimination, anti-harassment, which peripherally gets at this. But we wanted to make sure we had some more specific wording and also attention to this particular issue, particularly because we were in a clinical environment. And we have two houses, both the college as well as the hospital. And we wanted them both to speak the same language. Thank you, Maddie.
I'll also add some of the things that came to light working on this is that we didn't really have a history of specifically targeting LGBTQ patients and promoting the services that exist. Again, the web search I did was very, didn't provide very many results. I work with several other people to provide education across the campus, specifically when talking about working with LGBTQ patients. And unfortunately, these trainings usually come about after there's been a patient complaint or some sort of issue or a staff person misspoke. So we're notified about poor patient experiences requesting training rather than, like Dr. Carter said, having that mandatory education to kind of set everybody on an even playing field so that we had the same language across the board, the same understanding across the board. So that meant for some people, you could go to one part of the hospital and have a really great experience, or you could go to the other part of the hospital and have a really poor experience. So there was no kind of baseline education, and that's something that we are definitely working towards. I'll let Dr. Carter talk about.
So this scoring that we have, we wanted to make sure that we were doing, and now, we didn't know, but both Maddie and I are glass half full people. So we said, at least we'll get a 90, right? So here's what happened. They told us, they said we only need a majority of all 4 of these areas to receive full credit. So when it comes to non-discrimination and staff training, you get 40 points. When it comes to patient services and support, you get 25 best practices or worth 30 points. Plus and or minus, I guess, 11. Then employee benefits and policies, 13 best practices are worth 20 points plus 6. And then patient and community engagement is 9 best practices worth 10 points plus 4. Now, I don't want you to think that we were out here by ourselves. They had a really great database for us to reference. So we can see other institutions and what their best practices were as well. So you'll have some help if you want to take this journey. There is only one area you can actively lose points, and that's responsible leadership. Because things happen, leadership changes. But upon submission, we had a preliminary score of 100. I know you're clapping very loudly and we just can't hear because you're on mute. I know it. But then upon our final score, we were at a 95. Ain't too shabby, right? So we did a pretty good job, especially coming out the gate to be the first ever time that we've done this. So I wanted you to know a little bit about how the scores work, and it's very, very intuitive, and you will be able to follow it if you would like to do this. There's several institutions across the United States that you will have benchmarked if you need some help.
And I will also add here that, there were some things that they were requesting of us within patient services and support or employee benefits and policies that didn't exist when we started the process, but we got to use that as a benchmark. And we had, like Dr. Carter said, other institutions' policies accessible to us to leverage within the necessary department to say, this is important and we need this to happen because it doesn't exist here. And so we were able to kind of create things as we went along to build up to that preliminary score of 100 and then the final score of 95.
So what you just said, I think, was build the plane and fly it at the same time. That's what I think you
just Exactly. So some of our lessons learned, we really need to do better for our employees. We did lose points. That was where our 5 points came off, was in our employee benefits and policies area. A glaring concern there for us was lack of procedures and how to support gender diverse staff and students within the college and within the institution, as well as our patients. There was no procedures. So again, it's that you could go to one part of the hospital and have a really great experience. You could go to the other part and have a really negative experience. And when patients are coming in for a number of different things, you want to keep them connected and engaged. And so that made things difficult. But there is a focus group and a committee that is working on creating these procedures and the mandatory education across the institution. The reason we lost points, I will add, is that our option for allowing staff to self-identify their sexual orientation or gender identity didn't meet the criteria of the HRC, although we did have a space for it. We have some training, but are aware that we need to do better. Like Dr. Carter said, there are many different trainings that we're required to do that touch on this area, but nothing specific. So we can really expand that. Because I think the most important thing, right, is to start and have like the right language. And if we don't have the right language, it's going to be really difficult to have conversations and provide the right type of care.
Speaking of right language, I'll jump in based on what Maddie just said and share with you that we have databases in higher education, just like many other agencies and institutions have databases. And one that is typically used both to keep track of employees and students is called IPEDS, or Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. That data system only keeps track of information on a gender binary, and it doesn't even ask individuals other different types of things that we want to know. So just like anything else, if you don't have the information, it doesn't get funded, it doesn't get paid attention to, and therefore you're missing somebody, someone is falling through the cracks. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that, because if you are in higher education and you're here today, you might want to help to raise the voice of, here's how we need to account for everyone who's here, employees, patients, as well as the individuals who are working here. Well, not just working here, but working here as even contractors. How are we keeping track of people so that we can provide services and also information to them based on their identity?
Yes. And then I think that kind of took up, I think that was most of what I had to say, other than wanting to make sure that people know things exist, right? So we had created that database that we showed you, but it's not, if people aren't going looking for it, they don't know that it exists. So trying to do better around our marketing and sharing and accessibility of the information that we have. And then finally, we're not naive enough to think that just because we have all of these policies that they are then translating to patient experience. So making sure that these policies, while yes, we score at a 95 out of 100 in writing, are these policies actually being put into practice, and are they trickling down to the patient experience, to the employee experience, to the student experience?
So we realized that we gave you some things to possibly look into, but we also wanted to leave you with something that you could use right now. This is a free service and it is dynamite. So I'm going to tell you how to do this. We also have this at ESF, and I'm very, very grateful that I had my foot in both institutions, because there was a lot that we were able to share. And here's one of those really great things that you definitely want to utilize. If you have a smartphone, please do. Go to your Play Store or whatever Apple does. I'm joking. And please go to search Reach Out Editions in your App Store, and then use US colleges and universities, and then type Upstate Medical University so you can see what this looks like. I'm telling you, it's wonderful. And we were able to work directly with the company to create this. It really is on the back end. On the back end, all you do is you have a username and a password. You go and you can create these icons. You can also change or edit any of this information that's behind the scenes for the end user to see. We highly recommend it. It is something that we're using at ESF and Upstate. Several other colleges and universities now in SUNY are using them because of my big mouth. And I'm very, very grateful that I'm able to say this now, because even more other than colleges and universities are now able to use it. So it's opened up to different industries, and we really hope that you would take advantage of it. If you want to, please do download it so that you can see what it looks like. And if you have any questions about it, please do contact me.
All right. So I think that we're done a little early. I don't know if we're doing any questions or comments, but if anyone has any, we're happy to answer them.
I see that we have one of our last comments is more like a comment. I'm not necessarily seeing a question from Kimberly, highlighting a barrier in program development. Don't ask, don't know. If you could say more about that, if you had more to share with us, we would love to hear that.
And we've also had a number of compliments and positive that have come in, which is wonderful. And even another one there. So any questions, please put in the chat, or you could send to me, Joseph Storch, directly if you want it to be anonymized. I'm happy to ask the question anonymously. And Nicole, I'm just going to, Maddie, excuse me, I'm just going to steal away.
Oh, yes.
Sharing for 1 second, because Dr. Carter, you referenced the Spectrum conference from over the summer, and
yeah, I was doing what I could. I was doing what I could.
No, I know we like the cross promotion or whatnot, but you both gave such a great, much longer presentation. I suspect we'll be talking to you again for this summer. I don't know. I'm not in charge of anything, but I suspect we'll be talking to you again, and we're just so grateful. And we do hope folks save the date. June 28th to July 2nd. It's going to be online. We are going to charge our usual ridiculous high cost. I think this year we're going to be able to do it again for $25, which is 90 cents an hour. So we're so grateful to everybody that supports Spectrum and helps us be able to do that. Let's just see if there are any other notes in the chat. A question came in, is it difficult developing program when you don't have real data on the LGBTQ population?
Yes, it is. And it's also difficult to ask for any money because everything else that is monetized is not and commodified is able to be counted. So it's very difficult to explain to somebody who counts pennies for a living to say, your imaginary problem, how does that make sense to me? And we're trying to say, okay, here's all these other things that this issue impacts. So could you please give me, let me, can you spare? Right. And so what we were able to do was not only make a social case for it, but then with HEI, that put on top of it the business case for it. So this is one thing that I'm very grateful to HEI for.
And I will say having the inclusive medical record option has been very helpful to prove that we do have LGBTQ patients across the board and within every outpatient clinic, within every inpatient unit. But I think there's still a discomfort for a lot of people to ask questions or to ask those questions. So I would guess that we are missing still a huge portion of that data and information.
And I think I can just say, as we close, how pleased we are to be able to work with you, to be able to feature folks from downstate and upstate. And, everybody is talking about the incredible work that downstate and upstate have done during COVID. But people should remember, and as well as Stony Brook and Buffalo, all of our medical colleagues, but people should remember how much incredible work is going on day to day at these hospitals, at these academic medical centers, and as well ESF and the incredible work that's going on there. So we are just so grateful to have the two of you. A quick programming note for tomorrow. Dr. Malatras, unfortunately, is dealing with some COVID and many other things, and is not going to be able to join us at 9:30. He sends his regards. He had a whole thing. He's just so pleased with this conference. As you all know, he is very dedicated to this work, but he won't be able to join us. So we're going to be starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you should have also gotten an email to that extent. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our colleagues at SUNY and the Office of Victim Services and all our sponsor partners. We are so grateful. We're going to give you back the half an hour of closing remarks because there's been so much good content. Please take that time to think on it, and we will see you 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We've got a great presentation on the forensic exam in Title IX presentations. We've got some colleagues, forensic nurses presenting. It's just going to be a great day. So with that, we will close out day one of the inaugural Exchange conference. We thank all of you, and we will see you again tomorrow. Take care, everyone.